These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to them old days? Just horses and a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Morning, everybody. Good day, good evening, wherever that's falling for you. I want to just open it up with the serenity prayer this morning. So I'm going to start. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Now we can get this party started. Oh, let me turn my camera on. Hey, what's up, everybody? There we go. So what we got? Let me just scroll on up. Morning, Mr. Larry, Josh, Bavon, Hit House, Get Pack, Kentucky Moon, Sherry Leach, Miss Jennifer, hey, Mr. Ron, Silver Girl, Miss Cindy, Miss Sherry, T Girl, Miss Kelly. Morning, everybody. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Hopefully you got you some sunshine. You found you a smile or two. That was the goal anyway. Some new people in. Cool. Welcome aboard. Yes, let me put a link in. Ron, are you working, by the way? Are you driving? That's true, Hick Gal. I noticed that too. The rain kind of came at the nighttime. It kind of worked out. Hey, looky there, Miss Sherry. Well, happy birthday to your daughter. A young 37. Aha, laundry day. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Was a good weekend, but I don't know. Just having a moment. Yeah, not too bad. I was a little rough yesterday. Wasn't sure about this morning, but so far so good. I readjusted some things, so I slept a little better for a few hours. I took forever to readjust my bed, but I kind of gave it a little bit more of an angle. Hey, morning, Benjamin. And Miss Silver Girl, if I didn't say morning. Man, and I'm trying to stay positive. I try to some real life crap happens all the time. And here lately it's been sprinkled on top with the YouTube world, and it's just, which I'm figuring out how sometimes I'm clicking on shit and I think I'm doing one thing, but it really did another. So apparently I banned somebody, and I didn't mean to. I was just trying to hide a comment, but I didn't do that. So I had to clean that one up. You know, heck, y'all, I'm gonna try for one, because if I could locate one, it would help so much if I could just like put one at the very bottom in the lumbar and then come up by the thoracic and have it like hit that whole left side. Man, I think that would feel awesome, I do believe. What's up, Cola Corey? Aloha, brother. Morning, Miss Tina. Well, Miss Sherry says you woke up on the correct side of the dirt. A chance to start a new chapter. Yes, ma'am. I reckon. I'm trying. It's under 40 bucks. Okay. Does yours have the adjustable settings where you can do like the slow pulse or like a faster pulse, and then you can adjust the intensity of that pulse? Because see, that's a long time ago. I used to have one. Had a real nice one too. I just never thought I'd need it again. Haha. And then now I do. But it was actually pretty cool. You could set it up to do like a slow pulse, but it could go deep, and then it could go easier. Hey, morning, Chrissy. How are you? What's up, Garrett? Well, that's, hey, it's kind of one of those moments when you feel like if you just tell yourself that enough, then it counts. I don't know. Sometimes it gets kind of hard because next week's not going to be no better. Next month's not better. And then, of course, you add all this other crap on. And just, I don't know. And I will say, I don't know. So morning, everybody. Yeah, the weather wasn't too bad here. It was sunny for the most part. Rained, but one night it rained. For 2 nights, I think it rained. Yeah, 2 nights. Oh, you did your first video on Sunday? Cool. Oh, howdy, Miss Sherry. Me too. And thank you, Ron. I appreciate it. Sometimes my apologies and my corrections, they're not for the other people's benefit. It's really for my own. But just try to hold myself accountable. Otherwise, I start feeling like I'm a hypocrite. Hey, morning, Miss Connie. Well, that's cool, Josh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what kind of frame of mind this morning. Still debating. Let's see. Turn me on to a new leaf. I'll look into that, Chrissy, and check out the new leaf. There, I think I'd heard of them before, Skip. CBD Gurus. I think that was the name I was trying to. I'm like, man, I remember something because that's the name of that place is the CBD Gurus, isn't it? Yeah. See, I tried some out of Florida, and it just didn't. It didn't work, but it sounded good. So I get a little leery some, but if you've tried that, I might try that. All right, Ron, just take a bath. Get a CBD dipping tank. It's like just put a breathing tube on and then submerge. A gal I tried CBD oils for some reason don't help. Tried different brands. Gee, girl, I'm about to sneeze myself to death. Oh, well, don't do that, girl. Hey, what's up, Hawk? How are you, sir? Are you sleeping? Having me pain for some reason. Got a brace and pudding. But it persists, so he told me about it. What's up, Jeep? Your fingers twist. Lord have mercy. Yeah, still kicking. I woke up, so the ball's still rolling. What's up, Larry? Morning, sir. Ron. Dang, Chrissy Cat, that's crazy. That's where my problem all started. Knee surgery 25 years ago. Hey, what's up, Guardian Prepping? How are you, sir? Hope all is well with you and the fam. Starting to storm in North Texas. We got all this well human rights day, so I'm off of work today. Started the day. Oh, awesome, brother. Look at you. Very cool. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Miss Lori. I just saw the email on the TINS unit. And I got an email from Miss Nikki, and that was pretty cool. I started watching the Hawk right after I seen him. Oh, Dandelion T. Who was that? Best Life, Billy. He was doing something with Dandelion the other day, I think, on the Cannibals or on Indies, or I don't know. I just remember something about dandelions. And OT Girl says Cash Kelly. Boy, I remember him back, way back, when he was just kind of, I guess, what do you say, getting the pill or something. Okay, Miss Sherry, so it was on Indies. Okay. What's up, G-Mo? Hey, Mayhem, what's up, brother? Hopefully you had a good weekend. Get you some rest. Probably will still be live when you wake up in the morning, brother, so you're more than welcome to come up then, grab you a cup of coffee. Hey, morning, Miss Nikki. And thank you, ma'am. Means the world to me. Yes, ma'am. I got it. Thank you very much. Alrighty, brother. Can do that. Oh, let's see. The best mice is very hard to take a nap. Oh, damn. Man down, man down. The guard was it the fence? Was it the gardening or was it the wood cutting? Which part? Just don't say it was the gardening that busted your ass on. That damn gardening whooped me. I just saw a video of people freaking out on a lady over not wearing a face painting collar. Oh, wow. Dude. Yeah. I don't know, Gmo. Got you, brother. Dude. Yeah. So how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. It's good to be up on the panel. Going to make myself a nice cup of coffee here in a couple of minutes. And just saying hello to everybody and appreciate this community. So it's always happy to have a bit of a chat. So many different conversations come up, and I enjoy that quite a lot. So yeah. I'll be here, but I'm not going to use the cam just for now. So if that's
you
cool.
Got it, sir.
Right. I'm going to do my backdrop soon, though. Like within the next month or two, I'll be doing like a lot better of a backdrop. So I'll feel like more confident to stay up here as well, and also get my lighting corrected.
Oh, you gonna do the green screen thing?
No, I want to do. I'm gonna like do a bit of painting on the back wall here, and then I'm gonna do my Guardian prepping logo somewhere around here.
Oh,
and then have a bookshelf on that side, like a bookshelf over there, and then put like one blue. I don't want to like overdo it, like to the point of tacky, but I'd like to get like a blue LED from like there, running all the way. I did that pretty well.
Oh, look at you! Yeah.
But yeah,
to stay right online too.
Yeah, so it's a couple of things that I'd like to do to the studio as well, just to get it, and then do more of my own live streams as well. Is something that I want to do, but down the road. I used to do it more often, but yeah. Hey, I don't know if she's willing to say hello. Yeah, you can see her scratching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to get my cam off here for a second. I love that everybody in this group seems to have a German Shepherd, by the way. I think that's really cool that you guys have, like most of you have like the perfect prepper dog.
I stand out. I have a pit.
Yeah,
that is boxer good. Mix actually.
They're amazing dogs. I just don't know always. Like I know that it's all about how you raise them, right? Absolutely, in every way, 100%. But I am a little bit concerned. Like, I don't know if I would. What's that?
Which dog?
Oh, pit bulls.
You're more likely to get a shitty dog than you are to get a good one. Sorry.
But there are great pit bulls out there, though.
They exist, but you're more likely to get a dog who's going to bite your kid.
It's not a shitty dog, just a dangerous dog.
No,
I think,
it's a dangerous dog. Yeah.
Which is shitty for it to be dangerous. If you've got little ones around, I think it's best to not.
We've had a lot of dog attacks here because here in South Africa, it's like a status symbol to have like a big vicious pit bull.
Yeah.
And then what they do is they like make these dogs aggressive because unfortunately, and it's something that they don't do much about, there's a very active dog fighting community here in South Africa.
Yeah.
And because of that, like they make these dogs aggressive and everything. And then like just like 2 weeks ago, there was a little girl, she was playing outside her house and her neighbor's pit bull got out.
Yeah, you can imagine.
It mauled her to death. no one could get that dog off her.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just because the owner like plays rough with the dog and makes him aggressive and everything, and then he's like that, and then yeah. So when it comes to pit bulls, it's like, yeah, it's nice. It's a very good looking dog and everything like that, but the fact that it could just like turn on you, because there's stories where they just turn on people for no reason as well. Like, it was an old couple, and the old man was helping the old lady get into the car. I'm so sorry, rescue. I'll stop talking now. And as he was helping the old lady get into the car, the dog just like attacked him and like, you know, killed him. So I don't know.
Well, and I get what you're saying, because that's I've heard it actually for decades, because it's always, pit bulls have always had the rep, because they always were the image behind the aggressive dog. So you want the big, you know, stud looking dog. Well, there you go. You want the vicious, you know, drooling pictures, always fangs. My first pit bull, my kids were raised with him, and my daughter actually used to ride him like he was a horse when she was little. My granddaughter rides my dog now. My granddaughter at 3 just walks over there and takes his bone right out of his mouth, and he just sits down and looks at her and is like, well, and she walks around and he just follows her behind. It just so
Yeah, but you see,
I've said, well, here's the thing, and it's no different than people. If you take this dog and you introduce it into your life, and from the time it comes indoors, it's part of your day-to-day, everyday life like a kid is, then that dog grows up and is raised with your senses, and it can pick up on your senses, and it can pick up on your emotions. What's up, Ray?
Hello, Rescue, Guardian, Mrs. Guardian.
Ray.
You
Thanks
can
for
take
joining us, bud.
kids the same way, because, you know, so you can have people same way as dogs. You can people in certain areas and they're getting raised in a real violent area, then you take them and put them over here in the Hamptons, and all of a sudden they go, holy shit, look at that. Well, is that every kid that's wearing turquoise shorts is crazy now because that one is? Or do you say, oh, wow, they were raised in a bad spot? So that's where sometimes I think pits get the categorization of just aggressiveness, but really it's people. Once again, people are at the root of that cluster.
Yeah, I think nature versus nurture plays a big part. It's definitely one of the big parts about it, you know.
Well, you could be inbred.
Yeah,
that's a real concern. But the thing is, it's something like 34% of all like dog attacks are, you know. And then like the next one is a Rottweiler, and that's like, I think something like 16%.
I think it's also the reason for that is I think that a lot of people who do purchase pits might be purchasing them for the wrong reason, of course, and then they're not entering the home for like just as out of a family dog. I'll tell you the best dog that I ever had was a Staffordshire Terrier. Such a brilliant dog, and they look like a seal when they're happy. I love my Staffy. And I had my Staffordshire Terrier for about 12 years. Such a loyal dog, friendly with everybody. The only time that she would actually even get a little bit aggressive is when people would leave. Like as they were leaving, like when they leave, she'd like go for their legs sometimes. So it'd be a bit like, you know, a bit of a
No, you can't go. You got to stay here. You can't leave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
See, it's like mine. Ours, he's so we actually laugh and call him an emo dog because you can even see it in his face. But see, that's why I said if you interact with your dog, then they actually will start to shine in spots that you might not even realize before, because they can understand. Dude, the dog, we had a pit for 13 years. Buster was 13 years old when he died, and dude, that dog could understand spelling. You couldn't even spell things like RIDE because he knew what that was, and it was even gradual. Dude, the dog we got now, if he hears a sound outside, he goes and looks at the security cameras. I shit you not. But he's interacted with our life. He's part of our family. He's one of the kids. Matter of fact, people make fun of me because I laugh and tell him he's my favorite kid because he doesn't talk back.
Yeah, I think the companionship as well that you'll get from dogs is irreplaceable. You know, there's nothing else like the love from an animal. And if you do, you know, I definitely agree with what you were saying, where, you know, it's that nature versus nurture thing, and just bringing them up with a lot of love. And what I was going to mention too is just how when the people that will get the reason why that statistic is where it is, like in the 30% of the dog attacks, is because
No, they were bred to be fighting dogs.
Yeah,
They were bred, unfortunately, to have a shorter fuse, to be able to click over quicker.
Yeah.
They intentionally inbreed them just to fire that off in them even more.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So when it comes to dogs in general, definitely a huge asset of our lives. And if you speak about preparedness and having, you know, I know that you guys are definitely familiar with big Canadian prepper, you know. I've been watching him now and then for many, many years, for I think about a decade now. And I watched some of his videos because he also does some of the, you know, looks after his dogs pretty well as well. And he speaks about having the vests, being able to make sure that a dog can carry a light bit of weight, but the fact is that sometimes a dog is still able to carry a little bit of food in a water bowl. You know, it doesn't seem like much, but like just the fact that they can be extremely good companions. Like you can use them for searching, for reconnaissance, for rescue, for just like protection, for companionship. Like there's so many, the list's endless when it comes to their capability to assist us in post SHTF tier 2 walkie type scenarios.
Well, most of them are very highly trainable, depending on the training tactic. Just simply because, I don't know. I think most of them they want to please you. They want love, and they just whatever makes you happy makes them happy. You know, for the ones that are raised around the people. Now, I don't know all the training and the course stuff. Yes, there's people. That's not my forte. If you take on a living creature, you should be putting it into your family.
Things like dogs, they definitely want to be with you. Now, as to being smart, that's questionable because I've seen some dogs that are dumber than a box of rocks. You know, Mayday, I wished I had the money to have her trained as search and rescue, because when I got her from a pup, she just showed incredible intelligence that, unfortunately, I think it was wasted with me because I couldn't afford to, you know, train her in things that she probably should have been trained as. But I've had a few dogs that were just dumber than a box of rocks too.
Mine's picked up on stuff whenever I'm hurting real bad. He apparently knows that he's gotten to where he comes up and he gets right beside me. Me and my wife were talking about that the other day. And we've been noticing that the past few weeks, and it's like, you know, I get to having my bad days, and he always seems to be right beside me. And we just thought that was kind of strange because it's not like we teach him anything. We just let him be him, and he's kind of like one of the kids.
I remember
adapt to his goofy personality.
When I first got Mayday, I was playing with her in the apartment, and I threw a ball, and it just got right in the middle of this whole big bird's nest of wires, you know, for the computer, the TV, the cable, the internet, just a bunch of freaking wires. And most dogs, I noticed, when they, you know, especially when they're just pups, they'll go head first and, you know, tear things up just to get that ball to get back to you. And Mayday would go up to the ball and just gingerly paw at the ball until she could get it free from that rat's nest. And that's when after it was free, then she went nuts with it. But she made sure to be very careful around those wires. And it wasn't something that was taught to her. That was just something that she showed right away.
Oh, that's cool. Just kind of. And I just read that. What is that? Chrissy Catcher said, my son took me to a pub on my birthday, and a guy came over to bother me, and that dog got up and immediately came over and sat by me. He left. Okay, wait a minute.
Son took me to the pub on birthday, and a guy came over to bother her. Then a dog got up immediately and came over and sat by her. So the guy left. So the dog saved her.
Yeah, right. And I'm sorry to hear that, T-girl. Our German Shepherd died the same year as her husband. He was 14 years old.
Yeah, that's heavy. Sorry about that.
Oh, dude, that's I still have my moments over Buster, because that was my best friend. That dog there, he was my best friend. That sounds weird, I know, probably, and strange, but he was.
No, I get it completely. I get it. People are full of nonsense. Dogs are more true than people are.
Right?
Amen, brother. Amen.
So, I don't know. It's just weird. Like it's strange. I definitely have a lot more faith sometimes in animals, because they're more predictable. Humans can be extremely unpredictable. So I also wanted to say something. So I think it's because when I was in junior school, right? But because in junior school, a lot of it's culturally quite big for a lot of people to just walk to school. It's definitely a big thing. I know internationally it's always a big thing to walk to school, but specifically here. And there was always a dog. There was a small little miniature Doberman Pinscher on my way to school as well. And it's those small little breeds, like the miniature Doberman Pinscher and those little Chihuahuas. Oh my gosh! Like, there's nothing more ferocious than if you had to get a Chihuahua and amplify the size of that by like 20, you'd have the most dangerous animal in the entire universe. I promise you, they are extremely, extremely dangerous when it comes, but not dangerous to people, but their temperament is something else.
They are the definition of little man syndrome.
Yes, it's true.
And I guess if you're looking at the heels of everybody, then that might put you in a bad attitude every day, I guess.
That's funny. And then sometimes you'll find people, they'll use them as like a purse dog, where they'll keep them in their purses around. And like they'll be loyal to that one person extremely, but then anybody else comes near that person, like, they just don't have any time. It's great. But I will say that they're extremely good at being like your smaller breeds are almost always the best for like being alert as well. Is getting the other dogs to kind of, just to wake up and to be assertive and that type of thing, because the small dogs
we're not too phased when our German Shepherd barks, but when our Maltese Poodle barks, then we know there's actually something, because she doesn't bark at nothing.
Yeah, she will only bark if there's something gone wrong, which is really strange, like that she knows, like the small little.
If there's someone here.
Yeah. But the German Shepherd will bark at a lot of different things. You know what I mean? Like, she just likes the sound of her own voice, I think. Yeah. But the Maltese Poodle is such a good dog. Awesome dog as well. I know that Rick that comes up occasionally. I don't know if he's here in the chat, but I know that he's also got one of those. I saw his Maltese the other day, but that was the original Maltese. That is really cool to see that.
Yeah, he's a trip. His little dog.
Summer, do you have one of those? Sorry, Rescue, go ahead. I was just going to ask if Summer has one of those Chihuahuas. But what she's saying there in the chat, she's saying that I have a little dog. She's a hot mess. That's our princess.
Polar bear in summer, by the way. Morning, evening, good day, wherever that's working.
Well, before my little Jax, he took off and didn't come back. I mean, he was a Chihuahua Jack Russell mix. And boy, that dog, if you even came close to the apartment, he was going off like an alarm. He did not like anybody around us.
Guardian, he's apparently Summers is a Havanese dog.
Yeah, I'm looking them up now. They look like a pretty happy breed. They don't look like they, completely different from the miniature Pinscher I was talking about. Like, that's a happy little breed. It's a little breed, that smaller dog
because it's got hair.
Yeah.
That's why.
friendly, cheerful, little happy dog. Those are great.
Little fluffy dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a Cocker Spaniel.
You know something funny? Sorry, go ahead, Rescue. All I was going to say quickly is just that, like, if you have dog hair allergies, Maltese poodles are extremely good because they have hair and they don't have dog fur. Sorry, go ahead, Rescue.
Just Ricardo's dog reminds me of Benji. Because just that little Maltese look and kind of the shaggy hair.
Yeah, they got a lot of, they've got so much attitude. I don't know. And also, your little Jack Russells are so good. It's amazing little dogs, but very naughty.
Oh, Lord have mercy now. My mom had one of those, and that dog was like, oh, my God. Now so I know why they discovered Ritalin, and it was for that dog.
They're similar to a boxer. Boxers are also the same. It's different type of bouncy, you know? Boxers are always like everywhere and jumpy. And
no, our neighbor's Jack Russell gets out like at least once a day. And then it'll go to like every other house because we live in a cul-de-sac. And it'll go all around the cul-de-sac to every other house because every other house has dogs. And it'll just go and upset the dogs at every other house. And then it'll just go with its little tail up in the air, running back to its house. Like, now it's accomplished its mission. Yeah. It's upset every other animal in the circle.
It's so funny because you can see it's doing it intentionally. Like, it's trying to rag and the thing is, the owners across the way, they get a little bit, they don't get upset, but they get bothered. And I think that's the Jack Russell's aim and mission, you know? So to accomplish what it was set out to do.
Go mark the territory. That's what they're doing is poking.
Kangals. I'm going to look at that now. I'm going to check what that is. So I've heard of the breed before. What is that other breed that we saw those are amazing. What is that other one? Yeah, these are really good. This is
about the big dog.
Yeah, I love that breed. What is that breed called again, love?
Oh, that's funny you say that, Silver Girl, that your dog learned the click of the wheelchair because, mine's picked whenever I hit the power button. It's his little head comes up and he comes over by me. It's like, where are we going? It's kind of cool.
So, these Kangals are extremely awesome. Like, what a great dog. And just in general, how powerful they are. The Kangal Shepherd dog. Obviously, when it comes to dogs like this, you should definitely make sure that you have all the time in the world to spend with them, any breed like this. But the thing is, if you are familiar with the Cane Corso, I don't know if you're familiar with the Cane Corso breed, that's also a monster of a dog. If you bring it up, so it's like CaneCorso, the Cane Corso, that is amazing right there. Like, I don't know.
They're incredibly expensive, though.
Yeah, very expensive dogs. I think I'd have to win the lotto to get one, quite honestly. Like, they're really expensive. But, you know, if you're going to go for big breeds like that, Kangal fits right in there with that type of breed. It's apparently, with just a little thing that I found out about them, just reading up here on Google, with an almost unbelievable bite force of 734 psi, the Kangal doubtless has the strongest jaw in the world. Bred in Turkey to bring down larger animals preying on sheep and other livestock, these pups are masters at neutralizing danger. Yeah, it's incredible. Like, if you need a guard dog as well, like specifically for that purpose, wow, what a breed.
Yep. Hey, Polar Bear, I saw you were in chat, and it just dawned on me. I wanted to tell you, sir, that I apologized the other day that I left you in backstage for so long. So I apologize. I think you're already gone by the time I realized what I had done. So now that you're here, I can go ahead and clean up that mess from aisle 4. But I apologize, sir.
Yeah, you still here, by the way, Polar Bear?
Sir?
I was just checking if Polar was still in the chat. I hope he is.
Kentucky is about to be hopping this way. It's Derby week. Oh, yeah. Derby time. Well,
yeah, the thing is, when you're looking at a breed, cost cost shouldn't always, if you've got to save up for a good breed, then that's the breed that you really want. I don't see that cost is really, I'm obviously speaking within realistic terms as well, though. I mean, like, if you got to pay a bit extra for a breed that you really want, 100% so. Like, I completely understand why somebody would do that. Because, I mean, it's a 10 to 15 year investment as well. So it's not like something that you're just spending a lot of cash on. Next year, it's going to be, won't be around anymore. It's also a friend of the family. So, yeah, I don't see a problem with it.
I got a rescue dog. Because, as a matter of fact, I never thought I would get another one after the other one died. That would hit pretty hard. But then I have a neighbor that rescues pit bulls that get out of situations. And sure enough, there was a litter that had been in the backyard. And they snagged him, so I got him when he was little. But I just have a rescue. So he's a pit bull boxer mix. About goofy as shit. But that's my kid.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's the thing. If you raise, it's all about that nature versus nurture thing that I was speaking about earlier, and just making sure that you give them a lot of love and that you give them attention and that you're not aggressive with them. Because the thing is, if you're aggressive, they're going to mimic that. If you're specifically aggressive at all times, and you're shouting and you're screaming, and you've got a lot of loud people around.
Bill Burr does an excellent skit about it, or an excellent bit about it, where he's because he's a very hyped up type of person, so he's always talking loud, and he gets angry at the TV and stuff, and then he's got this dog that mimics him, that also gets worked up the way he does, and then he had to go to therapy so that he could chill his dog out because his dog was feeding off of his energy.
Oh, wow. Hey, what's up, Ridge Runner? Aloha, brother. Well, see, now, our first dog, it was actually funny because if you saw him from a distance, you would think that, oh, my God, him and my son or him and my daughter were just he was tearing them apart because he would actually make all the sounds. His teeth would be showing. But it was funny because he would just open his mouth and they would have their arm in there and he'd just be making these sounds. But see, he just learned. Plus, I don't know, I think when it comes to animals, especially males, then you have to establish the alpha male persona. So you kind of, as long as you have that. That dog was something else. Actually made my wife nervous one night because he went into protector mode because I wasn't there. And some people had been backroading some kids and they stopped in front of the house. Backroading is what they call around here when they run around on back roads, basically. And they stopped in front of the house. Well, they were getting out of the truck and kind of switching seats and made my wife nervous. Well, the minute my wife felt nervous, all of a sudden the dog let out this real low tone growling. She said it freaked her out. And I said, well, that was because I wasn't around and he knew what his role was. He wasn't supposed to wait for me. He was supposed to do his job and he was doing it. That's all. What's up, Redneck Pepper? So that's, I don't know. I really think that a lot is interacting. He didn't eat supper until we ate. We literally sat down to eat and he would sit down to eat. I mean, went to sleep when we went to sleep. It just interacted, went to the doctor with me, sit in the van, watch TV in the van. That was funny. I actually had a dog that liked Westerns.
That's legendary. Yeah, they've got some strange characters sometimes. I'm not even too surprised that to hear something like that, because I've often heard of dogs liking specific shows. That's really cool. I've never heard of one like Westerns before, though. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, man, he was something else. He was so unique. We used to say there was something about him. Which this one's pretty cool. Our new one. We've had him a couple of years now, but Buster was exceptional. I don't think he ever knew he was a dog because I got him when he was so little, and I don't think he ever fully established that. What's up, Kino? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore anybody in chat. Morning, everybody. Good day, good evening, wherever that's falling. Glad you're here.
Yeah, what's up, Kino? Good to see you.
Mammoth Caves has a great campground. Carlsbad Caverns got some good caves. When you get done with Carlsbad Caverns in Texas, then you can go down there and you get you on a tube and you shoot down the Guadalupe River. That's the shit there. That's a good cruise. Boy, you'd probably love that, Guardian. You and your wife, and you get, because down here we have the Guadalupe River, and there's a section, and everybody, you go get in it on inner tubes, floats, whatever, on one end, and then you just float down the river until you get down to the end, and then you can get out, get on a bus, and they bring you back up. But man, the scenery, the view, crystal clear water, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, there's a couple of places, that I still have to go specifically. I know that we lost Ray. Maybe a signal drop.
Yeah. Lost Ray. Went to go get another cup of coffee or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that here in a bit as well. But yeah, I think that there's so much natural beauty out there that I would love to just travel and that type of thing. I think all of us would. It'd be great to just travel with a whole bunch of, even with this community specifically. There's some great people around, and just take a whole bunch of us, and if we had the money, like that Elon Musk type money,
Right.
just fly everyone everywhere for a while. Just take a whole bunch of 50 or 60 of us or something, and just go traveling the world together for a while. Man, that'd be fun.
We're gonna go check this out this week. Next week we'll go over here.
Can you imagine that type of money rescue?
Man.
So the first thing that I would buy when it comes to material stuff, because I'm not a very materialistic person, but there is some fun stuff, okay? Realistically, when it comes to money. Do you know what the Jet 1 is? What Jet 1?
Oh yeah, the Jetson one?
It's I don't know, it's called Jet 1. If you go to Google real quick and you type Jet 1, it'll come up with almost like a hover vehicle. It's amazing. It is so damn cool, Jet. I promise you, rescue. So yeah, click images there, because my wife brought it up on the side here. If you click images, it's not bringing it up properly. Let me see if I can bring it up and show you real quick. Like a mobile vehicle. Yeah, if you type Jet 1, it does not bring up the vehicle that I'm speaking about. It brings up a whole bunch of jets and private planes and stuff like that. Give me a minute real quick.
Okay. Is it an aerial vehicle?
Yeah, it's an aerial vehicle.
So that's the Jetson Arrow, and it's the Jetson 1. But it's Jetson Arrow. You talking about that one that's sitting? It's got like a quadcopter.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
Jetson Arrow?
I'd love to do crime prevention with that. That's my dream. For crime prevention.
It's funny. I sent a link to that to Bug Out yesterday to the Jetson 1. I saw a little marketing video on it. Because, dude, they're taking it out of their driveway right there, just getting in it and going up, and then flying out. It's that would be badass.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's taken us quite a long time, but in 2022, as humanity, I can say that looks like the closest that we're getting to having, mobile transport. And obviously, when the cars came out originally, everybody understands this concept, but when the cars came out originally, when automobiles were originally launched, it was extremely rare for people to have automobiles. And as technology improves over time, the latest technology gets a lot more affordable and accessible to everybody. So if you can imagine maybe in the next 50 years or so, the likelihood that would become a lot more affordable for everybody is really cool. The fact that we might actually be at that stage where we can start, moving around in the, remember the Jetsons cartoon, that type of style?
Accidents would be so much worse.
Accidents would be worse, yes. Malfunctions of vehicles when you're flying above and you've got air traffic, and then you have like air collisions and stuff like that. That would be really bad. Yeah.
Can you imagine though? So there's going to be like a mass pileup and mass death because the first person that clips the pedestrian on the side with a quad blade and decapitates somebody, everybody else is fixing to go into freak out mode and proceeded to wreck and crash. And there's just going to be like some massive pileup.
That have to implement dramatic safety measures that as soon as like a blade hits somebody or it senses if it's organic life forms around it, and then if it hits a bird, you're also going to go down. But the thing is, I don't know how you have like a kind of bouncy ball at the bottom of the vehicle.
I don't know.
Just
you can't even get them to control the stuff that's located on the ground. Now you're going to put them in the air, and they're not. I don't know if they can contain that.
Right. Yeah, have you seen what people do with vehicles?
That's it, and that's on the ground, much less flying through the air.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready yet, really. I think that, I don't know.
Maybe when the dust settles from all this right here, we might be ready.
Yes, possibly.
Because then when the dust will settle from this, then we'll start to come back. We'll actually maybe be able to apply some better philosophies and practices, so then we can end up on the better end of things. That's the goal anyway. I saw those, man, and I thought that's cool, especially like surveillance. Can you imagine like if you were doing any kind of mountain rescue, river rescue or something? I mean, you could just do a quick surveillance of an area.
Also, I think that having sorry, 1 second. As solar capability gets a lot better, we can also see that like having one of those with having like a mobile drone personal vehicle with the ability to charge itself via solar, then you're looking at something amazing. Like as somebody who loves motorcycles a hell of a lot, like I absolutely adore motorcycles. Like I get a funny feeling in my chest and my stomach whenever like any sort of bike rides past. And you know, like I've always felt that way. But when it comes to electric motor vehicles, motorcycles, I've always kind of, I wish that they would improve. I've always kind of been a dreamer when it comes to this. I can't wait for us to have electric motorcycles that, I know that we'll all miss the grunt and the core of having like, you know, the fuel-driven and gas-driven vehicles, but having an electric motorcycle and having the ability to charge it via solar capability so that you can never run out of fuel would be the most extremely awesome bug-out vehicle that you could ever imagine. If you could have 2 wheels, durable 2 wheels, and you have it like a very rugged off-road motorcycle as well, like something like maybe if you're looking at the Honda 550s, the Honda 500 cc's, those proper old original farm vehicles. If you're looking at that, but converted to electric with solar, oh man, nothing better in the world, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I love wind therapy. That's what I call it, because there's nothing about the sun on your face and wind in your face, and you just washes all the crap away. And man, I love riding. Nothing better than riding.
Yeah. Do you have a Boney at the moment? Do you have a motorcycle?
No, I sold it whenever all this happened. That's how I built my computer. I told my wife if I was going to sell my outside toy, then I was going to build an inside toy. So I used to have a Heritage Softail.
Nice, man. That's awesome. That's really cool. Like
That was my lazy boy.
Do you have you've obviously got all the memories with you, you know, that's the thing where you can just kind of like reminisce on it to a degree, and having indoor entertainment can be an incredibly good distraction. Like it can be so much fun sometimes. So, you know, the live streams and that type of thing too.
Yeah. Let's see if I think I got a picture. Pretty. Oh, that's one picture. Guess I could do that when we blow it up. No. That was it.
Yeah, that's nice, man. That's so nice.
Did
you travel interstate at times as well?
Oh yeah, I've had that all the way down to Daytona, all the way down for Daytona Bike Week, and then I've gone almost into El Paso, which for me is a long distance. It takes 2 days to go across Texas, I do believe, or a whole day constant driving.
Yeah. But those scenery out there that you've probably seen, you know, like you've seen some ridiculously awesome, you know, landscapes and just nature out there. That's one of the best things about being on the road. And you know, I always, for myself, I did about 10 years of pizza deliveries when I was younger, and I'll tell you how this is related to that in a moment. When I was doing within my youth as well, I started working at the age of about 14, 15, and then I've had a job pretty much ever since that. But when it does come down to being out there on the road and working as a delivery guy was really awesome back in the day. You know, it's something where you just get to have the air out there, and there's no boss directly over you all the time. There's no boss or manager or supervisor. So like, it's just you and the road and your delivery. And then once you do a delivery, you've done the delivery, you get that little bit of job satisfaction. You know what, that you, at the end of the day, you've worked a good day, then you did good work and stuff as well. And yeah, just I absolutely love the whole delivery, courier, truck driving, like anything that's, you know, that's out there on the road at times.
Well, that was a scruffy picture. Sometimes you look at a picture of yourself and you go, holy crap, that's a butt ugly looking picture. This is when I had my beard, when it was fuller. And that was riding.
Yeah, bro. That's so awesome. You know, the funny thing is you guys are allowed to do that. We've always had a very strict helmet law in South Africa. Like, we've never been able to ride without a helmet. So, like, wherever we ride, I understand the safety behind it, right? But there's certain bikes that you just can't kind of, you know, like if you have any sort of cruiser, having a helmet, I do understand the logic behind it, but I mean, you don't get the wind air, nothing like that.
I don't understand the logic, because that's the same thing as if you wanted freedom of speech, you want the freedom of decision. Well, that helmet, you wearing that helmet does not save anybody other than you. So it ought to be your decision.
Yeah, no, I get that.
That's like the seatbelts always get me. Seatbelt mandatory. It's like, so we can't like apply laws to maybe make driving safer, but what we can do is punish people for not wearing a seatbelt that only affects them if they get in a wreck. Doesn't save the person they hit. Oh, what's up, Polar Bear? Here, I can put a link up for you. There's a link for you, Polar Bear. But yeah, that's one thing I've never agreed, because it's just a choice thing. And unless you're doing something that's going to save other people, then really you're just taking away my choice to decide for myself.
Yeah. No, your amendments are amazing. The certain laws that you have in the States are something that not everybody understands how amazing they are until you're living there. And when you don't live there and when you don't have those, it's interesting. Welcome to the panel. Good to see you, man.
What's up, Polar Bear?
What's up?
How you been, dude?
I had to join up because I heard a little something about the freedom of speech.
It's always a good thing to advocate for, right?
Yeah. If you look in the United States of America, and you look at our Bill of Rights, and you look at all the rights that we have, the greatest, most powerful right that we have is the right to the freedom of press and the freedom of speech. That is the greatest right that we have.
Well, they hand in hand with the Second Amendment.
Yeah, well, I mean, that shit don't even need to be on there. Like, that's just like that. I mean, for
Yeah,
me,
but see, it's the meaning, Polar Bear, because that's
No,
people forget
but
that. It's
I
like
get it,
Second
I get
Amendment
it.
over a tyrannical
the right
government,
to
which
a-
is basically what we got right now.
well, no, and I get it. The right to a well-regulated militia and the right to bear arms. Like, for me, that shit don't even need to be written down. Like, you should have been knowing that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? The best way for me to explain this, like a motherfucker shouldn't have to tell you they got the right to bear arms. You know what I mean?
Well, but you could ask somebody like Guardian or something if they got that same right, and they don't. So there's something to establish in that, and that's how you defend that First Amendment.
What Guardian? He don't got the right to bear arms?
No,
Not in the same way.
No, we do. They
it's-
just make it.
Extremely different.
You're a convicted felon, or you live in a different
No.
country?
different
Oh,
country.
no. I live in a different country. I don't have any misdemeanors or felonies.
That's what I'm telling your country is it don't even need to be written down. That's a God-given right in my mind, is the right to bear arms. It's the right to protect yourself. How can you take that right away?
Hence the uniqueness of the United States of America.
Thank you. Love my country. And look, people get it confused when I say that I love my country, and they're like, well, what about this senator or this governor? Hey, I don't need to love my government to love my country.
Oh no, I love my country. I despise my administration, but I love my country.
Thank you. I like this. The rest of me and you, we got a lot the same. We think a lot the same.
What's up, Indy? How are you, sister? And what's up,
I'll-
Racehorse, Patrick?
I'll say fuck the federal government all day long. I'm more for state government. Isn't that the whole reason why we got states?
Oh, I live in Texas, so I live in one of the best states.
Yeah. Guess what? Hey, for you viewers that are watching, when you go to work, you got a job, right? And you go look at your paycheck, and it says this is coming out for taxes, that's coming out for taxes. Let's say you live in Indiana, and then it's going to say Indiana state tax. That's coming out of your check. In Texas, there's no such thing. Texas doesn't have a state tax on earned income.
Nope.
And depending on how much you make, that's a big number.
The state of freedom.
Or even little. Let's say you make $50,000 a year. That could be like $3,000 a year that you're paying out to the state. For what? But no, rescue. Ultimately, at the end of the day, let me say this: I love the fact that you play that background music. You're the only stream that I join that does that. I think it's dope. Number two, freedom of speech is my favorite right because it's the only right that they can't take from me. I'm a convicted felon. They've taken many rights from me. Many. I can't vote. I can't even hold a gun. I can't hold your gun.
Now,
That's
what state
fine.
are you in?
I live in Illinois.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But-
See,
but
in
I'm-
Texas, because I'm a two-timer.
Yeah.
So, but in Texas, I can have a shotgun on my property, state law. So, and you can get your right to vote back too.
Well-
I actually went decades not thinking I could vote.
Well, yeah. I've heard tell that I can get that right back. But fuck, for what? Your vote don't mean shit.
Because that's what gives you skin in the game, brother. That's what gives you skin in
Yeah,
the game.
They put in there whoever they want to put in there. We know
But
that.
if you don't participate, then you
But
don't get
I'll
no
tell you.
say.
Well, hold on. I'll tell you this much though. Those
Morning,
votes do matter on a smaller level, like voting for your county sheriff, voting for your
Your
city
county
manager.
clerk,
Yeah,
your
stuff
county
like
DA.
yeah,
Those are
stuff like
important
that,
because
yeah.
that's the next step that he's actually doing. I know
Well,
in
yeah.
Texas, he made a big push. Soros did with his money to try to flip the DAs across the state
Yeah.
because that's the next step of turning the state blue.
those votes do matter. You can't those votes will get kept. But as far as the president, then that's bullshit. They're
We're
gonna put
gonna
whoever
get
they
there.
want in. Come on.
We're going to get there.
But
We can
But
call
no,
it
the
hopium
freedom
if
of
we
speech-
want, but we're going to get there. We're cleaning the shit up.
at the end of the day, that's the one right that they can't take away from me. They can't take away the freedom of speech, and it's the
Well,
most
actually,
powerful one.
they're working on that right now because
Yeah,
you
I've
heard about
of
their
these.
latest little thing with their
Well,
Ministry of Truth shit.
I've
They
heard
have their
about.
new little misinformation division now,
Yeah,
and
well,
the batshit crazy chick that's over it too, dude.
I heard when Obama was in office, he made no free speech zones.
Well, yeah, no, this
How's
chick
that
just got
possible?
appointed. They just established this little commission shit or whatever it is. I'll have to try to find the story on it. What's
I
up,
don't know.
Auntie Jake?
I mean, I love the freedom of speech. The pen is mightier than the sword, definitely.
But you realize now, Polar Bear, that means that we need to hold on to the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence,
Resto.
and the Constitution. We need to hold on to those because without those, we don't have those rights.
Rescue. One time, an old head told me. He said, "Your rights are like muscles. If you don't exercise them, they're going to atrophy and they're going to die and become useless."
Yep. Well,
if we don't exercise our rights and we don't use them, if we just keep letting them fucking push us over, then our rights will become meaningless.
Yep. It's time. That's why I say you need to look into voting. That way you got skin in the game. You got some say.
Voting, I'm going to run.
There you go.
All right. I could be president. I could be president, but I can't vote for myself. How fucked up is that?
Dude, I want to show you something, man.
Oh, yeah. You got that red flag, baby.
Yeah,
man. Red.
All red. Look at all the red over there. All red everything.
Yeah, man. It's cool I just wanted to represent and just show you as well. It's something that I've got quite a sentimental piece of that for myself.
Guardian,
I've looked at a lot.
Guardian Prepper, you are blessed. Red is the color of the gods.
I'm almost
now. What representation is the red for you?
Yeah.
Well, me?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you and then Guardian, I guess.
Oh, well, for me, like I live in the St. Louis area, so St. Louis Cardinals. It's all red over here. Red, it's all red everywhere you go.
Sports related. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't sure which way that was going. I was kind of going, damn, Polar Bear with red. That's kind of, now this might be a new one, but we're in 2022, so maybe so.
a little gang related too, I'm not in a gang, but like the gangs around here wear red, so you're not gonna wear the wrong color, you know what I mean?
No blue for you?
Fuck no.
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know, the whole red and white, Star Spangled Banner is why I've also got a lot of the things that I have with red specifically, but my whole channel is blue. Like, so I do enjoy, the both of them. The reason why I've always enjoyed blue, the color, because of the kind of, it's almost like a color that for me, just represents kind of but if you look hard enough into nature and you look into the mountains a lot, I know that you'll think that it's always green, but if you look within the mist and if you look far into the mountains, like the mountains that play at the back, you'll always see that like there's a common blue, like a light, dark blue. That's almost like a blue color that comes in. And so the red color for me represents always like the US, and that's why I love red as much as I do, red and white. And then blue as well, because it's also in the US flag, and then it's just a color that I always, I feel close to. It's weird.
Hell yeah. Well, I like blue because that's the color of my eyes, but then I also love my red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Because I just love my country.
It is a country worth loving.
And, see, that's just it. It's like, and nowadays people try to make it sound like if I love my country, but I love other countries too. And I want them to be better, but people act like you got to give up one for the other, and you don't. You just, you always start with your own living room before you help the neighbor. So you got to start in your own yard first.
I got to ask you a question, Rescue.
All right.
You ever seen this movie called 1984?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see both of them?
What do you mean both?
Well, the original is like a black and white one from the 40s.
Oh, okay, yep.
And then there's like I guess they remade it in 1984 with John Hurt.
No.
You know, I haven't seen the second one yet. I watched the first.
I've seen the original. I didn't know they redid it. I'll have to check it out.
Man, I'm like, my brother-in-law showed it to me tonight. He's like, look at it, and like the dude comes home, and it's like all Big Brother, and apparently that's where the term Big Brother came from. And I'm like, wow, bro, like maybe one day it is like that. You know what I mean? If we don't exercise our rights.
Oh, dude, that's the same. I mean, it's history. I mean, that's the brown shirts from back over there. That was the same concept. It was, people think that he went, like when Hitler first got in, that he automatically went there. It's just like, if you'll go look at history, it was a slow disinformation that went in until he finally convinced them that, oh, well, we need to come up with our own force that can do this. Hence the brown shirt thing got introduced, and then it slowly started to shift into, next thing you know, they overwhelmed the things, and it was, you either give in or we'll do you in. And the next thing you know, there we go. This right here is this isn't hard for me to see though. It's a CEO, dude. They're trying to go global just because the population of the world, it's the money, a bunch of greedy people, and they just assume take this to a board table that controls everything, and then here's the little labor forces in different countries.
Right.
And it's like, nope, not happening on my watch anyway.
Right.
What's up, Tony Lee? Morning, everybody. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever that's falling for you. Glad
Morning,
you're
good
hanging
evening,
out.
good night, whatever it may be.
That's it. Yeah, because
It's
some
not
people...
like- I like you, Rescue.
Well, thank you. You're on a very short list, I'm sure, sir.
Wait, what?
I said, well,
short
thank
list
you.
of people that like you?
Yeah.
Well, you're on a short list of people that I like.
Oh, well, then there you go. Yeah, I don't usually make the popular list very much.
Well, you know who else wasn't popular? Jesus.
This is true, sir. Man, I tell you, that's the only reason I do this. Otherwise, I just go back to being antisocial. Hell, I did months in solitaire. I could do this.
Oof, oh. I mean, I don't know where you was at or what it was like over there, but like they only let us shower 2 times a week. It'd be 3 o'clock in the morning when they come get you. They'd fucking cuff you naked all the way there, cuff you to the wall while you're there. You had to shampoo and soap and all that, shower and brush your teeth with one hand with cold water. Yeah, man, it like that. The hole over there it wasn't nasty. I mean, it was clean, but like it was.
Well, the first, I was back in the 80s, and the first farm that I went to, both farms were in Texas. So I did a Texas vacation.
Wow.
The first farm was called the Gladiator Farm, and it was for 17 to 21.
Yeah.
And all you did was beat the dirt all day, and then
A
you fought at night.
Thunderdome, baby.
And then the second trip was to a farm called Eastham, which was called the House of Pain. There's actually, you can look up news shit on that. That's where a lot of the real big riots happened back in those days. But that was
If you don't mind me asking, what'd you do time for?
the first time, believe it or not, the actual charge was forgery.
Really? Okay.
Yep. But
Did
it was
you do it?
well, yeah, but it was horseplaying, and it was actually would have been nothing, except that I was hard-headed, so I kind of went before the judge 9 times, and then the last time he had put me in a restitution center and kind of had an altercation. So then I went right back before him that afternoon.
Yeah,
And then that's when he told me, he goes, "You're just not going to get it, are you?" So then I went the first time.
You was young, dumb, and full of cum.
That's it. And then the second time, I got out and hit the ground running, and I became a meth monster for a while, and I was a biker thug.
Yeah.
And then I went back the second time, and that was a robbery with bodily injury, because basically he sold some smack, owed me some money, came in the the topless bar that I ran at the time, and I ordered a picture of kamikazes, and I'm like, wait a minute, if you got money for that, you got my money. And no, whack. Okay, next thing I know, I get robbery.
How you rob somebody that owe you money?
Well, I don't think they actually considered illegal narcotics as a legitimate product.
I'm being your lawyer over here. Like, how can my client rob somebody who owes him money?
Dude, I could have fought both of those and I'd have won, but I don't know. I've always been that way. Cause see, I'm from the old days, and it was their job was to catch you. Your job was to try to get away. If they did their job better than you did yours, well, then that's just what happened. And it was a different take on things back then. And then, of course,
they I don't mean to cut you off, Rusty, but they got me. They got me good. They sent in the old friendly face, you know what I mean, to talk me into coming down to the station and tell my side of the story. You know what I mean? And then like, bro, looking back now, they fucked me. They got me to talk and then had me sign my Miranda rights away.
Now, Polar Bear, I'm going to have to go ahead. Let me ask you something. So you say you got jacked, but let me ask you now, in all honesty,
I did it.
When you were there, you go. So
I did it. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not really mad. Like, you know, I did it. You know what I mean? But, like, you know, they was dirty how they got me, though. Because all I had to do was shut the fuck up. They had nothing on me but my time.
All you had to do, too, was not do it.
So, I don't know if you guys are familiar.
That damn reflection shit always kicks ass.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys, because Polar Bear, you said it right there, right? Sometimes, like, us talking is the thing that, like, ends up getting us into the biggest trouble, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, have you seen? I don't know. I watch a lot of interrogations and that type of thing on YouTube, right? I watch a lot of that. Yeah, and it's so good. And what you said right there is golden, because it's like the things that we say, we put ourselves, like, we end up, they give us a bit of rope. You know what I mean? They give us rope, and we.
If you get arrested, or if they take you down to the station, they start asking you questions, you say, "I'm not talking without my lawyer." Shut it down. Don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Even if you're innocent, don't say anything without your lawyer.
Well, yeah, I would. Yeah, that's definitely for sure.
True, 100%, bro.
Don't say nothing. I learned that lesson the hard way, but that's okay. You know, like, I did it. Like, I mean, I did do it. I did it. Like, I pleaded guilty. I pleaded guilty. You know,
that was me. Hey, the second time I went though, I used to. When I first got out, I did the typical, you know, the system's screwed and I bullshit, and then I had an epiphany moment and realized that was God's way of waking me up, because I was a meth monster going straight to hell at 110 miles an hour. And so that was, I wouldn't have slowed down if it had to go for that metal door collapse.
God stepped in.
Yep. It's like this, where I'm at right now. This was a humbling, my physical shit, because otherwise I wouldn't be.
For me, Resco, it was when my mom came and visited me the first time. She had to leave out of there, and I'm watching her leave out of there, and she's like crying. You know, I'm like, I'm 18 years old, you know, and I'm like, I'm watching my mother cry. Fuck all the shit that's going on back at the cell block. Like, I saw a dude get killed over a 13-cent soup. You know what I mean? Like fuck all that. Like, my mom crying, walking out of that visiting room broke me. And I was like, I'm never coming back. That was 1999.
See, my problem was,
never been back.
I grew up going to one of those places on visitation.
Yeah, but yeah.
So like, it totally was desensitized for me. I didn't get it. That's why the first time I went, the lights didn't come on.
Yeah, it was just part of the process. You were like,
oh, dude, that was a place that had a soda machine and it had a snack machine, and you go down this and you get some sodas and some snacks, and you take them over here and stick them to the thing, and then you go sit down and you shoot the shit. You talk.
You're like, hell yeah.
It had no
effect.
Didn't sink in. And then life really changed when I met my wife, my current wife, and she told me she was pregnant. And the minute that those words came out, it changed everything. That's
Yeah.
everything. 24/7 became located around my kids.
Same here. Same here. I tell my oldest daughter, she's 19. I tell her all the time. I said, you saved my life. If not for you, like I'd be in prison right now. Like I really would, because like, you know, there's a part of me that's not a good guy. You know what I mean? There's a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you know, and but my family brings out that good in me, and I stay good because of my family.
My mom was my best friend. We got sober together, and she stayed sober. I didn't though. And it's a long story. I'm sure most people have been heard me say this before. But my parents got divorced, but they were best friends. So while they got divorced, I actually grew up with them being best friends and talking to each other all the way till they died.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, and my step parents were all four of them were friends with each other. It's like my stepmom actually gave my mom a china cabinet whenever they went to remodel and shit like that. It was just, so I didn't grow up with all the negative. But at the same time, my mom had her own issues, alcohol. We got sober together, rehab. She became a counselor. I became a counselor. Then I said, yeah, okay, whatever, this shit, book shit. She stayed with it, and she was always my grounding spot for a while. Like I said, once my kids came onto the scene, that's your God-given job. It doesn't get no better than that. When you get handed that job, you're responsible. And that's what I talk about here too, is, you know, we talk about the shit fixing to come down, and it's kind of like, okay, well, when it's all over, what message are we carrying? Because you know, and I try to remind people, when you go in that store and you have that cashier chick that's like a smart ass or a snarly bad mood or whatever, well, somebody raised her. So remember the message that you're sending to yours, you know. And so and if everybody encourages that, then we end up with a better generation of youngins, because they're carrying this forward. You know,
having children is a telltale test. You know what I mean? Like the real you is going to come out. You're either going to step up to the plate or you're not. You know what I mean? And those of us that stepped up to the plate, the real us came out. Well, the real them too came out that didn't step up to the plate.
This is true. Yeah, the real coward that ran.
Yeah.
What's up, Miss Cindy?
I've said this before. And, you know, I love the woman to death. I couldn't imagine hating her. I've been with her more years than I can count, Rescue. Even if I grew to hate her, I would never leave my children. Never.
Oh, yeah. Me and my wife been together for 32 years. So that's...
God bless it.
Oh, that's it. The grace of God.
Yeah, God bless it. God bless it.
But that's my dad. See, I grew up, my dad always used to say, because that's why him and my mom were still friends. He said, don't ever talk shit about your ex-wife, because you chose her at one point. So at one point, she meant the world to you. So
she still means the world to me.
That's it.
Not my ex-wife, you know.
Hey, dude, believe it.
I have an ex-wife.
So I got an ex-wife, and we were married for just a little over a year. And but watch this. So, dude, everything about me is an anomaly. I got to tell you, my mom even used to laugh, going, "You need to write a book," because it's just the weirdest shit, dude. But
like a movie.
So my ex-wife and my wife were actually best friends. My kids and my ex-wife were all best friends.
You whore.
My ex-wife is actually the most Christian woman that I know.
But it didn't work out. That's okay. It didn't work out. That's okay.
And it was all on me when it didn't, though.
That's okay. That's okay.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I think she saved whoever her husband. I think he needed her, and I needed mine. So everything. Right. And then with mine, I actually brought my two children onto the playground, so they're now entered the game. So
you know, in hard and dark times, rescue, there's a little saying I like to say. It happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen, the way it was always going to happen.
That's it. It was supposed to be.
Well, it happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen, the way it was always going to happen. There was no changing it. Doesn't matter what you did, there was no changing it. It happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen, the way it's always going to happen. I say, I see that beard white. I think that beard need more. Yeah, man. I got to comb it a lot. I mean, it's like, you know, like you got long hair, you got to brush it, you got to comb it, you got to take care of it.
Oh, dude, those are the best. When you stick that in there and rub that bad boy on that skin, it's like, oh, yeah. I think I'm going to grow mine back out because I'm about tired of trying to shave. Standing up there is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I like to brush it a lot. Keep it soft. I like to keep it soft. Smoother than a duck's bottom.
Mine gets wiry like a wire brush.
Well, you got to brush it. You got to hit it. You got to hit it.
Oh, I do. It's just my hair, and it's so funny because this hair here is as coarse as a wire brush, but the hair on my head is like baby fine hair.
Bro,
but then that's why there's hardly any up there.
Are we not the same guy? Because the hair on my head's the same way. It's fucking thin, straight as an arrow. You know what I mean?
Baby fine.
But down here, curls going everywhere.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, I can stick a comb in that bad boy. It don't even take nothing.
Well, not right now because I comb it so much. But yeah, man.
It's so cool. It's just.
Yeah, just leave it in there. Just leave it in there. You gotta walk around like all day long. Just walk around with it. Yeah. What's up?
What's up? Wait, do I need to turn my head a little bit like
that? Yeah. What up, Dow?
I know. Now just give me a little baggie poking out my bucket up here.
Little bag of a gown shit.
Since it's hanging there, I might as well put it to work.
Shout out to Fine and Chemo, dropping my link for my channel in the chat. That's what's
up. We share things around here, dude. This is create a virtual living room to hang out and chill.
I mean, my videos don't reflect who I am on a live stream. On the live streams, I'm me. In my videos, I play a character.
Who are you in your videos?
Save the Polar Bear 79.
What's the difference between them and you?
You'd have to go watch my videos and then you would see.
Well, I mean, are you like louder or calmer or like more? Like, is there a personality difference? Like you're all chill here, but you're not chill in your videos?
Yeah, no, not chill in the videos at all.
More energetic?
Yeah, more like pissed off in the videos.
Ah, there you go.
Hold on.
Chrissy Cat, I'm so jealous you guys can grow beards. I'm not sure. Chrissy Cat, maybe I kind of thought you was a man. So
well, if you're a girl, you can grow a beard on your pussy. Whoa!
No, polar bear.
We're not allowed to say that? All right.
Well, I'd rather not. No, sir.
My bad.
You got it, brother. But Chrissy Cat, I thought you as a female, so then you wouldn't really want to grow a beard, would you? And Hit Cal wanting a beard to brush. Y'all are something else. You brush your hair. I ain't got no hair. I ain't gonna gripe. Oh, I wish I had hair.
Yeah, it sucks. Like, I enjoyed having longer hair when I was younger because of the whole outdoor thing all the time and surfing and skating and, you know, just that whole hippie almost movement type of thing. I always liked that lifestyle and just being outdoors in general. And my hair was like down to my neck, right? And my hair started thinning when I was like in my earliest 20s. And I just kind of gave up on it, like midway through my 20s, where I knew that like it wasn't really an option for me anymore. And since then I've just had to keep it like bald because I'll show you. So my receding hairline is like over here already, right? from where it is. I've got like hair growing like a little bit here, and if it grows back, it's just like terrible. So if I keep it like bald, it's fine, right? Like, but if I do that, I'm so jealous because this is like, I don't grow much when it comes to like a bookie or a beard or anything like you guys have. Like, I've got a bit of sideburns that grow, but they're still like too fluffy to really grow out as like sideburns. Like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want them to grow like on the sides. Like, I do plan on eventually growing a bit of a beard when it does decide to. And then I've got the one thing that does grow really well is my moustache. So like, my moustache grows like really, really big and puffy if I let it, like completely. It's the
you need to let that bad boy grow out and get you some of that wax and wax that bad boy out here. Get you a little.
I don't know, man.
Dudley Dastardly or whatever I think his name was back in the day.
Guardian Prepper. They got this movie over. They got this movie over in the States called Frozen, and they got the song says, "Let it grow, let it grow." Just let it grow.
Don't worry, dude.
I don't care what you think your beard looks like when you grow it out. It looks amazing.
That's it. What's up? Piss off.
I'll try it sometime soon, and then I'll see what happens with it part of it.
But no, I mean, you're gonna look in the mirror and you're gonna see patches. Doesn't matter. It's beautiful.
All right, I'll give it a. Also, I wanted to say thank you, and I genuinely will give it a shot. I will try it out for work sometimes. It depends.
Oh, they make you take it down. Yeah.
And then Frozen as the movie went everywhere internationally. It wasn't over in the States. Don't worry. Like, well, I don't know if you'd be worried or if you'd be happy either way about that. But Frozen was everywhere. I think internationally there isn't a place in the world that didn't like have a copy of the, even far places that you wouldn't expect to have a copy of Let It Go, that song. That's,
no, she says let it grow. She's talking about a beard. Let it grow, let it grow. That's what the fuck I heard.
No, man.
I don't know if they could watch that movie in China, though.
Well, I'll say something that's very surprising, and I'm being serious about this. I always look at the level of, we're speaking about beards and stuff, and I'll bring up another movie that's similar to Frozen, but that is not similar in any way, actually. The movie Encanto is quite a new movie. It's similar, it's the newest movie for the little ones and stuff as well. But I actually recommend that you guys, if you have a chance and you have to watch it, you'll see that there isn't really anything political. It's nothing like, you know what I mean? Like there isn't really an underlying agenda in any way. It's just a regular good old kids movie. You know what I mean? Like, and it's good and refreshing to see something like that. That's all I'm saying.
What's it called?
Like, Encanto. Like, it's not a Encanto, like Encanto.
Oh, okay.
Encanto, yeah. Like, it's the newest. You'll see it come up at some point. But I'm just saying, if you give it a bit of a watch, you'll actually be quite surprised that it's just a happy, good old movie. Like, it doesn't need to be more than it is,
I did like Inside Out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of them are good, man. Some of those movies, Inside Out was very, very good.
Very good.
Some of those movies were good.
Finding Nemo was amazing.
Right.
I'm still over here as an advocate. I'm willing to be a consultant on the screenplay for it. Finding Dory. Actually, they found Dory already, right?
There was another one that came out, by the way. Like,
they call it Finding Dory. They've called it Finding Dory. Now, you know what the next step is? Finding Coral.
I don't know.
No, you know who Coral is?
No.
Coral is Nemo's mother.
Oh, wow.
And she died. She got eaten by a barracuda.
Did you see it happen?
Oh, Lord.
No, it's a kid's movie. They're not going to show.
Did you see it happen?
It's a fan theory? Is that your fan theory part of it?
Yeah, you did. It happened on screen. Coral was still alive. Coral got knocked unconscious, shot out into a jet stream, Fucking Marlin took Nemo all the way far away from the reef as he possibly could. You ever seen a clownfish? They're about this fucking big. You know, and they're tiny. Like, you know what I'm saying? Finding coral. That's fine coral. People say she died. We didn't see her die. We didn't see it happen.
You know what I want to see more of, man? I want to see more of the, you know, those seagulls, those mine.
Ah, you're rats with wings.
I want to see more about them, bro.
Right? Yeah, bring them in there.
All right. As much as I love this conversation, it's like 11 a.m. in the morning here, and it's a public holiday, so I will probably be back in a bit, but I do need to head to the shops for a bit. Yeah, I need to head to the shops for a bit. I really enjoyed this chat, and thank you for just a bit of communication. I'll be back a bit later, though, guys.
Later, brother.
Coral. We got to find Coral. She's not
I'll
dead.
try to. I'll try to, man. And also check out your channel, Polar Bear, and sub.
Yeah, so you won't be happy. You won't like it.
You'll be surprised the things I like and the things I don't, man. Keep well, dude. Was nice chatting to you. Bye.
Later, brother.
We never saw her die off screen, man. She died off screen. It was suggested that she was killed. I never saw it happen.
Well, maybe they just didn't want to invest the ink.
I mean, think about other movies that you've watched. Where
you're also actually.
I thought that person died. Well, you never saw him die.
But you're expecting Hollywood to actually somehow come up with some moral compass and then decide to like write a new, show to finding coral and actually engage their brain.
That could be the 2025 4th of July summer blockbuster movie.
There you go. Oh, there you go. Amy said Coral's in protective custody.
We never seen Coral. We never seen Coral die. I didn't see her die. Did you? I didn't. What's up, Timmy?
Well, now, wait a minute. That doesn't mean she didn't die. That just means that maybe Hillary oversaw the thing because then you never see it.
You're on the wrong side of the chair. You know that, right? What are you doing? You got a cat over here on the wrong side of the chair. You know you're supposed to be over there. Over here. You know your spot's over here. I'm like Mr. Claw. You know where Mr. Claw is?
Damn, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Claw.
From Inspector Gadget.
Yep.
Maybe it was Dr. Claw. I don't remember his name. Something Claw.
Well, now you had Dr. Claw was Dan Aykroyd and damn, what movie was that? Remember he was Dr. Claw.
You want to talk about Dan Aykroyd movies? Wasn't Dan Aykroyd the one in
Blues Brothers?
Oh, what the fuck was that movie like? Like a bunch, it didn't make no money. A bunch of people hated it, but Nothing But Trouble. Remember that?
Nothing But Trouble. The name sounds familiar. I can't picture.
Look it up on your phone, and then when you see it, you might remember.
Look it up on my phone.
Or on your computer. I mean, some people. I don't know what kind of setup you got.
Shit, dude, my big old fingers. I hate doing it on the phone. I've told people before, all the people that do this shit right here on their phone, it's like kudos to you. Cause
yeah, I don't know. I do my computer. I'm like, why are you live streaming on your phone? That's a fact. Toy Story was good too. Nothing But Trouble. Chevy Chase, Demi Moore, Tupac Shakur, Dan Aykroyd.
That's the one that he directed.
No, he was in it too, and John Candy's in it. Did you ever see that one?
Well, it's in 91 American black comedy horror film directed by Dan Aykroyd in his directorial debut and written by Aykroyd. Based on a story by his brother Peter.
You never saw that one?
I don't think so.
Oh man, you gotta write that one down somewhere. You gotta check that one out. You'll like it. That's a movie from like our time. You know what I mean?
Oh, John Candy. Yeah,
John Candy plays two roles in it. He plays him not himself, but He plays a cop, and he plays his sister. It's a good movie. It's funny as hell.
Later, Ron.
I didn't like it, but I liked it.
Have a good one, brother. Did you get your laundry done, by the way? Just checking. I have to check that out. Yeah, it was laundry day for him.
He said, "What movie, Polar Bears?" It's called Nothing But Trouble, right? Nothing But Trouble.
Nothing but trouble.
Nothing But Trouble. Stars John Candy, Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Debbie Moore, Tupac Shakur. Wow. Who else? There's a lot of people. It's an old movie.
Well, that was back before comedy was illegal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Roger, Ron, get you some rest, brother. Me too, T-girl. I just, I take the best guess and hope that, people can understand. She was like, I have a hard time figuring out if people in the chat are male or female with names and no pictures.
You ever see that clip? The guy goes up to this other guy. He's like, how many genders are there? And the guy's like, oh, I don't know. I just got here.
Dude, I have a hard time with some of that. I'm so glad I don't live anywhere around the city because I could not interact.
Oh yeah. There's we call them transformers.
Dude, it's everything. It's the mask. It's that identity shit. It's this. Oh man, it's like I don't know what world all that shit's at. I've said that here before. I keep waiting for Ray Bradbury to knock on my door and tell me what episode I'm in of the Twilight Zone. Some crazy shit. I know how it be. Hey, don't, Chrissy Cat, see, you say that like that's a factual statement, but no guy would be named Chrissy. That is my name. My daddy called me. But see,
Chrissy Cat of all
you say that, and all of a sudden there'll be somebody chime in and chat or something going, well, I do, and that's the next thing you know, we'll have an issue.
Oh yeah, they're transformers, man.
Robots in disguise.
Yeah. So here you got the transformers, right? So when you got somebody who is born a woman who identifies as a man and they become a man, that's an Autobot. If you got somebody who's a man who identifies as a woman and then they become a woman, get boobs, all that stuff, that's a Decepticon.
Damn. Done killed the whole Transformers series for me now. I'll never see those movies the same.
Here's the thing, like, I don't care, like, you gay, whatever, I don't give a fuck.
Dude, I just feel for him because the mental issues behind that. I mean, you're apparently so miserable in your life that this is.
Well, but they're just gay. They're just gay, and that's okay. I don't care if you're gay. I got this saying, Rescue. It's none of your business what I do in my bedroom.
That's it.
So it's none of mine what you do in yours.
Dude, I've said that. I mean, I grew up. My best friend as a kid in school was a lesbian, so I'm okay with that. I don't care. And like I told my wife, I don't remember ever walking out the door, going to work, and then making sure I talk a certain way and I stand a certain way. I just was me. But all of a sudden, if you go there, well, you need to you're making it an image. And so, but then you're wanting to attack somebody for responding for the display that you put on. So you displayed that to get a reaction. And I just call it out for what it is. I'm not good with the word game shit. And it's just like, I don't nothing about my sexual preference
You're on the wrong
translates
side of
into
the
my
story.
the way I work, the way I walk in the store, the way I talk to people, the way I interact. None of that has jack shit to do with that. So if it does for somebody else, well, then they got issues. And Bridge Runner, I'm gonna identify as a lesbian in a man's body.
I can break the LGBTQ down for you if you're ready. I don't think you're ready.
Oh, you're either gay or you're confused and gay.
Let's go through the letters, right? L, lesbian. You're gay, so get rid of the L. G, you're gay, so let's keep it. Bisexual, meaning you want to have sex with people of the opposite sex and your same sex, you're gay. Let's get rid of the B. LGBT, transgender. You're a man who wants to be a woman, or a woman who wants to be a
We
man.
used to call them drag queens.
Yeah, but you're gay. So let's get rid of the T. Q, queer, you're gay. So you don't need all these letters. You're just gay. And that's okay. It's okay to be gay. I don't care. Look, as long as you're going to work every day and you're paying your taxes, I don't give a shit if you're kissing another man. I don't give a shit if you're kissing another woman. I don't give a damn what's going on in your bedroom, because it's none of my business.
Dude, I've been married to my wife for 32 years, and you know what? Never had the desire to just get down and grope each other in the middle of the grocery aisle. Never, just, that just never wasn't a thing. So wasn't to get all sexual in the public wasn't never a big thing. That just never seemed to come to mind.
I've grabbed that ass in the grocery store a couple times, but
you might do a little, but I just
little slap on the ass. She bent over too far.
You just, that's what, man, we're in such this emo state.
It ain't nobody's business.
And now with the whole digital age shit too, and now it's like,
fuck the digital age. What I do with my wife is none of your damn business. So what you do with, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. We need to.
My God told me not to judge, and my God told me to love my neighbor. That's what my God told me.
Oh yeah, but he also told me to hold people accountable. So, it's not for their actions.
Not for being gay.
Oh no, not that. I mean overall, all the hatred, all the hatred, all the ugliness. You don't cater to that.
You know what? Hey, you. It ain't for me to judge. You got to answer to God at the end of the day. When you die and go to heaven, you got to answer to Him. You ain't got to answer to me. It don't matter what I think.
That ain't my role to judge.
You got to talk to that motherfucker.
That ain't my role to judge. But I just think you hold people accountable, because that's. I don't know.
I live and let be.
I can, as long as it's not infringing.
Yeah, as long as you ain't bothering me, that's a different story. You talking about a different story. If they bothering you, that's a whole nother.
Well, but that's really what's going on though, Holder Bear, because you got basically it's like freedom of speech. Well, you got one group that screams stuff over here, and then you have this group over here screaming stuff. But each one will tell the other one that they shouldn't be screaming. Well, really, no, both have a right to scream. I know. Why don't we apply common sense and change what the hell you're hollering about? But it's like a bunch of damn tantrums. I like
how liberals talk about tolerance, but they're the most intolerant people.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
If they're so tolerant, oh my God, have you seen this? Have you heard about what they're trying to do in California?
Oh well, dude, really, Polar Bear? So you're gonna go, hey, have you heard what they're trying to do? And then you're gonna actually say California? It's like, I don't know. Give me a number at least so I can identify one thing on a list. So which one were you referring to?
They're trying to legalize abortion up to 27 days after birth.
Yep.
That's murder, motherfucker. Look, hey,
Dude,
Abortion-
this is the same state that also says
let-
that if you have AIDS, you don't have to tell nobody either.
Let-
You can
let-
do whatever with AIDS. That's a walking death sentence.
Let's pretend for a moment and take away the fact that abortion is murder. Let's pretend.
Virginia does that too, I believe it is.
I'm just saying, let's pretend that's not murder. But that fucking baby was born and alive for 27 days. How is that not fucking murder, bro?
Oh no, dude, it's just murder. That's one of
That
those
person has a
dissected-
social security card, has a birth certificate.
Well, it's not even that. No, that baby was born before that. And unless you can tell me somebody that's got four lungs, 2 brains,
I wish
4
I had
legs,
4 lungs.
4 arms,
I'd
because
get 2
otherwise
lungs
that's a
already.
person. That was a person months ago. So
Well, no, I get what you're saying. Don't think that I'm pro-abortion because I'm
no,
not.
but there's, and I'm not saying nothing about I get what you're saying, but it's just, that's just me. I see that as that's a problem. I automatically, if you have a
We're trying to
problem,
start a
then you need
war
to go
over there.
to a solution. Otherwise, if you don't need a solution, then you don't have a problem. Well, they have a problem, and that problem goes back to identifying human life. And it's just become so desensitized. And now, hopefully, maybe that's now reached enough to get everybody's attention. But I mean, dude, abortion as a whole, how come somebody ever step back going, wait a minute, if we're having this issue, why don't we go one more step and go back to teaching our children to either keep it tucked in or to keep them closed? Oh, no, because then that would mean that we need parents to be parents, and you don't want to do that shit. So let's just pick this topic, and we'll say abortion. Yeah, that's the easy way out of this. Then we don't have to address anything. But we need parents back in action. We need to bring back a moral compass.
Can I tell you a personal story?
Yes, sir. I can barely hear you, but yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm coming. So, my middle child and my youngest child are Irish twins, if you know what that means.
Irish twins.
So
You have to refresh my memory.
they're less than a year apart.
Okay.
So the old lady had my middle child, and then very shortly after that came to me crying and was like, I'm pregnant again, and like this kid is going to be born like a week after the other kid's first birthday. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So like,
My 2 are that way, by the way,
Yeah.
Polar Bear.
Yeah.
My son and my daughter are that way.
yeah, that's Irish twins. There's 2 weeks of the year where they're the same age. You know what I mean? So, she's crying. And she's like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" Because she's obviously, like we just had a baby. We already got a year-old baby. And I said, "Ain't no reason to cry. There's reason to celebrate. This is another member of our family. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is awesome. And it was awesome, and it's still awesome. You know what I
That's
mean?
it.
Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude, that's the gift of God.
Well,
That's the breath of human life comes out, and it's your responsibility to provide, enjoy, educate, teach, and lead.
If you find yourself and being a man or a woman, and you're in a relationship, and the woman becomes pregnant, and that's a problem, then you need to reevaluate your life.
Sorry, I saw my name.
It was not a problem. It's another member of your family.
Oh, that's it.
You know what I mean? It's not a problem. It's a cause to celebrate.
Well, see, we've left the word game take over and shift the narrative.
And I don't want to hear about all this. Oh, well, we don't have enough money. Well, you shouldn't have been fucking. Should have been busting nuts between legs then.
Well, that's just it. See, when you get parents back in the game, and then you can raise children to be young adults, to then grow into be adults that have common sense. Hey, Summer. Morning, evening, good day. But it's just because but see, somewhere along the way, dude, it's like abortion came out as,
Somebody's
like,
in the backstage.
huh?
Somebody's in the backstage.
No?
Are you sure?
Yeah?
I thought I heard the little noise. I'm
No?
tripping.
Tripping. Dude, somewhere, I mean, think about that. I mean, we went from a time when when a person got pregnant, it was just, that's what it was. It was just, this is a gift from God. So, okay, you go through it and then you come out and you raise it and it's part of your family and there it is and you raise. And then we started to slowly separate parents from children, the public school systems, the message in general. And then all of a sudden we ended up with some pregnancy and it became issued as a problem. And then, oh, look, we have this thing, abortion. And then that became an excuse. Hey, Summer. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I got my medicine in order. So,
What's your medicine you take?
yeah. So I live in Texas.
Yeah.
So it's not Illinois. So there's no medicinal or recreation.
Oh, don't incriminate yourself. Yeah, we got both over here. But like, it's crazy for the to get it at the medicinal price and to be able to grow. People with a medical license can grow. People with recreation can't grow. Recreation, you have to just go buy, and the tax rate is high. But you know, you pay to play.
Out of curiosity, so like, do they in the shops? Is it by the gram?
I mean, you could buy gram pre-rolls, but you know, typically the smallest one's like 3.5 grams. You can get 7 grams, 14 grams.
So what is 7 grams run you?
All right, hold on. Let me hit this up real quick. I get text messages. Now here we go. What you want? 7 grams of flour?
Yeah. What's the average of 7 grams of flour?
All right, hold on. Let's see. We have that. Shop brick. I gotta put the filter on because they got edibles, all of this. Categories. No. That's not right. Filters. There. All right. Hold on. Categories. It's got to be under the categories. Flour. There we go. Flour. All flour. All flour. So right now I'm looking at let's say this one right here. You want Sunset Skunk, $54.40 for 3.5 grams.
Holy shit!
Add. Hold on. Add to the cart. Now let me go to my cart. And to go to checkout with the tax is $66.42.
Good God!
For that 3.5.
Damn, 3.5 for $66.
But that's that one particular strain. You know, and you know, you got cheaper alternatives.
Most flowers are $10 a G. So.
Well, yeah, on the street for sure.
Yeah.
That's
why I was kind of curious to see just how much, you know, because Big Brother's getting involved, so.
Oh yeah, a lot of this tax, you know, that's that thing, overhead. They got to pay their.
That's the minute that's the thing.
It ain't one guy selling it. There's like 20, 30 employees, you know. But what I typically buy is this, what they call ground. So,
Just there it went on the floor. You just dump it all on the floor?
I dumped half it on my leg,
Oh hell.
half it on my chair. Ain't that something?
Man.
Let me try to survive some of it. That shit just jumped out of my head. Did you see that?
Like, no.
Oh,
I get that was E for
Look,
African.
look, there's some on my shirt.
Oh hell.
You know, in a normal situation, I'd be like super pissed.
See, back in the day,
it's
there
weird.
was these cool little things that everybody that partook back then used to use around here, and it was called Sonic drive-in trays.
Oh,
And those were like the best because everybody had it stuck under the chair or the couch. And then so anytime you had that out and about, it was always a nice big tray in your lap. So if shit like that happened, it all fell in this big tray.
that's funny. I just like a lot of that, but I don't care.
Oh man. Are you on a carpet floor or hardwood floor?
And I don't. I got child floor with rugs, but I don't care.
Oh.
I don't care about none of that. It's just weed.
And this is true, Tony. It's a plant and it should not be like this.
It's just weed. It's just weed. Look, it's all on me. It's all over. It's all on me. Hey man, let me try this again. So like it's already ground up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I lost like shit. I think I lost like half. But I don't give a
Dude, that sounds like my mom whenever I was young. Dude, she used to, because when she kind of part of her before she went into rehab, but she was an alcoholic, but she got into smoking, but she was like the best customer. She actually paid extra so that she could get, like if she got an ounce, then half of the ounce was all broke up and all ready for her pipes, and then the other half of the ounce was all rolled up. So she would get it and they were already pre-rolled and then already broke up. Dude, when I would go sneak in her room and get into her stash, it was the easiest thing because you could just go ahead and get 2 or 3 pre-rolled and get a big scrape of the breakup for a bowl. She used to have all the little fancy little marble type little pipes. She was just, I don't know. My mom was a trip. Put it like this, dude. When Pink Floyd came up with The Wall, me and her both were sitting outside the record shop waiting for that album to get released. So that's how cool my mom was. She was cool, baby.
waiting for the wall.
That's it. You ever heard of Gillies?
What's that?
You ever you know the movie? I think it's called Urban Cowboy.
Yeah.
Got old John Travolta in it.
Is John Travolta an Urban Cowboy?
Yep, when he rides the bull.
I thought that was Woody Harrelson.
Oh no.
Woody Harrelson's not an Urban Cowboy?
No, Urban Cowboy was John Travolta riding the bull, and then that bar where that bull was, that was Gillies.
Oh, that's over in Texas, huh?
Yep, used to live across the street from it.
That's what's up.
Yep, it's I don't know. I had an unusual growing up. My dad was best friends with a guy. I used to call him my uncle. I thought he was for a while, but then I found out later he wasn't just my dad's best friend. But that dude was into DJing, so I was around all the older country guys.
Yeah.
So I was around that all the time. It was a trip. I've been in a rehab shutdown with Frank Beard, the drummer for ZZ Top. Got sober with him. It stuck for him, didn't stick for me.
Now, when you over here, when you buy what they call round or shake or whatever, like it's a lot cheaper, but basically it's just broke up weed. You know what I mean? Like it's ground up weed. Like if you bought the weed and then ground, like you're not paying for no stem weight.
Well, yeah, but doesn't it like? Does it get weak after a while? Like faster?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
Or yours doesn't last that long, does it?
I don't know.
See, because I did that a few times, and I kind of just did a mass grinding of flowers, and man,
I mean, for me, is way better than the shit you can buy on the street, and it's legal. You get pulled over with this container, they're not going to do anything to you at all. You get pulled over with just a bag of weed, they're going to take it, throw it out. I mean, they're not going to do nothing to you, but they're going to take it and throw it away. They won't take this and throw it away. You know what I mean?
Well, now CBD is legal.
That's legal everywhere.
Yeah. So, man, and I don't know, because there's something.
CBD don't get you high. It has
and it's not. Oh, dude, I ain't.
It has a different effect on your body.
Well, it's
a lot of people take
the
CBD.
nerve endings, and that's I'm not a doctor, don't play one, and didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express, but I can say out of experience and just certain, in grinding up that flour, just dude, in Minecraft we used to call it Mexican dirt weed in Minecraft. But dude, shit would taste like number 2 pencil. But you know what?
Oh no, the grind's good.
It would actually hit the nerve endings, and it would work. It soothes the nerve endings, because and I think that's what it is for each. It depends on what's wrong. I know, like, flowers for me help with nerve endings, so all of a sudden shit doesn't feel like some little shits in my back and my legs that are stabbing me, shanking the shit out of me. So
when I say grind and shake, it's from the flower. It's not a dab. It's not an oil.
Well, but a lot of times when you break it all up and then that way it's like it starts to lose its potency.
Oh, well, yeah. It's a little bit weaker. It's a little bit weaker, and that's why it's a little bit cheaper, and you can get more of it for a lesser price. But it's still way stronger than anything you're gonna buy on the street.
Yeah.
Like, I had some gas station sushi about a month ago that was 30% THC.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fucking shake. You know what I mean? I'm just not into buying. I'm not into paying for the stems. You know what I mean? Like, even if it isn't as strong, that's okay. I'm not paying for the fucking stems. What the fuck? I'm sick of this fucking thing. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna fix this fucking chair. Piss me off. Man, I can't believe it. That motherfucker jumped out of my hand. You see it?
It was jumping for it, making a run for it. Yeah, and it might, that maybe that's what it is, Summer, that it enhances it. I just know that, it just goes to show the greed, because that's why they won't put money into actually analyzing exactly which part of that does what and how to benefit from that, because the minute they did, it's available for everybody, because everybody's got some dirt and you can just do it yourself.
I don't trip on dumping no weed or losing no weed or none of this. For me, real tough, man. Like, I probably lost like a good quarter of what I just had, but I ain't tripping on it. You know why? It's like dropping a hot dog on the floor. Like, there's more hot dogs. I can go to the store. I can get more hot dogs. You know what I mean? Like, what you mad about, bro? Like, what you mad about? I built this amount of weed. Man, fuck this shit. Go get you another weed.
Summer said that when that happens, that see, that means somebody dead wanted to get stoned, and that's going to be one stoned ghost.
Yeah, that bastard. It's an evil, demented witch that lives in this room. See, I'm getting high right now. It's legal where I'm at. You know, for all the freedoms, and I'm not dissing Texas because I like Texas. I like Texas a lot. I would think that weed would be legal in Texas.
The border, man. That's big money. You see all the greed right now. We talk about like cancer and the greed behind how they won't release shit for cancer. Okay, well, look all around the border, dude, all the agencies that are developed over just that whole.
Yeah, you want to know how to shut them cartels down from selling weed? You sell weed. You know what I mean?
Oh, legalize marijuana and then make that whole border an artillery range, and then all of a sudden shit stops. Right now, dude, it's fentanyl. Bro. Fentanyl is whooping ass.
Bro, you want to see it?
Fentanyl is kicking. It's killing people left and right.
Let me show you, bro. Literally. Check it out.
Fentanyl.
You go on your app, on the website, pick your weed, how much you want, and then when you want to pick it up, and then you go get it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you think there's any Bobby Brown Mexican brick getting sold around here? Fuck no. You want to kill your competition, take over the market.
Well, yeah. In a way. I mean, it just right now fentanyl is their thing.
Yeah, well, because you can't like sell something similar in stores to fentanyl. And why would you even want to do fentanyl in the first place?
Well, it's not so much that you know you're doing it as it is they're putting it on shit. Dude, they've done found shit here where they've had it on weed.
Well,
they put it on weed, so people go to sitting there doing weed, and all of a sudden they're just like drooling and their heart's slowing down and shit, and it's like, what the hell?
Well, you know, in a situation like that, you know what a guy like me would do? I go get that glizzy.
Dude, we got to do something about it, but some changes got to be coming. That's all I can say. Some changes got to be coming. That's it, Holly. They're dusting their weed with the fentanyl. That's what I was talking about.
That's fucking stupid. Why would you do that?
Because, dude, they don't. It's to jack people up, dude.
But why? What? Like
you're thinking of it from a profit level and like on a product and hustle. Hustle days are over, dude. They don't.
No, but for me, it's like I'm selling you a cheeseburger and then I'm gonna give you a milkshake for free. Like fuck that.
I don't know. You know, we just went through the coof and it came from over there. And then guess where the components for the fentanyl that they're making right across the border are coming from? Over there. You know where TikTok comes from that shows all the stupid videos and encourages all the retarded videos and stuff? From over there. You know who doesn't get to see TikTok? Them over there.
What's the internet?
Oh yeah, dude, it's intentional shit.
Can I be an asshole for a moment?
Well, it depends on how you want. Hey, what's up, 1A? Come on up, brother. Oh, wait a minute. What'd you say? Good morning, Rescue Panel. Might be upgrading to another vehicle today, hopefully. Right on, brother.
Oh, yeah. What's up? Yeah, get your new car there, King Possums.
Hell yeah, brother.
Can I be an asshole for a minute?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can we change the subject?
Yeah. What you want to go with?
What do you want to go with?
Well, where were you going to go to be an asshole?
No, I was being an asshole by asking to change the subject.
Oh, no, we're good. Hell, you just say, hey, want to talk about something else? And it's like, okay.
Hey, Rescue.
What's up?
You want to talk about something else?
No, not really. Let's go back to that.
How about hey, what about Doctor Strange and the multiverse of madness?
Oh, that was too good.
Yeah, that was too good. I like that. I like you a lot, man. I like you too much. I have to kill you.
Wait a minute. How are you identifying today?
Me?
Yeah.
I always identify as a man.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sometimes,
let's get back to weed.
sometimes I'd like to identify as a motherfucking dinosaur.
Shit, dude, that's every day of my life.
So when I'm at work, you can't say, hey, he did this. You have to say, hey, that motherfucking dinosaur did this. Those are my pronouns. Just kidding. Just kidding.
What kind of work? If you don't mind, if you don't want to say, that's cool too.
I'm in management. People management. To be more specific. I manage people.
Construction type work or like warehouse stuff or plant stuff?
I mean, I
if you don't want to, that's cool.
Yeah, I won't get into that on the live. You know,
You're good.
You know, there's a lot of trolls out there.
Oh yeah.
They'll get
Yeah.
you
I'm on disability, so it don't make shit. Plus, I live in southeast Texas in the piney woods, and there's pretty much one way in back here and one way out, unless you're asking to swim the Trinity River.
in the past.
So,
The sun don't ever shine. I will shiver the whole night.
shit, dude, I'd love to go back to work. I used to do pole
We
work.
could trade. I'd
communicate.
love not to. I'd love to stay home.
Oh man, drives. Well, you know, it probably wouldn't be so bad if I could do shit around here even, but I'm pretty much a stationary type person nowadays. I have whole spinal bullshit going on.
You know what it boils down to me is I like to wake up when I wake up.
Yeah, well, that's weird because see, I'm okay if I didn't. He just keeps doing it to me every day anyway. So I figure there's a reason. I just try to figure out for the day what the reason I'm here for.
No, I'm saying like like when you're working, you got an alarm clock. You got to get up on that clock. You got to go to work. You got to get up when that clock says get up. I want to wake up when I wake up. You know what I mean? Just natural. But you know, it is what it is. You know, that's the name of the game. You got to do what you got to do. Hey.
I used to have a computer shop, and I totally am not the person to. I am not business owner, operator stuff.
Well, I was gonna say if you want to fill out your day, you can start selling on eBay.
I am the best employee ever, but I suck at owning the business. I just don't have the. And anybody that owns a business, don't take offense to this, because man, I don't mean nothing, no personal shit, but I'm not greedy enough to own a business.
I mean,
it's like when I did my computer shop, shit, dude, I stayed busy but I couldn't charge. A lot of people were like, you know, how much? And I stayed busy from the time I closed. That's my wife goes, you can either close this or I'm out of here.
You had to choose your wife.
Well, I was going to stroke out, dude. I was hell there at the end when I closed the door. I was staying open 3 and 4 days in a row, just drinking coffee and eating no-dos, because it literally got to where during the day I'm on the phone. And so every time I flicked the close sign, then I was going to work having to get
gosh darn. Hey, look, I'm in people management. I know what you mean. Like, my phone is on airplane mode right now because if it wasn't, it'd be
that's the
blowing up.
catch. Polar Bear, because in the computer world, people think because I know something about computers, all of a sudden they're worth all this big money per hour, and that's why I never hired anybody, because it's like I don't charge that much, and I'm not going to charge that much. Shit, most people would need their damn drivers updated and some cookies and shit removed and just a kind of a cleaning, you know, $50-$60. There you go. You pretty much start a process and it's going to run itself for the day. So it's not like you can't get people to hardly do work like that because, it's a computer. It's like, yeah. So that's why I suck at it.
You know what I tell them? I tell them, take that computer you got, chuck it out in the river, go buy a new one.
Oh no, I used to just try to talk people out. Dude, you'd be surprised how many people would bring their computer going, well, I don't know, see if you can save it or not. And it'd be like, oh, well, let me look. Dude, I would clean it all up, update all the shit, clean it up and everything, give it back to them. And they're like, oh, wow, what all did you do? I said, I just cleaned it up.
Right.
It's the same computer.
Right. Bro, you know what I mean? Like the motherfucking, the motherfucking coolant fan went out. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you put a new coolant fan in it. Boom, it's good to go. You know, like
I'm gonna take you on for a ride, polar bear. Watch this. I'm gonna show you my computer.
For me, yeah.
That's my current little.
No, I get it.
That's what I do. That's just my tinkering shit.
Yeah, no. I'm a simple kind of man. You know, if I can go to YouTube and watch YouTube and Instagram and join a live stream on my computer, I'm good. Like that's all I do. And that's why I'm able to keep it.
That's what I sold my bike for. I sold my bike to build.
Sold your bike for the computer?
Told my wife if I couldn't play with my outside toy, then I was going to build me an inside toy.
Oh, you weren't able to ride it no more, huh? Yeah, well, shit, sell that bitch. Yeah.
No shit, dude. I barely walk in my kitchen. I have an electric chair. I have a hover round.
You could have. Hey, I want one.
Hey, dude. They're tripping. I gotta say, they go faster than I thought it would. But I live on a rough gravel road. Actually, Bug Out Bushido, he's got the thing, man. If I had the cash, I'd hook you up with that. It's the chair like my hover round, only it's on track set up. And it's actually perfect for the woods.
Yeah, make you stand up and everything, right?
No, now that's the one. Did you see that one that I showed to the friend of mine that bought that has the track one that stood up?
I had a friend, he's deceased now, but he had multiple sclerosis or whatever, and he had one where it would like lift him up, you know, and then where he was he was standing. Yeah.
I got a friend of mine that's paralyzed and through all that. He was able to get one that does that. But no, the one Bug Out's got, it's just a chair. It doesn't stand it up. It's just, it's kind of like a wheelchair.
All terrain, though,
only on track.
Yeah, all terrain. You ain't got to worry about,
shit, dude. I could go down and go fishing. Because that's the one drawback with the hover.
You can't walk none? You can't walk none?
Yeah, I can get up. I'm good for 20, 30 feet as long as it's a flat, level ground.
Yeah, but then what happens?
Then I start losing feeling in my left leg.
Wow.
And if I keep pushing it, I'll start losing it in my right thigh.
Damn, how old is you?
It's right at 60. No, I have I have several injuries, dude. Hell, I've been dead twice.
What?
Yeah, I've been ran over. On my bike, I was ran over. I was dead. Put me on life flight. They brought me back in life flight on the way down to Herman Hospital. Woke up 3 days later, looked at my wife out of one eye saying, what happened? She goes, oh, it was bad. And it was like, where's my bike? She goes, oh, it was bad.
I bet every day you wake up, you're like, fuck yeah.
Used to be. Not so more anymore.
Why not?
Because I just don't give a shit. Don't really care about being here.
You should have been dead a long time ago, player.
I'm here because he wants me here because either I'm supposed to be learning something or somebody else is supposed to learn something.
No, you know why you're here, player? You know how many people love you? You know how much you mean to other people in your life?
I know you mean well, polar bear. I'll get you, brother. But it's not.
But hey, look, it ain't always about you.
Dude, I just had a birthday, and do you realize that none of my family other than my wife gave me a birthday card? But that's it.
Okay. Well,
I got a phone call from my kids. I got a text message.
You mean the world to her then?
But it's all good. I say that, but I don't say that like the opposite.
Let me tell you a little something. Let me tell you something.
Now, everybody I've met here, I've made some cool people here.
Let me tell you a little something, Bled. You mean more than you know to people. And it don't seem like it. It don't seem like it, but you mean a lot more. It's hard for people to express that emotion about how much you mean to them and how much they appreciate you. It's hard for people to do that. You do. You just don't have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, you have no idea.
Oh no, I get the message. I understand, but
I know it's hard to see because you don't get to see it. You don't get to see that shit when you mean.
I'm in a battle zone. I've existed in a war zone for the last 30 years. I'm literally in a county with in-laws that were raised in here, from here, hate my guts simply because I went to jail.
Good.
And yet, dude, my kids, they love me, but it's in a weird way. My kids don't understand I've talked to them about them.
Good.
So
well,
that's
all right. Here's
I get what you're saying, though. I mean,
here's what I say to you. You don't care about being alive no more. Well, then let's pick a date. Let's pick a date. You commit suicide on that date, and from now
that's got to be up to God. Otherwise, I kind of
well then while you're here, no need to ham-haw around and mooch and cry like fucking shit. Live your life. Go see a movie tomorrow, bro.
Hold on. Let me ask you something. So I've been live for 2.5 hours, and I think you've probably been here for over an hour. So did you even think that I thought that way up until just now? So it's apparent I don't carry myself that way because that's not my everyday thought.
No,
it's so simple that a lot of people don't understand it, but I'm okay either way.
I was foolish because I'm also understanding of the happiest people in the world are the saddest people in the world.
Oh, you just get tired. Did you just get tired? It's kind of like working the job, and you just kind of at what point you get you're tired of working the job. Well, I can't even take care of myself the way I used to. You know, dude, I'm 6'4", so I'm 280, 290. I've always climbed poles. I was in communication, construction. I'm an active person, and all of a sudden now I'm not. The past couple of years.
Well, now
you start realizing that the more I get, and that's actually how God humbled me because, dude, actually 2 years ago I couldn't even get out of bed. It's been taking some vitamins, and I have some colon issues, so I've been kind of prayer. And that's actually how I'm able to start to get up because, dude, I started freaking out because all of a sudden I started visualizing not being able to get up and go get in that bathroom and take a bath. So people are going to have to start bathing me. But, dude, nobody even really gives a shit if I eat anything. So all of a sudden I'm going to have to rely on people to wipe my ass. Oh, that was a hard one. So that was
cool.
No.
You know who I'd pick to do it?
Well, that's not a new car, 1A, then, if you're going from a Camry to a Camry.
I'd pick my brother-in-law, Greg, to wipe my ass. Hey, not because I hate him. I love him to death, but just because he'd be like, Joe, you fucking bitch.
I'm just you just reach a point. And now, dude,
listen, I've been where you've been. Not physically.
Oh, well, that makes all the difference. See,
not physically.
No, I've been depressed.
I've been where you've been emotionally.
Yeah, but no, it's totally different when physiccal, though, Polar Bear. It's
fuck that shit. Yeah. Fuck that shit. I'm telling you, fuck that shit right now. Fuck that shit.
There's nothing.
You got up today and you was breathing, brother. You're alive. Oh, yeah. You may not be able to climb those trees no more, but you know what you can do? You can use this. Words. You can use your words.
No, you'd have to watch some of the older stuff I've done, Polar Bear.
It can make a difference.
Because I've talked about it. Me and God, we've talked daily. I got no problem opening up about that. I've opened up with people and stuff, and because it's not no death thing. See, this is actually why I don't talk about it much, because the minute you even bring it up, people people have a hard time understanding because everything is centered around just wanting to die, and it's not. Some people are just, dude, I just don't. I'm okay. I'm ready to move on. I'm tired of being here, but hey, it is what it is. And I laugh, and
Well,
I actually tell people, if you don't
I
think God
go-
has a sense of humor, I'm a sense of God humor. It's I'm only here because He wants me.
I go back to the, yeah. You're here because He wants you. You're here because you mean so much to other people, and you don't even know. You can't know. You'll never know. You'll never know. And yeah, look, hey, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you shake your head. Like, real talk, my father committed suicide when I was 16.
See, but it's not even nothing about that, though, Paul.
Well, no, listen,
You're missing the mark, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, he had a conversation a couple of months before then, and he asked my oldest brother, he said, do you think blah, 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 me and my younger brother. He said, do you think their lives would be any different if I was around? And, my older brother was like, yeah, absolutely, blah, blah. He didn't think nothing of it, But here's the thing. My dad killed himself. He's gone. Like, he was so depressed thinking that, thinking that nobody around him would even mind if he was gone. And it would have no effect. You have no idea. You have no idea, like, how much you mean to people. And I don't know how. I only know because I'm conscious of it. They don't need to show it. They don't need to express it. They just do. You mean a lot to a lot of people, man. And I get what you're saying. Like, you're in this slump, or like you're not feeling fulfilled, but feel fulfilled to the fact that you mean something to somebody else.
I get where you're coming from, Polarberg. I'll have to tell you, brother, you missed the mark when it comes to as far as with me, because it's not it's not that I don't know. I don't even entertain that idea. There was a time that I did way back, but no, I don't entertain that idea no more. I mean, I guess the real blunt, easy way of putting it is it's just not allowed. God that I believe in doesn't allow that. So that's not an option.
You're a Catholic.
I'm not a Catholic.
Oh, well, the Catholics
I believe in God,
it.
and I think that it's a total disrespect to God if you take the life that He gave you. So until the moment happens that takes you,
but you don't want it no more. But you don't want it. No,
I don't. But I'm still here, and I still do.
Why, no, bro? Why?
Because you just, dude, it's so long of a story. Shit, my God, it's
why?
Because
all things.
Because how about there used to be this big? How about there used to be a big pool of people around me, my family included, and the minute I physically couldn't able to do anything and benefit them, they've all literally done jack shit from now on. I literally sit in an unlevel house that has no fucking hot water in the kitchen.
Damn.
I have no hot water in my bathroom sink. I have hot water solely in my bathtub because I literally laid on the ground and dragged my ass under the house after the freeze to repair that line. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that. Meanwhile, I have kids that come over to visit all the time. So go figure. It's not that my kids don't love me, but because of the hatred that they grew up in around with my in-laws being so hateful for years, their perception of what love isn't reality. It's just they say, yes, if I died tomorrow, they would be like, oh man, I miss Dad. But their days would just keep on going, just like they can go weeks without even talking to me. It's just that you just don't understand. And I'm not trying to be negative against any of them, because I know where it all comes from, and I know that it all stems with. It's when a baby comes out, that baby is starting to absorb the sounds and the environment and the attitudes around it. Well, I look back now and realize that mine came into a negative ball of shit because of in-laws. And they were hateful assholes, and they still are to this day. So it is what it is. Well, I've come to terms with it. Hell, I can't change none of that. All that shit's done. Now, physically, though, I don't like feeling weak.
Inadequate?
Yes. And that's so I'm not totally cool with being here. So any old time he's ready and lets me go, I'm totally cool with going.
Oh
Just like
no,
there's been many a nights I've laid to sleep and went, okay, just so we're clear, God, if you're cool with tonight, I'm okay with tonight too. And then I wake up in the morning and go, okay, well, I guess that didn't happen. So, and then I just try to find something to do for the day. And then at night now it's not so bad every night.
I gotta take a piss. But even if you on top, and even if everything is great going for you, you need to lay down in your bed at night and be like, hey God, if you want to take me now, like go ahead. You need to feel that way all the time.
Oh, hey, Milkmaid. Morning, ma'am. And Bug Out. You're so funny.
We're gonna call for jury duty.
You're so funny. You're so funny. Let's see. Well, I guess let me throw this in here and then see. Oh no, don't worry about none of that, all that stuff, Summer. And hey, Milkmaid, here, I'll put a link in for you. Anybody wants to come
Join up.
Shoot the shit.
Join up.
Morning, got polar bear up here, just so y'all know. No, I'm just picking.
He picking on me. I got the hiccups. I gotta get rid of them. Gotta get rid of them.
There you go, Cindy. And it's a.
Oh shit! Gotta do it again.
Oh well, thank you, Cindy. But yeah, Cindy gets it because it is. Oh, what are you counting down for?
The hiccups.
The hiccups?
Yeah, I had the hiccups. I had to get rid of the hiccups. Supposed to take a drink, hold your breath. Take a drink, hold your breath for 10 seconds, and the hiccups are gone.
Oh, okay. Do you tilt your head back?
Oh no, I never heard about that. Should I? I mean, they're
Well, I mean,
gone
that's-
now, but
Usually, whenever I get the hiccups, I open up the sinus passages and tilt my head back, and then it'll get rid of them.
I'll try that on the next one. I'm drunk.
Okay, Milkmaid. You got it, ma'am. Little one's on the way.
I'm drunk. Just like,
How are you?
yeah.
Okay. Well, sometimes with drunk people, I have had to turn their mic off, but just so you know, you're not that drunk though, right?
Why you gotta turn their mic off?
Oh, dude, there's been had somebody that was drunk that was pretty kind of just and just kind of went on a whole rant. And it was like, no, okay, well here, click, had to mute. And then, man, he went on for the while. Everybody in chat was laughing because he was just a going, dude. He never had a clue. And then it was kind of, and he come back later because I think he watched it and he goes, hey, Rescue, sorry about that, brother. It was like, it's all good. Hey, man, this is the coolest bar ever because where else in the world can you kind of go, damn, homeboy's kind of really lit, isn't he? Yeah, here, click. And it just kind of goes quiet. And it's like, yeah, see, there you go. It's all good. Can you imagine how many bar fights would have never started because you could just go, hey, look, dude, wait, click, there we go.
I'm self-aware.
There you go. It sucks though how much people rely on us, but we need them there. Ghost. Oh, that's it, Summer. I was a few couple years back when this first all really kind of escalated to the point that was put me down. It's when it really started getting obvious, and it was like, man, and it kind of, I went through the pissed off stage. That's why now people, you know, the way I talk and what I choose to say and how I choose to say it and the way I do that is for a reason, because it's so easy for me to go that other way because I've lived in that world.
Hey, Resco. Oh, sorry, Rescue.
Roger.
You want to see what I call a hot one?
Uh-oh. You got a finger burner?
Nah, you gotta do this. You take a hit, eat it, take a drink, blow it out.
Ah, there you go.
That's a hot one. You gotta eat the hot roach.
Get the fire.
You'll be all right. As soon as the roach hits your lips, not your lips, your tongue, there's saliva in your mouth that puts the fire out. You eat it.
Oh, yeah.
Now you will shit it back out. Like it's gonna come out in its entirety. Your body will not break that roach down. Yes. They can make you feel. Yep, he's drunk. I like it. Drink.
Damn. That's funny.
I got my own demons. You know what I mean?
Oh, Summer, I appreciate the thought, ma'am. To be honest, I wouldn't even know how to act.
I don't want to think.
Well, Polar, here's the question. So if I need to go visit the latrine, can you hold down the fort?
What you want me to talk about?
I don't know. Just, I would say anything you want, but then that could really be open doors. But I do try to keep the vulgar profanity, just so you know. I try to avoid that. But
No F words.
yeah.
I'll just respond to the chat. Hardcore Polar Bear says Summer.
Cool. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back, sir.
Universe pause button says Cindy Fuller Stevens. T-Girl says Kershaw Bill's Diamonds, and you have a journey to finish. The Milkmaid says T, you are too sweet. Too sweet. I'm just gonna read the chat. Bug out. Bushido? Bug out Bushido? Forgive me if that's wrong. So roaches have acid resistant properties. We can make a roach suit for miners so they don't get chemical burns. White House Cam has moved back in close again. If they left it far back, trees, whatever, isn't it? But now back up close. Kino says, Sting, I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Summer says, LOL, bug out. Rick Hossey says, brother, sending you love and always remember you're a special man. From Ricardo and Jackie down under Australia. Silver Girl says, sunrise and people going to work. And a link. Scat Back 2 says, strange Silver Girl. Silver Girl. LOL. You seriously brighten up the room with your smile. I'm not gay. Just saying the truth. The milkmaid says, always thinking outside the box. BB, LOL. Silver Girl says, hello, at Rick Aussie, 77. Glad to see you, and I agree. Finding Chemo says, laughing while crying, face emoji.
Right on, brother. Right on.
I was just reading the chat while you was gone.
Polar Bear, that was the best, brother. That was the best. That was awesome. Right on.
Somebody said polar bears great play-by-play.
That's it.
I mean, I tried to like. I probably didn't like say it the way that they meant it, but like I tried to.
Hey, your translation was awesome.
Anybody got a shot?
What's up, Ricardo? What is that? Fireball shit? Or,
Hell no, this is vodka.
oh,
Ramsden peach flavored vodka.
peach flavor.
Yeah, they got a lot of different flavors. They got peach, berry, red berry, watermelon, coconut, pineapple. You name it, they got it. Lemon. Polar bears, you're a mess.
You're a mess.
Smiley face with heart, black heart emoji.
Yeah, I don't know why that does that. I saw somebody else. Matter of fact, over in the YouTube chat, it's a red heart.
No, she meant a black heart.
No, but in the YouTube chat, it's a red heart.
Oh. Well, maybe she meant a red heart.
Well, I saw somebody talk about that the other day. It's just like, see where Tony Lee and he says, good vibes and thanks, Doc.
Yeah.
That's the little heart with the medic white cross. And then that's also the little smiley face doing the peace thing. I don't know why StreamYards won't show that, but they'll show the other ones.
Now you got to learn how to talk in emoji. The milkman said, I was so tempted to type out something crazy sentences. Crying while laughing face emoji.
I bet you were, Milkmaid.
Hey,
I was listening.
put it out. I'll say it. Same
No,
Christine.
it was when you were reading them. She was like, I was so tempted to type out some crazy sentences.
Yeah, do it. I'll read it. It's fun. It's fun. I used it. There was a time like when I would live stream myself more frequently. Like I would just read the chat and I would like try to do it dramatically and in that person's voice. So I'd be like, let's pretend summer is a man. Same, Chrissy. It could be nice to enjoy spring. I think we're skipping spring. This year, sad face.
Sad face.
T-Girl says, that's the red heart living out loud, living online, living. What does LOL mean?
Cindy said, Polar Bear, do your victory dance. What's your victory dance?
I don't have a victory dance. I don't win nothing. Oh, no, you're never going to catch me saying that, though, man.
There you go. I see what you tried to do there, Milkmaid. I see what you tried.
Milkmaid knows too much about me.
She doesn't like Reese's peanut butter cups. She doesn't believe in chocolate and peanut butter.
Polar bears say, I love Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah. What's up? I see what you tried to do there, Milkmaid.
Yeah, I could never say that.
Trying to slide it over. See? Just goes to show you.
How do you know that I love peanut butter cups? That's crazy.
She didn't. She was hoping that you would say that you hate them too, because
fuck no. That's my favorite candy bar is the Reese's peanut butter cup. Are you tripping? And then you know what? When I was in high school, they came up with this thing called the Reese's Pieces. Fucking oh my god, dude! There were the Reese's peanut butter cups, M&Ms. Fucking M&M. I got Reese's Pieces over here. And then you know what happened? Rescue.
Yes, sir.
Dairy Queen came out with an ice cream blizzard where they put fucking
Reese's peanut blizzard
and Reese's Pieces in the same thing with some more peanut butter, and they call it the Reese's Extreme. And I was like,
hey, Milkmaid. So the next time when you pick up a claymore, the point that says point towards enemy, that's supposed to point away from you, just so you know. See, it backfired.
I love chocolate covered pecans and walnuts. Yum. Right back at you, Tony. Who's Tony? You're Tony?
Lee. Tony Lee. He's from.
Okay. I see.
He's one of my people from the UK. He's
I
across the
threw up
pond.
a bit in my mouth. Smile face. Ha 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 ha! Rescue. I gotta stop. I'm having fun. Read it out.
One thing, no 10,000 things. That's it.
Yes, Polar Bears. You mentioned you love Aunt Buttercups last week.
Oh, Peanut.
Now it says Aunt.
Yeah, but she corrected down there. One more kicking in. See it?
Peanut. Did I? I mentioned that last week.
Yep. We were up here and I think we were actually might have been given. I think we had talked about milkmaid with the same thing.
Wow.
That was the day you came up on the panel. And then, by the way, did you hear me earlier when I told you I was sorry that I left you in backstage the other day when you went to
Sorry
join
for
it?
what?
Because you were just, dude, I didn't realize you were back there so long, and then you
Never
finally
be
left.
sorry.
And I was like, oh, shit, dude, I did not know he was back there.
Don't you never be sorry to me.
Well, I want to catch it. I
mean, I'm just telling you, you don't never need to be sorry to me. Never. Don't never be sorry to me.
Well, I was sorry to me for you. How's that?
Hey, be sorry to yourself, but don't be sorry to me.
There you go. I was sorry to me for you.
Because I ain't tripping on it. I lived a long part of my life where, like, I would let small things bother me, and it didn't work out very well for me. And, so I try to live my life, like, cliche speaking, but, like, every day is a gift, man. Like, every day I wake up, man. Like, every day, everyone you love and care about wakes up is a gift. You know what I mean? You wake up and your kids are alive and they're healthy, presumably happy. Bro, you win in that life. And I get what you're saying, like, you only got hot water over here. But that shit don't mean that. You know what I mean? Like your children are alive and happy and healthy, presumably.
Oh yeah, and I mean I did the best job I could. I mean, definitely I look back and see where I could have done a lot better in spots, but no, I did good. Hell, my son was in law enforcement. Now he's back to driving the truck. But
nobody's perfect, and there's no book.
Oh no, there was only one person perfect, and that was Jesus. That's my faith.
I mean, we might disagree a little bit on that.
That's okay. Man, everybody to each their own.
Jesus wasn't perfect either. You know why? Because Jesus was a human.
Well,
he had his flaws too. He cared too much.
Oh, that's not a flaw. That's only viewed as a flaw because of all our man-made polluted stuff.
Yeah, you can care too much sometimes. You can care too much.
Not the way we were built. Not to what we were here for.
You can care too much to the point where it becomes toxic for you and the ones around you. We're getting all crazy with the talk again. We gotta. What does the chat want to talk about?
I was looking. Bug Out said, "Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Do not, under any circumstances, depend on a partial feeling. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Be detached from desire your whole life long."
You just waiting on me to read the peach vodka? Read it? New Amsterdam peach vodka. Waiting on me to read it. I don't know what that means.
Hey, what's up, D-Dog? How are you, sir? I can drop another link if you'd like to come up.
Yeah, you should pin it. You should have pinned them.
No, I stopped pinning it because, I don't know, people kept wanting to come in, create shit, and it's just like...
They can't come in unless you let them in.
No, but they're getting backstage, and there's I don't...
You can kick them out of the backstage.
Well, that's... No, that's... I'm just going to start limiting. People can sit back there. If they don't hurry up and fire a camera, then I'm going to remove them. Because you can kind of sit back there and you can start jacking with shit.
Yeah, if they don't have a camera on, kick them out of the backstage.
Excuse you. Oh, man, what did I do? What did I do, Chrissy Cat?
You're in trouble now.
I just looked down, all of a sudden I see excuse you, and it was like, oh, what did I just miss?
What'd you eat for dinner?
Hey, Devil Dog. All right, brother. Get you some rest. I know I always laugh and tell people you're the only person, sir, that I know that has an alarm clock to remind them when to go to get some rest. Dude, that man right there, he's on the stuff. He's in Michigan, but he goes around and educates a lot of the sheriffs in the Constitution. He files so many documents, FOIA requests, and all kinds of stuff, affidavits and stuff. That man is a workhorse, and then some. Oh, okay. No, the excuse me was to you because you belched, so that wasn't even me. Oh, damn, now you muted your mic. I didn't mute it.
Yeah, I muted my mic because sometimes I talk too much, so I gotta mute it sometimes to even it out.
Oh, sorry.
Polar bears save the big chunks for later. What big chunks? We gotta get somebody else up in here. We need a third party opinion.
Oh, do we now?
Yeah.
Well, all right then. Let's see who we got.
I mean, we got like 67 viewers.
Yeah, we got 54 people in chat. Let's see.
Somebody don't want to join up?
Yeah, I think so. I think somebody's coming. I think anyway. Let's see.
What'd you have for dinner?
Oh, I guess I didn't.
You didn't have dinner?
Damn, my bad. I'm sorry. There we go. What did I have for supper?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I have this. Polar Bear, I eat the same thing for the last year and a half is chicken noodle soup, brother.
Every night?
Every night. That's all I can really eat. That's all I feel safe eating because I got a bunch of colon shit going on. So.
Oh, okay.
And I got trust issues with the medical field right now. So.
You make it yourself, or you eat it out of the can, or what's going on?
Oh, it's the can.
Campbell's?
Yep, Campbell's. Heart healthy.
That's the classic, baby. Wow.
Oh, I hear the birds.
There's Milkmaid.
Good morning.
I love her background sounds.
Got a soundtrack in the backwards in the background. I'm still waking up.
I'll talk to them birds.
You got it, 1A. Anytime, brother. He said now plans look like they might be changing today, so I might come up in the next 20 minutes or so. Cool.
Oh, nice.
Alrighty, Summer. Night, ma'am. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile. Thanks for hanging
Summer.
out.
Oops, sorry.
No, you're good. So what's up, Milkmaid?
Oh, I just got up. I slept in this morning.
Yeah, you're dragging.
Stayed up
So-
late last night. Well, we did it like a road trip yesterday, and I am whooped.
Ah. How was the weather up there?
Okay, now I can hear you. I missed everything you said. Sorry.
Oh, I was
Shitternet.
saying, how is the weather up there?
It's getting warmer finally, but it's foggy as all get out. I can't see across the hill.
Humid?
Oh, quite. It gets
Oh.
pretty humid here,
That's the thing
but I'm
down
hoping I
here.
can. Yeah, it gets pretty humid there.
Yes, ma'am, very much.
So what did you say a little bit ago? Because I totally missed everything. It roboted out.
I don't know. What did I say? What were we
I
talking
don't
about?
know. I stayed up late, went on a road trip, and then you started to say something, and I missed all of that.
It was just how the weather was up there.
Okay, yeah. I think it's supposed to be kind of dreary the rest of the week. But that's okay. I can still get stuff done.
Dreary's still doable.
Yeah. Especially if
Or-
it doesn't get too hot or too cold.
Yeah. Well, now, what is hot up there for you? What is what's the hot temperatures?
It depends on how hard I'm working. Like, it'll get close to 100 in the summer, but with the humidity, 85 can be really freaking hot. But as long as it stays in the 70s, I'm really happy. But
So
that's not very often.
what is a hot, like what's considered the hot temperature up there? 80, 85?
Oh no, like 85 is doable for the most part. It's just like when it gets into the 90s and stuff like that, and then you've got the humidity, and you just step outside and you're instantly sticky.
Oh, yes. So do y'all ever get to hundreds?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's down here, boy. Man, you get 100 degrees and it's miserable with the humidity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the humidity is the worst part.
Damn, bug out. Said the wind is blowing in a
What'd he
weird
say?
direction, and the inside of my 4Runner smells like monkey piss right now. Well, unless you've had monkeys in your 4Runner, then the monkey piss would be on you. You're the only other option that's been around the monkeys. So I'm just saying.
He needs to roll up his windows.
What were you doing with the monkeys? Did you ever find George, damn it? Poor
Oh yeah, he did. Remember?
Oh, and I guess he went ahead and went on to monkey heaven.
Well, I hope not. I hope he's like just in another place,
Maybe they segregate him because of age, but see, because he doesn't go to the part where he's at, so.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Well, I think the idea was that he had an altercation of some kind.
Well, yeah, but if he's like if they're literally just going to keep him in solitaire, then, he's not going to take him long probably before he just gives up.
I hate that.
I know, right? I mean, if they have a scuffle, you just let them solve it. I mean,
Yeah.
shouldn't
Well,
take him out.
My thought, unless it was a scuffle with a human being, then maybe that's why,
I want to see the footage. I want to know what the human did.
Right? I mean, I've had to put the farm animals in solitary before. I think if they misbehave. But, the calf is nursing right now.
Thought you were going to bed, Devil Dog. No, I'm just picking, sir. July 13th, 1936, 112 degrees record high temperature in Michigan. Wow, 112, I don't think you got to go back to the 30s for us here in Texas, but let's see, what is this, 2022? Damn, what was that, like 18, 17, 18, or 19, somewhere right in there. I think we were hitting those kind of temperatures, or close to. Oh,
You know,
noticed, ma'am.
you know, it was funny to me. I went out to Arizona last summer. My daughter was graduating from her school there, and it was weird being in a dry climate. I'd never been in a really dry climate before, and my skin got like all dried out, and it was funny because as much as I hate humidity, I actually enjoyed coming back to it. It was the strangest thing, but it could be so hot, and you'd walk in the shade, and all of a sudden it was cooler just because I guess humidity transfers that heat to the shade. I don't know. But it blew my mind how hot it was and dry.
Red Dawn says California has the best weather, but is the worst on everything else. Oh, we lost Polar Bear.
Oh. Oops. Did I overtalk him?
I think our longest stretch, I forgot, we did something, there was some weird shit like 100 days over 100 degrees or something like that. I don't know. I know we had some summers that were miserable. It was just, oh my God. Everything you touched outside, you would put towels over tools because otherwise they'd be too hot to pick up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not fun. I really don't like it when it gets too hot. Like, I don't like it when it gets too cold either. I mean, this place... Oh, hold on, I gotta clear my throat. This place we went to go see, one of the reasons that we were looking at it is it doesn't really get over... Historically, it just really doesn't get over 80 degrees there. And in the summer, if you don't have air conditioning, that means something, you know?
Well, I remember growing up, hell, that's my grandparents. We had attic fans around here.
Mm-hmm.
You go crack the windows about an inch and then cut that attic fan on and it pulled the draft in, and it was, 70, 75, 77, but it was the way it was there was then it was cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, though, man, it just 90 degrees around here, and it's just hot.
It's brutal. Well, it's hard to get stuff done when it's so hot, especially in the summer.
Yeah, because the minute you start to move a little bit, you're instantly hotter.
Yeah, when it gets hotter here, I try to get up early and get a lot of stuff done before it starts to get too hot. I mean, you can still be drenched in sweat by 9 a.m., but...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but get that's cool as shit, Bug Out. You, sir, just scored major points for me. Bug Out said he hollowed out an apple and filled it with honey and had one of the Guatemalans sneak it in for him.
Aww.
Hell yeah, brother. All right,
That is
Chris.
so freaking sweet.
I am. I'm going to look into that, Chrissy Cat. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile. Yeah, Polar Bear ran out of peach vodka, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
It was night time.
Yeah. Damn, that is cool, Bug Out. That is awesome. I take back everything I was saying. I'll have to be sure and tell my wife when she gets up.
Don't let him fool you. I'm kidding. He's actually a sweetheart.
That is pretty cool. George got hooked up with a honey apple.
I never thought to hollow out. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I wonder if George just really likes honey.
Well, probably likes the apple, but then when he got introduced with the honey, that was probably like, oh yeah, this is the shit.
Right. Oh, I didn't see Amy earlier. Hey, Amy. You know, I was thinking, Rescue, and I don't know, since you built homes and stuff like that in the past, where they used to take into consideration how they'd place windows and the direction of the house, or planting trees on certain sides in order to keep the house cooler. Was that anything that you guys took into consideration, or was it just the design of the house?
A little of both, depending on, like down here, shotgun homes are real popular. You know, that's kind of the typical. Is nowadays you get a lot of the L shapes and stuff, but in the older days it was a lot of shotguns. So you would just kind of place those, and usually you would place one end of those, depending on, you know, for the most part, like to the north was usually on the back side of the house. You'd put pointing to the north, and but then the layout, because, you know, just depending on like your tree placement, because you might have a heavier placement of trees on one side, so then you wouldn't want to catch like the morning sun, like on your indoor plants, catch the rising morning sun, and then they would lose the afternoon, of course, but then that would be your forest side, or just the opposite if the trees were on the morning side. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
You know, it makes sense, because when we moved here, we didn't have AC, and it was right before summer, and I thought we actually could pull off not doing AC, because it has some duct systems, but no central air unit. But the way that they had placed the windows, you could get a draft through the house from the prevailing winds, and it's interesting where the prevailing winds come from here, because it's not exactly what we had before. It used to be more west, but I guess because of the mountains, it comes from the north here.
Okay.
And
is your northern side, is that mostly your solid wall side?
No, that goes, well, it's kind of like northeast to the ends of the house. The front of the house is kind of facing the north.
Oh,
sort of. But in the back, there's this massive oak tree, and what ends up happening is the southern side is exposed to the sun in the winter, so it helps heat everything. But then when in the summer, it leaves out and it kind of shades the house, so that's kind of nice. It does help keep it cooler.
See, down here, what most people try down here is to put the rear side or the solid wall side to the north. That way you catch the cold blast will hit the solid or the back walls of the house instead of like your front doors, and then that way, you know, draw your heat out so fast.
Have you seen those geothermal systems that people put in?
No, ma'am.
You know what they are, though?
I've seen a little bit of things on them.
I mean, from what I understand, you know, the Earth is kind of a constant temperature of about 50, like at a certain point. And they run tubing down, and basically they circulate the air so that you kind of have natural AC. Can't imagine how much they cost.
Well, see, now, like my in-laws actually have heated floors. And
oh, those are cool.
Yeah, it's in the concrete and it's piped in through there, and so then the floor stays warm. But
we've looked into that when we were going to build a house. We may still build a house. We're always doing stuff. I don't know. But I like those, the radiant heating. Because
Yes,
when your feet hit warm floors, and plus then it goes up, heat rises.
that's it.
But I've been in houses with heated floors before, and oh my gosh, it's so nice in the winter.
Nothing like warm tootsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
that
sleep
was. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go right. Ladies first.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I've found that I can sleep better if it's cooler, but not if my feet are cold. It takes me
Oh.
forever to fall asleep.
Amen. And that's one biggest problem with all this shit going on. My toe tips, the tips of my toes are all cold and feel like little ice cubes. I have to wear
Yeah.
socks now, and that totally feels weird. Socks all the time. I even sleep in socks because otherwise my feet feel like they're freezing to death, and that makes it miserable.
Yeah. I don't like
Well, I guess somebody was wanting to go to the Antarctic. Why is our biggest mystery in the world is the Antarctic? No one has love in Antarctic except top secret military. No, I personally just think the Antarctic is the new Area 51. I mean, damn, you got to try to build some secret stuff. Otherwise, nowadays, everybody and their brother's going to know what you're doing to begin with. So try to do something out
That's
of,
a harsh.
ma'am,
I was gonna say that's a harsh environment.
very much. Yep. I wonder how much we've done under the ice, though.
I don't know. What was it? Oh shoot. Was it Stargate they had? Yeah. No, not Stargate. There was another show where they had a facility in Antarctica.
It was
I
Stargate.
can't remember. Was it?
Yeah, that's where they had the gun where you sat in the chair and somebody had to be in the chair in order to
That's
operate.
right. That's right. It's been a while.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit of a Stargate junkie there for a bit.
I love that show. That was a good one.
Oh man, when my husband first started watching it, I made so much fun of him. And then I started watching it and I was like, oh, I kind of like this.
Yeah, that was a fun show. I liked it.
Oh yeah.
Got pretty in depth with the story, so it was a cool story to kind of follow along too. And
Yeah, it was kind of wild in some senses, but in others, it was really interesting. Plus, I liked, what's his face? MacGyver guy.
oh
I
yeah,
loved his attitude, man.
yeah, dude, that was just like MacGyver.
Yeah.
I mean, damn, what is his name? Can't believe I just went blank.
I totally went blank on it too. It's happening a lot more these days. I don't know why. I was told maybe I need to start taking ginkgo biloba or something. Oh, The Expanse is so good.
Richard Dean Anderson.
Wait, no, is that? Yeah.
Yep. Richard Dean Anderson.
Yeah, have you seen The Expanse?
No, I've been. I thought about it. I've seen it, and was. What have you? Is it good?
Oh yeah. It was definitely really cool. We might have binge watched it, and then I binge watched it with my daughter too.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might binge watch that later today. I've moused over and was like, because I don't know. Nowadays, I'm so leery on watching shit. I don't watch too much just because they ruin so many good shows.
Yeah, I mean that had some stuff that maybe you wouldn't like. I'm trying to think. I hate recommending stuff and then it not fitting the person that I'm recommending it to.
Oh no,
However,
as long as it's kind of got a decent storyline, it's not just, because that's the thing is, as long as it's, some of them they just made it, it's just like, I don't know, you see about first 5 minutes and you go, okay, I can see right now where this is all going. So what's the point? You just really, somebody needed to think this through.
yeah. Well, this has a really, I mean, I think kind of a unique storyline in a sense.
Morning, Michelle. Now, isn't that on Amazon?
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon, Cindy. I know I personally don't do anything with Netflix. I haven't done anything with Netflix since the little toddler show came out. Canceled that membership. Was that? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I just stopped paying for it because we were cutting costs, but because we tend to order a lot of stuff off of Amazon, which some people don't like. But I live in the middle of nowhere. I got to save money on gas, especially now.
Well, and we are where we are, so just because we don't like it, well, we can't just up and stop until we physically can where it's reliable.
Right. I mean, that's the thing with a lot of things. People, they'll stop buying things from certain places or certain products, but if you search deep enough, all of them are kind of involved in not good shit. So
Yep.
I throw my hands up and do what I need to do to prep. Did you hear about the Purdue facility in Virginia?
Oh no, what happened?
Fire.
Oh,
There's a lot of fires happening.
there's another one. So what was that? Was that a meat, poultry, fish?
Purdue's meat, chicken.
Meat, chicken.
I think it was a processing plant. I don't know. Ghetto sent me that story.
Oh, yeah.
But that was in Chesapeake, Virginia. I know that area.
Yeah, I forgot that list. Let's see if I can find that list. I think
I told my husband, and he's like, that's number 38 or 39.
something like that.
This year, I think. Coinkydink? I think not.
I think not. Oh, damn.
No, cat's talking to me. What? You looking for the list of
Yeah, I forgot. Well, one of the, I think it was Barnes or somebody I follow had a list of them, quite a few of them up.
I saw one. I think I took a screenshot of it to send it to someone that was not believing me. Yeah, the food thing's actually something that's of great concern to me right now. It was funny because we went and looked at land in Tennessee yesterday, was the road trip. And the area I was looking, every time we went to a property, I looked at like security concerns, but more than anything, I was looking to see if you could support growing food there. My sister-in-law kept laughing at me because I was like, which direction is north? Because it was cloudy, I couldn't see anything. And we'd pull out a compass and look so I could see if something was, you know, north, south, east, west facing slope. Nothing was flat where we went. Nothing. I'm gonna have one more cup of coffee and then
Oh, I was looking at the chat, sorry. I had a squirrel moment. I was looking at chat, and Michelle was talking about apparently she had trolls.
No, they're out. I mean, I like fun trolling, where you're just picking and stuff, like not nefariously.
Just kind of the picking, not the actual, not the hate troll. The pick and troll.
Like, you know, like Reese's and stuff like that. I don't really hate them.
Yeah, you're a bully, I
I
know.
like getting under people's skin occasionally. It's more fun. It's how we show love here.
At least 16 fires have broken out. If so, on the 21st, that was Tim Poole. He's got one. Let's see if he's got that list.
I think I've asked you this before, but have you ever watched JP Sears or Awaken with JP?
Oh yeah, that's the bushy-headed, redheaded guy.
Yeah.
Hadn't watched him in a little while.
He did one on food shortages.
I think the last one I saw was he did about I think it was one of the ones with the mask and part of the jab when he was making fun of him of that.
Oh, his stuff is fun. I usually, I was cutting off, like at the end he'll do like a paid advertisement thing for a sponsor. And then my husband goes, "No, dude, you need to listen to the rest of that because they're quite funny." But yeah, he seems to be awakening rather quickly. Over the last couple of years, his content has changed.
Well, I mean, you kind of, yeah, you wonder. That's why I told my wife, I go, you know, I'd like to go around because there's a few people we know around here that back at the beginning, oh, it was Orange Man bad, you know, Democrat. Went through the whole little 4 years. Then went through the election and kind of veered off, and everybody just kind of went to their own corners, per se, after the whole election thing. Because that just, and then at first, you know, because everybody holds defense and no, because they believed everything. But I got to say, after the last couple of years, I kind of want to go just knock on the door going, so, remember that conversation we were having before? Where is your at now?
The I told you so moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. When gas is doubled. And I know there's a variety of factors for that. And inflation is going up and dollars devaluing and all that stuff. I just want to go and look at people and say, "Oh, you think I'm crazy now?"
Well, it's just like all the, you know, the border. And I would like to, it's just here's the lie you were told and here's reality. How does that make you feel? Oh, wait, look at the election. Here's the lie. Here's reality. Well, what now? Because at some point, that's what I told them. When do you get mad? When do you get pissed off when you just find out that you've been lied to? Much less if you agree with anything. But when you found out you just been fed a line of shit, when does that make you mad?
Yeah, I get mad. I try not to get too mad. Oh yeah, BB. Yeah, we were talking about food shortages back in 2020 because of the supply chain issues and them shutting down things. And for the last couple of years, we've had some crazy stuff happen with agriculture across the world.
Well, we knew it was going to come because the way some of the things were going. But yeah, it's like I said, I had no idea that they were like going to be torching processing plants and, you know,
Yeah,
doing some of this
It's
other
a-
crazy shit.
I think it's a push, like crunch time for them, so therefore crunch time for us.
I firmly believe that last 4 years was a hiccup and they were not planning on it. They had a system in play and they were not prepared for the response from the average
Mhm.
American to show up and do that. And it was like, holy shit, wait a minute, what? And so created all this big ruckus, tantrum throwing. Meanwhile, in the back room, the other kids were getting all the shit set up for the next round to go, okay, next time we're ready. And then we hit that mark again, only this time they said, oh, no, hit the switch and everything, water leaks, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to make up for lost time because the cat's out the bag. Everybody just watched that.
Mhm.
So shit's slowly coming to light. So it's like, yeah, if you're going to make your getaway, now might be the time to start working on that.
I mean, I've been beating the drum on the food thing for years, and you know, some people would laugh at me, some people listened. My sister-in-law listened, although, like, she asked me yesterday, she's like, I don't know when is enough? Like, you're like amping things up, and I know you've been doing this for a while, and that kind of thing. And I told her, I was like, dude, I'm concerned.
Well, then, there is no, and that's part of the problem too, is because there is no enough is enough. It's because we need to learn to live that way again.
Yeah.
Is the catch. We need to learn to sustain ourselves that way, and then that removes the power that these businesses and oligarchs have, because then we become self-sufficient. The kind of the shit that discovered this country.
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of factors that I kind of look at when considering self-sustaining, you know, because it's been a long time since people have gardened to live.
Oh, yeah.
Or raised animals to live without having inputs.
Yeah. First actual real sustainable, because I will say even around here, even the ones that do the cattle around here, it's not out of necessity, it's just out of because they can, but then that doesn't mean that they don't go down there to the damn shrimp place too. So they're, you know, they don't do it just for that sole purpose, because I'm around farmers of cattle and produce. So
I mean,
we've had that for decades. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, even with that, you know, like people who garden, like seed saving got out of vogue. It's coming back, you know, in little pockets, but there's a lot of misconceptions around seed saving too. That's gonna kind of bite people in the butt if they're counting on that.
On what now? Say that.
Seed saving.
Seed saving?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, because because I would think that they can like dry out and go bad or something, can't they? Or
the biggest problem with like if you're saving seeds, like say in packets, you have to keep them cool, dry, and dark, just like food. But I mean, you can put them in freezers and stuff like that. But when I'm talking seed saving, I mean taking the seeds from the stuff that you grew and going from there. But depending on the seed, you have to know how to. It's not always as simple as pulling the seeds out of something. Sometimes it is.
Not all seeds translate. Can you do tomato seeds? Can you actually take the seeds out of the center of a tomato and use those?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, you may.
My wife did.
If it's an heirloom variety, an open pollinated, stable, non-hybrid, it'll produce true to type. It'll produce your same, you know, tomato. And those don't cross. Oh shoot! See, I can't even recall that word this morning. Jeez. Won't cross-pollinate easily with other tomatoes, which is nice. But Same with peppers. But, you know, your things like squash, cucumber, your winter squash like pumpkin and that kind of thing. If you grow them near each other, they'll cross-pollinate, and then you get something totally different. Even with your heirloom plants, you know, they'll produce their own hybrids that way. I've had that happen.
Now, when you say close to each other, do you mean like just bed-wise, or do you mean like where they can blow the pollen over and pollinate another one kind of thing? So you want to like even.
Well, it's not blowing; it's your bees. Your bees will flip from one thing to another. So for like the squash families, the cucurbita, I think, cucurbita, betae. Good Lord, I can't talk.
More coffee.
Right. But yeah, there's a variety of distances that, like when you're trying to stay true to type, that you put between things. But one interesting thing I found was that if you have some kind of structure between your types, it cuts that distance in half, because even though they spin around from flower to flower, bees don't like to, they go in a straight line when they're traveling for a distance. So if you have some kind of structure, sometimes they'll stop and veer to the other side and go somewhere else. But that's just something I heard. I've never tested it.
Oh, okay. Hey, morning, V. I'm so glad to see you. I've been missing you. Hope all is well.
You know, I heard, Red Dawn made me think about this. I heard that there's certain parts, I think it was LA, it might be somewhere else, where the postal service is no longer delivering mail because it's too dangerous. And there was some other government entity or something like that.
See, dude, they just, man, that's just crazy. Because, see, I guarantee you that's going to be, I don't know. You think that's the prelude to martial law? Get enough of these metropolitan cities just going batshit crazy, and then you can just go ahead.
Emergency powers of some kind. The problem with like martial law is if we're fighting a couple of wars at the same time.
Well, I know, but I mean, well, not that would be like for a beneficial purpose, but I mean, definitely in a collapsal time. Because I mean, it's like, what other purpose? I mean, you're churning loose, you know, the animals, and they're just pillaging away, and it's kind of like, it's like there's got to be a narrative to this. There's got to be a tie-in. There's.
Well, I mean, if the global goal is depopulation, they're going to do a hell of a job pretty soon, and you know.
Yeah, but what do you got left over when those are the ones that are killing all the other ones?
Yeah, I don't know.
So then you have that left over. Well, okay, you say, okay, well, then you wouldn't have anything left, because, I mean, so it's like, that's why it's so crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. If you depopulate and then you control the food, you might be able to control the people. I mean, if you look at how, I mean, I'm no history buff, but you look at people who used food to control people, they wiped out a lot of their good people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, see, now I could see that from our perspective, but if you're going to already unleash those people into those cities to then wreak havoc and do damage, so, okay, they're taking out some, so when you go to do that, you're just, I don't know, it's like you'd think you'd want it the other way around. You'd want to kind of at least get rid of them and then start weeding some of us out, because, well, we still go to work because we're still the ones that do the middle class. See, they don't want the middle class, but they want you to work like the middle class.
Well, okay, so I have a thought on that. It may not be clearly formed because I need more coffee. However, yeah, but think about who's more controllable from a state supported mindset.
Yeah, but are your criminals going to be? I mean, they can't control them in the locations that they're at. So when you let them out, you're not going to control them then.
True. People do stuff for food, though.
Oh,
And
and
money.
there, they usually riot. See,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Well,
saying. When that crowd of people is just going to tear more shit up the hungrier they get. So they'll even go up into that 10 square mile radius if that's what it took.
mhm.
And that's why
I
I just
wonder if we look
go ahead.
at Venezuela. I'm just thinking out loud here, but they kind of use roving gangs and stuff like that to control people as well. Or the government, how it kind of sort of works with the cartels.
Well, that could be part of the installation of your Antifa BLMs. Could be kind of like people say before, it's like the new brown shirts. Well, that could, I guess then I could see it.
Useful idiots too.
I don't know, man. I feel for anybody that lives in cities.
Oh, me too. Although if they're all that dumb, please just stay there.
Right. Well, it's like, California and being a nice state, but I will say that, and I don't know how to say this right, so just, I don't know, just before you get too mad, just pause is all I'd tell anybody, but take a deep breath and think it through. But, sometimes a state could be so bad right now that you just need to leave until we get the rest under control and you kind of go in and clean that place up, and then you can go back kind of thing. I mean, just because sometimes it's not worth hanging in for the long haul if reality says that you don't have a positive outcome probable, then you're just spinning your wheels and you're really just feeding the other side.
Yeah. Well, it seems like more and more balkanization is going to be a thing eventually. If not a clear-cut line balkanization, an ideal balkanization. Like you're going to have people moving to certain states that foster a certain mindset, and that's going to attract certain people.
True.
That's what we're kind of looking at. Like, in California, there's a lot of agricultural land, a lot. And a lot of people that live in those areas have the same kind of ideas that we do, but they're getting pushed out because of the cities. Because it's not all LA and San Francisco and, that kind of stuff.
Right. Well, and that's what I mean, though. At some point, though, if you're outnumbered, then it's kind of like, well, shit. Okay. Because it's like that. They have some awesome farmland and stuff, and they have some awesome cattle land. But at the same time, they have, they just shown that I don't know that you can change the government body in there right now. So that means you got to deal with some of these other states because we're reaching a pinnacle. And,
Yeah.
Which, we talk like you got people that if you haven't moved by now, then you're in for the duration at this point. Because unless you just kind of get into the apocalyptic kind of working your way out, because I still think, man, come July, August, shit's fixing to get wild.
Yeah, it might wait a little bit longer, and I don't know if it's going to get wild right away or if it's just going to slowly work up to that, but
Well,
I don't know. We had a lot of these discussions. We were in the car for 8 hours yesterday, longer, because we were driving from place to place, and so the conversations that were going on were pretty good.
so
My
how many
sister-in-law was sitting behind my husband, pulling on his seatbelt every once in a while to piss him off.
times did you solve the world's problems?
We're like, good Lord, look at all of them. How to? You
That's what
can't
I
really
always-
solve it.
No, that's just what I always laugh about here.
Yeah.
When people ask that, it's like, oh, I don't know. Well, we solved the world problem a couple of times over.
And I'm obnoxious in the fact that I like to poke holes in things.
You're a
'cause
bully.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah, see?
But yeah, I'm also solution based, but what's frustrating to me is, I'll find a solution and poke my own holes in my own solution,
Well, that's working your theory. That's find all the flaws, work different angles, and then all of a sudden you realize, okay, well, you didn't think that through.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of strategical thinking, or whatever it is. I don't know. That's just part of using your brain. I forgot the term for it. There's actually, I think, some kind of cool term for that.
What, forgetting to use your brain?
No, when you use this strategical type thinking like that, where you're forethinking, I forgot how it's called. I don't know. It was one of them crazy ass psych classes where they attach all cool words to human behavior because we think we know
Critical
everything.
thinking?
No, man, it's some kind of managerial type shit. It's when you're taking and you're looking at a plan and you formulate, but you always keep the end open and adaptable.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't just latch onto one thing and never be willing to bob and shift, or whatever that term is.
Well, but sometimes you have to, like, fire stuff. You start off with, you have levels. So then now certain people at certain levels are only just no, step 1, 2, 3, just repeat step 1, 2, 3. That's it. Don't think of 4 and 5, just step 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a safety thing.
Yeah.
But then there's people that are running that show, and you need to be able to think outside the box and think about if dipshit falls out of breath, if something happens, if this power line for just variations, and trying to keep that roving train of mind. I forgot what the term. There was some kind of term.
I didn't even know there was a term for it. But that's kind of what I try to do. I try not to think of just the first couple of steps, like for example, because I'm fixated on food, where you think, okay, I gotta have food, but then you're like, okay, but the food's gonna run out at some point, so I need to learn how to grow the food. Okay, well, you can grow the food, but how do you feed your food? How do you get those seeds? How do you keep that perpetual? And then the step beyond that, which is kind of where we're at, it's like, oh, how do we protect our food? Because that's going to be a major concern.
Hey, what's up, you people? How goes it, brother?
Hey, Scooter. Oh, Nikki's in here too. Hey, Nikki.
Let me put a link in. There we go.
Yeah, I've got maybe 20 more minutes, and then I have to get rolling
Oh, you're
in
good.
case the little one comes early.
I'm good. You came up here and hung out.
Oh, me too. I may not be able to hang out as much this week because I've got my hands really full this week.
Roger.
I've got the little one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and my daughter and her new husband are coming up to visit us this weekend. So, yeah.
Oh, Nikki's not on long. She's on a 10-minute break, she said.
My shitter net's acting up.
Oh no, not attack of the shitter net.
Mm-hmm. First world problems. They are irritating though, those first world problems.
Do what?
The first world problems like shitter net.
The shitter net?
Yeah. They shouldn't irritate me as much as they do, but they really do.
Oh hey, I feel your pain, man. Being in a rural area, it's always, well, for the little bit we moved out for a little bit. Okay, that is you, right, brother? Yep, there you go. All right, got you.
Yeah, you can never trust my filters.
Well, I was like, well, I think that's an active moving picture, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah. You always got to be careful.
Oh, man, especially nowadays. I don't know
Hey,
what
anti-jack.
Oh, I was looking at one stream. I can't remember whose it was, but some dude came up and he had some kind of weird filter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was creepy as all get out. And finally, he got booted off because he wouldn't show his real face, you know. And
Gotcha.
they sensed that he was about to do some bad stuff.
It's a possibility.
Yep.
There's a lot of messed up people out there.
Way too many.
He doesn't have a shirt on, V, if that's what you mean.
I never have a shirt on.
But he's not naked.
No, I'm never naked. I don't do that to anybody.
The shoulder's looking better.
It's a lot better. Luckily, it doesn't need any surgery. They're just going to let it try and work itself back into place. So, just got to do some physical therapy. Yeah, just got to do some physical therapy for a couple of weeks. So we'll see where we're at in a couple of weeks. If it doesn't go back into place, if it doesn't work itself back into place, then I'm probably going to need the surgery. But we'll see what happens.
There you go.
Well, I wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Shoot, yeah. Well, and that's if you can do it without the surgery, that would be awesome because it's just natural. A la natural.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Because he said if I actually did the surgery, it would fix it. You know what I'm saying? Like they could totally fix it within the surgery, but it would reset the clock on the healing time. So it's like, really? Come on, man.
Well, yeah.
So I figure, screw it. Deal with the pain and let it work itself back out naturally.
Well, just keep your range of motion going, and
yeah, I've been keeping it out of the sling. I've been working with it and everything like that. So, I mean, I'll put it in the sling once it starts really, really hurting or something. But I've been keeping it out of the sling and I've been working with it, so it's getting better.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. At least there's not like huge lump there no more. That's pretty much evened out.
You been on the scooter?
No, that thing, I took the wheel off of it to change out the rotor, and I found out that the forks were bent and the frame was broken, remember?
Oh damn.
Oh yeah.
That's why I figured I crashed, is because the forks were bent and the whole frame was broken. So it just wasn't stable. You know? But what are you gonna do? Shit happens.
Well, that's okay. You still got the motor and shit, so you still got the go fast stuff.
Well, I was thinking I could build like a metal frame or something and stick those wheels like as back wheels. And I was actually thinking about taking a lounge chair that I have and sticking it on a metal frame and putting the wheels up underneath and driving my freaking chair around town.
Oh, well, there you go.
Could you imagine seeing some dude on a lounge chair doing 50 miles an hour down the road?
Well, let's see. If you put it on a chair, you'll probably drop down to about 35 to 40 miles an hour just because of the drag of the other three wheels, all three being spread out like that, where you got two sets of friction spots, the front and the back.
Yeah, you might be right.
You're going to be hauling ass. So
I'll still be hauling ass.
I'm sorry, 35 miles an hour sitting in a chair is still hauling ass.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, dude, I still feel that way on my hover round, and I only feel like I do friggin' like 5 or 6 miles an hour, I think is what it does. And you think, holy shit, dude.
Right. I used to think that with my old scooter. I had a 3-wheeled scooter that would fold up and everything. It was meant for commuting and stuff. And the thing would do only about 12 miles an hour, but you were feeling like you were flying on that thing, man. Like, for real. Like, even 12 miles an hour seems pretty fast, but that's pretty much where I wrecked at. So I mean, 12 miles an hour is pretty fast, considering like you can obviously mess yourself up pretty good at 12 miles an hour.
Well, yeah, you say, 3-4 miles an hour. It's like, that doesn't sound fast, but take an object and get hit at 3 miles an hour, all of a sudden you realize that, 3 miles an hour actually has a little movement to it.
Right. It's got a little momentum behind that.
Yeah. Especially when you hit solid objects.
Right. Definitely.
Well, yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's like, yeah, run into a wall at 3 or 4 miles an hour and see how slow that feels.
I'm not the next Johnny Knoxville. That is not happening. I'm not looking to put the chair on there to wreck. That's not the goal. That was never the goal. I'm just bent, man. Like, spending all that money on that scooter and everything, I got to get my money out of it. I tried putting it up on Craigslist for parts because, there are people out there with the scooters that'll buy the wheels, because the wheels are actually the motors themselves.
Oh, okay.
And you just run the power back over to the battery.
So is it front and back wheels that drive that?
And you can alternate it. You can make it like a 1-wheel drive, or you can make it a 2-wheel drive, which like speeds it up. So like the 1-wheel drive, it has 3 different settings for speeds. And I think the 1-wheel drive was like 15, 25, and 35. And then the 2-wheel drive, if you were in 1, you ended up doing like 30. And if you were in 2, you ended up doing like 40. And if you were in 3, you could crank it all the way up to almost 60 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's there. And, for the size of the wheels and the size of the motors, you wouldn't think that it's got that much power and that much torque. But these things haul, like, seriously. And if I'm thinking if I stuck them on the back and had them as rear wheel drive, and just created a nice little frame, I could create my own little scooter and still have everything working. You know what I'm saying? And at least I know if I build it myself, I don't have to worry about the frame breaking or anything like that.
No, dude, do like my hover round, do front wheel. Put the drive wheels in the front, and you just got 2 like wheelie wheels back there. That's how my hover round is. My 2 front wheels are the drive tires. And then the 2 back ones are like the wheelchair swivel caster. They're like wheelie bar type wheels. And so, because that way when you take off, you're always going back on them wheels, and it's not actually trying to lift the front. You're sinking the ass end down every time you go to take off. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah,
Dude,
I just don't know. I just don't know how I would be able to do that and steer them at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So the scooter is like an inline scooter. It's got two wheels. They're inline, right? It's not three. It's two wheel. So what I wanted to do is stick them in the back, side by side, and then stick a big wheel up in the front.
Oh, to steer with it.
To steer with it. So that way I can sit in the chair and I could put wheelie pegs on it, and I could just sit there and just steer the chair around.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It'd be like a powered up big wheel.
Right. Kind of. But the wheels are hidden up underneath except for the front one, because the front one's going to have to be exposed.
Oh, well, dude, do you one of them big old 24-inch wheels or 35-inch wheels, the big, have the two little small tires in the back, and you got the big center in the front? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Little drifting.
Get it all choppered out.
There you go.
Bring out the front end forks, extend them out.
Well, hell yeah. Wait a minute. Well, no, you'd have to go over to Nevada, but you got old Count's Custom there. I think that's what they did one time or something. They made a bunch of those little trike deals, drifters.
Yeah. I was thinking. I was thinking like the drift trikes, except with a freaking lounge chair on top of it. And the thing's like an old lounge chair too, with like that really old flower pattern on it. You know what I'm talking about? Like that chair that you would have seen in your grandmother's house with the really ugly flower pattern. I found this thing at Goodwill. I paid a
trailer park
for
chair.
It. Yeah, dude, it's a really nice chair too. It's comfortable. I'm like, fuck, I drive around on this thing. My wife hates it. She wants it out of the house. So I was like, well, I could make a frame for it, and stick those wheels on it, attach the battery pack up underneath of it, and then we're all good. I can drive around on the chair.
Where are the people? I don't know, Red Dawn. I haven't heard in the past couple of days. I would think so, because I think the last I heard 2 days ago that they were still under lockdown and shit.
Yeah.
So I don't see all of a sudden they're not.
No, they're still underneath lockdown, and the conditions are getting worse.
Let's just go ahead and pull it up. We can all take a look,
right,
and see what happens with the maritime shit.
You're having it to the point where people are starting to disobey them and starting to fucking go back at them. You can't sing on balconies. That's ridiculous.
Still a lot of anchored ships is all I can say.
Yeah.
Let's see. Share. Oh, okay, moment. I got you. Let's see. Add the stream. Okay, so there's Shanghai right there where I got the mouse icon popping up. That's Shanghai. Most all them boats are round dots, and they're all anchored. Look at these big old wad right here that's anchored in this curve.
What program is that?
It's a website called marinetraffic.com, and you can go see and watch this here. You'll see some really cool shit. So this is Shanghai. So
holy crap.
This is the boat. So here comes, this is Japan over here where that mouse popping up is. That's Japan. So watch this as it goes global, and you can see just how the world operates. So here's the world for you. So this is us, where this red is and the little mouse popping up over there. That's the Gulf of Mexico. So
right.
This is how the traffic is shit. Normally you would see a good stream, and what you see is you see a big cluster a cluster of anchored ships, and you can pull this up. I'll put a link up. Let's see. Let me do this down here.
I know it's terrible, but I love the word cluster F.
I can just type it in. Bam.
That's pretty crazy.
Terrific. That's it. So that's the link I put in chat. And if you go there, well, what it is when you pull this up, like right now, all I've got is selected is the green are container ships and the red are tankers. So that's the only two I've got selected is cargo and tanker. And then if you look at them, it's hard to see it on the screen. If I zoom in, then it changes them, but the ships are they're pointed, so they have a point to them that'll show the direction that they're facing. But if they're round, that means they're anchored. So when you go over here into the whole Asian coastline and you start looking at all these round dots out here that are just anchored up, and then all along in this coastline, which here's Shanghai right there. So all this is a port loading up, and as you zoom in, you realize just how many are really there. You know, and like this is really nerve-wracking. These little big pools have rounded up. These are all anchored ships. So they're not getting loaded, unloaded, or nothing. They're just sitting there like, yeah, we'll get around to you whenever. And you realize that's our goods, man. Look at all these anchored up ships just sitting out there out in the water. These are just anchored.
Hey, Rescue.
Ma'am.
Do they have like a historical reference for marine traffic like that? Like, can you go backwards and see how it was, say 2019, and so on and so forth? I wonder, because that would be interesting to see, to give it perspective.
Not that I know of, because it's a live map. So I don't believe so.
I wonder if there's something that does.
I'm pretty sure you can look it up.
Now you might could do like the Wayback Machine or something, maybe, or.
I've never used that. I keep hearing about it.
You don't have a Wayback Machine? Ah.
Is it's like an account or something?
It's a website.
Oh, I thought it was your memory.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that fails me on a regular basis.
Hey, I hear you.
No, it's a website, and a lot of the popular, I won't say all of them, but a lot of sites, because everything is data. So there's actually captured moments of websites and stuff. So they call it the Wayback Machine, because then you can go back to like August 18th of 2020, and what did the New York Post have to say, or what was on Tim Pool Cast, or what was Crowder's show saying, or you can look up different stuff. It could be, you can say anything, but it's not quite anything, but it's a lot of shit. I mean, there's a lot of reference. Wikipedia, you can go back and see changes.
So mostly not for, like, say if you had a MySpace and you wanted to find what you had on it, that kind of thing?
Actually, it might have some MySpace showing. It's a recreation, because a lot of that stuff, what they'll do is they'll recreate what was there, even though it's, because it becomes, I forgot what the term is copyrighted wise, but it's like you might can. Why are you trying to, you trying to go back to your MySpace page? Look at you. Just trying to reminisce. Like, well, I want to go way back.
I want to see what I created.
Right.
Why don't
I have this playlist.
You just go to myspace.com?
I mean, I guess I could.
I mean, isn't
I
it?
I couldn't tell you what my login was, what email I had at that time, or anything like that.
Oh, dude, forgot
That
password.
might be a little challenging. That's true. And I have to forget password for that email if I can remember the name of it.
Forgot login.
Well, I had a playlist on, you know how you could put like, yeah. I think I had a Yahoo email at that time.
I miss MySpace. At least you were able to.
I don't know. I've changed
your
emails.
page.
That was the problem with MySpace. And
Yeah.
That's the funny thing. 'Cause that's what gave Facebook the nudge to become popular, was because MySpace would let you embed stuff into your MySpace page. Well, then if people went, they could get a virus quick. Well, all of a sudden it was like, ooh, MySpace. Well, then here's Facebook going, hey, you know, we talk college, and look, we're so cool. And all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, this is so much cooler. There we go. Next thing you go. And here we are, 20-something years later, and the little dipshit stealing elections from us. Little prick.
I don't know what to tell you. I still miss MySpace.
Right?
I'd much rather be able to, you know, create my own page and set it up than have it preset like everybody else's and just share shit.
Your halo's cutting in and out.
Yeah, I know. It's not very good lighting in here.
Oh, I just figured your personalities were switching.
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
uh-oh.
the shitternet won.
Gotta love it.
Yep. Attack of the shitternet.
The downfalls.
What do you say, Red Dot? I have McAfee protection on my computer. When it expired, my computer was slow. McAfee admitted he created the problem. They created the service. Oh yeah, I never used McAfee. I used to be a Norton fan way back in the beginning when they first came out, and then they got commercialized, got sold that little license out across to providers and different equipment people, and all of a sudden they became useless too because they were just piggybacking off the money.
Yeah.
And that's like him. He was just using it to snoop. I like it when you come up, brother. I ain't even got to bother looking down there, because if it's legit, you're going to be on up here. If it's like, if you linger down there too long, it's like, somebody must be faking possibly.
What's up, 1A?
What up, brother? What up, Rescue?
What's up, buddy? Hey, TJ. Morning.
I don't see you wearing no sling no more, man. You must be doing all right.
Yeah, I wear the sling every once in a while. When I went and had it checked out by the specialist, they were telling me that it doesn't need surgery. I could do surgery, but it doesn't need it. And, just to work it and whatnot and so forth. Once it starts like really hurting or something, put it back up in the sling, let it rest.
There you go.
So just trying to work it out, and hopefully it fixes itself naturally.
Oh, dude, that's great news. I mean, I don't think anybody likes to hear when they break or pull something or the ligament goes. The last thing we want to hear is, you're probably going to need surgery. That's
right. And well, I don't even think that I tore any ligaments, because the specialist didn't even say anything about torn ligaments. That was the first doctors that said that I might have torn ligaments and stuff. But apparently it was, I just jammed my shoulder really good. You know how like you jam your finger and it sits back a little bit and then it'll come back out? Kind of like that is pretty much how he explained it, as I just jammed my shoulder really good.
Look at that crooked pinky.
Right. That bad boy never straightened back out. I don't know what they
told you. So, well, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about this not straightening back out. There's still a nice little hump there for my collarbone, but he's like, it should work back into place.
Morning,
hopefully it works back into place.
And already milkmaid.
When I broke my collarbone, my one where it snapped, the right side was about 2 inches on top of the left side of my collarbone, And they were just like, well, they're like, you don't have to have surgery. You could, just like they said to you. And they're like, but you could naturally let it heal and it'll just form back in. It'll fuse back together. And I was like, all right. And it did, and everything's fine. But now I have this huge knot, you know, where the bone had grown back together.
Right.
But it hasn't had any, like, you know, hasn't caused any problems or anything like that. So that's a good thing.
Oh,
Right.
shit, mine did. Mine got busted in 9 pieces whenever I got ran over and
Oh, shit.
didn't get those set. And that shit's all in kind of weird. It feels like some kind of Blue Rocky Mountain shit feeling all
Wow.
across there because there's just little different spots. And it gets sore, man. It's
Oh, I bet.
but
You broke it in 9 places too.
Well, you just adapt. You just
Mine was only 2.
that's how
So
I deal
I
with it.
can't, I don't, yeah, mine wasn't that bad. That's for damn sure. I
Most
wouldn't know
of
what
the
to
time,
do.
dude, that's what gets it. If I can, like the consistent stuff, you can just slowly get to a point where you can just tune it out.
Right.
It's like when they did my whole neck and then they were like, okay, well, now you can't really be lifting anything. And it was like, what? No, I got to go back to work. Hell, I still got a family. I still got a home. I got bills. I don't know.
That's what I'm worried about right now because Amazon won't let me work. Even with me being able to use my arm because I don't have full use of it and it could get damaged again easily, they won't let me work.
Are you on work? You got like insurance or no? So you got to get a full
I've
release
got
in order to go
insurance.
back.
I've got insurance to cover this, but I don't have insurance to cover work. Like I just got off of an LOA. I didn't even you got to work a certain amount of hours before you can have a short-term disability through Amazon.
So
and I wasn't there long enough. I ended up screwing myself up right after I got off of an LOA. So
are they shipping in some of them Venezuelan, Honduras, $15 an hour people into yours? I can believe it.
I'm not saying it.
We all know the truth.
It is very difficult sometimes.
Oh, this is the only time when it's a classic example of enemy of my enemy is my friend. Because, see, I personally am not a union fan, but I find it ironic that they're the ones that are coming out going, hey, what the hell is going on here? And it's like, there you go.
Right.
Poke the right bear. There you go. Piss them off. Get the light on the topic.
Yeah. Well, I've even talked about starting a union out here with people, but there's a whole bunch of work to get a union started out here.
Dude, see, I'm just not a fan of unions at all. Unions to me are they're just mini governments.
They are mini governments.
Somebody's going to be in control. Somebody's going to make money off of other people, and somebody's going to have a say over other people. And it's like, that just.
Yeah, but in today's society, it's kind of like picking between 2 presidents. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really want to deal with this, or do you really want to deal with this, or do you not want to deal with it at all?
But see,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
But why does it have to be a union? Why can't it just be a group of people? Like, if you have 3/4 of a plant feels this way, why can't then you just unify and say, yep, we're going to sit this one out? Why does it have to be under a union banner? Why does it have to
I don't know.
Pick up? That's my thing is I think that's just a mini version of the same corruption as in Washington.
I hear you. Frankly, I've told people they should just walk the fuck out and sit out front.
Well, community-based society just, it becomes a part of a culture then whenever everybody just does. It's not part of joining anything. It's called a right and wrong. And so it's
Right.
like, hey, this is wrong. You think it's wrong? Yeah, I think it's wrong. There you go.
There
Majority
you go.
of us think
Change
this is
it.
wrong. Okay, well, then how about tomorrow morning? We just stand out front. Okay, well, you've got 3/4 say yeah. Next thing you know, 3/4 people are standing out front.
Well, yeah.
And nobody had to pay nobody's dues.
Right, and 3/4 will say yes, but only like 1/4 will show up, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? That's what ends up happening. It's ridiculous because people are afraid. They're afraid of losing their job. They're afraid of speaking up against the company because of retaliation and this, that, and the other. And they can retaliate without showing retaliation. They know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? They'll stick you in the worst place in the warehouse. You know, like.
Well, they're just people. They're people that think of bad things, but they're just people. So yeah, if you can think of something bad, they will. But that's what I mean. It's just, I don't know. I've always found the union things. I've heard people talk. They've had good ones on the small scale. It's just, I see the bigger ones. I used to work for Beacon, which is the non-union side of Bechtel construction. And dude, night and day difference. I mean, yeah, if you looked at us from the outside, you'd say, yeah, but that side's got it made. Look at all their clean equipment. Yeah, but they didn't have much that their jobs, they were in control and they paid dues. We made our overtime. We cranked our hours. We ran our job sites the way we wanted. It was a little different.
It's always different, you know, and I completely agree with you. But when it comes down to it, I'd much rather see a union take over Amazon. At least that's a start, and then the people can get rid of the union later.
You
know what I'm saying? Huh?
You won't get rid of it.
Well, that all depends. I mean, you could always get rid of the union. Stop paying the dues.
You want to know what the underlying problem is here? No single man like Jeff Bezos should have that much power.
That's the problem. That's what needs to change. In fact, you know, like I said, I like unions, but I don't like unions because there's positives in some aspects, but then there's negatives in the other. But when it comes to a company like Amazon and the way Bezos treats people, I would much rather see a union take it over and people actually get treated like people than treated like robots.
But see, you know what I can see happening right out the gate too is okay, so all of Amazon unionizes. Bam, it's all now a union. So you know what happens? There's now union leaders and management and supervisors that are now have cushier jobs. You guys realize that shit's only changed just a fraction and you start going WTF, then you slowly over a few years adjust to it, and the next thing you know, 10 years down the road, it's just a part of the union, just like it is in the automobile industry, just like everywhere else, part of the union. It becomes the norm.
Yeah, but right now, basically, you have those people that have those cushy jobs that sit around and do nothing. I mean, I kid you not, you'll have a manager come in straight from college, some young kid, straight from college, has never managed a warehouse at all. They don't even train these managers on how to work the equipment when they come in. They just train them how to do the job. As far as, you know, let's not do unions. Make sure that, you know,
well, they need so much personnel. Homeboy's got such a big income. He's got to, if he doesn't have such a large personnel force, then it becomes a tax burden. So he's got to crest that personnel to play them games.
Oh yeah, but the thing is if you go in as a manager, you've got it made right out from the get. You don't have to stand on your feet 24/7 in that place. You don't. I mean, you have to run around, but it's not like running.
Managers in? Is it degrees?
Yeah, it's like a certain degree or blah blah blah. Hell, I had a girl beat me out for a position because she had an art degree. I kid you not. She had an art degree and she beat me out for the position.
I can believe it.
And I was working there for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew everything. I knew how to run everything. I knew all the operations of everything.
Yeah, but see, on a statistical type sheet, she gets logged in as a college-educated employee. Mm-hmm. So she gets to make them sound better than they are.
Right. Right. Just like with all the little commercials that you see from Amazon where, you know, they try and claim that, you know, they did it. Like, there's a new commercial out about, I think it's in India. There's a Amazon delivery crew that is all female. And Amazon is taking credit for that because, of course, they gave them that opportunity.
Whoa, wait a second. Doesn't that complete? I mean, I know that's in India, and they're about to do a whole new like Uber type thing here in America, where it's all female. They only hire females. You want to talk about the biggest federal lawsuit you've ever seen in the history of the United States of America? Try to start a company where you can only hire one gender of people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, where, like, really? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, you know, I've noticed that it's all right to segregate certain areas as long as they're considered a minority, and as long as you're not doing it. If they're doing it to themselves, then it's okay. But if they're, if it's meant to keep people out, it's wrong. I just don't. There's a double standard in all that. There really is, regardless whether it's all female or all a certain race or all this or all that. It doesn't matter. They can get away with it. There's certain ways of getting away with it. I'm not even going to get into that.
Well, you know what the first thing I thought of when I saw that was, well, aren't Uber drivers and like Lyft drivers one of the most targeted people for crimes at the moment as far as occupation? Yeah, they are. So you want to make a whole company based off females when female drivers are the number one targeted people when it comes to that occupation?
Right.
Are you going to let them carry a gun with them too? No. Okay, then what do you think is going to happen?
But that's what that's what me and Milma were talking about earlier. That's what I don't understand about the whole crime thing in all these metropolitan cities, and they're intentionally releasing them and they're intentionally not punishing them. And it's like, so what's the end game? What's the alternative? You're just churning the animals loose. And so now you got goofy shit like this. So now you're going to turn women loose doing Uber drives in these metropolitan cities that crime rate is up like 300 and 400 freaking %.
Right.
Well, I wonder what good's going to come out of that.
It's on purpose, Rescue. You know that. We all know that. It's on purpose, trying to completely destroy every fabric of society. Just complete chaos is what they want. Because it's a lot easier, to control us through chaos.
I'm just wondering what they're figuring to come in, and if they're planning on we're just going to look like some third world country when it's all said and done, and we'll just be roaming streets in little herds, or if there's going to be another regime. Because that's the one thing I got to say. It's easy to kind of think that we're just going to collapse. It's not so much the collapsing part as, what about all them other big countries? Got you, brother. Them other big countries that are just sitting there salivating, waiting for us to collapse. What's up, Bug Out?
Oh, man.
How goes your day, sir?
Same old, I guess.
Right on.
Finally getting out of here. Kind of got hung up at the last minute.
Oh,
that's how it always happens.
That was rock solid what you did for George, brother. That was solid.
Yeah, I mean, he's still here. I just can't see him. It kind of pisses me off.
Did you hear about that earlier, 1A?
Yeah, I did, about him giving the apple with the honey in it, the hollowed out apple. Yeah. Yeah, man, he's trying. Like what can you do, man? He lost a buddy. You got to try to make his life as simple, and appreciative as possible. Gotta do what you gotta do.
He's pretty social too. Like he gets, he's like anybody else. When he's got monkeys with him, he's like, oh my god, these monkeys are driving me fucking nuts. But then when he doesn't have them, he's like, oh my god, man, I'm bored. I don't have anything to do. So he was one of those types.
Well, have you ever given him an apple with honey before?
No, but I do know that he likes honey because I had a little bit of honey at one time, and I smeared the rest of it on something. I forget what it was. It might have been a watermelon rind or something, but he likes the rinds. You give him a piece of watermelon, he eats the green part and leaves the red part and throws it down on the floor.
Damn.
I'm lost here. Who are we talking about? Is this an animal?
Yes, this is George. George is a monkey, and George was really cool because George was a unique monkey, and now George is, think possibly in solitary confinement because, well, that's the way that is. So now we kind of just sit and we reminisce about the good old days of George because Bug Out would share the stories of George.
Oh, got you.
So we have a toast and we drink one to George. Or hit the bowl.
Gosh.
So then when I get home, I guess I gotta fill my wife's tires with air again.
Uh-oh.
And I was telling her like we've got an air compressor, and I went out and bought the fancy like the race car crew air gun with the gauge on it and stuff, where I'm like, you can't mess this up, And she was like, just show me one more time and then I'll have it. I'm like, yeah, right.
It's always one more time.
My mother-in-law keeps saying that, and I end up having to keep putting air in the tires.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So why don't you take the tires down and get the holes repaired? Get a plug put in.
Where we're at, and I don't know why it's always her, but I'll plug the tires, but she's really good at finding things to put holes in them. Now, I have, when I got this 4Runner, they thought they were scamming me, and they said, hey, we'll give you this 10-year deal for X amount of money where whenever your tires go bad, we'll replace them. And I looked at the guy, and I was like, are you serious? And then I looked over at my wife, and she kind of smiled, and I was like, yeah, I'll take that, And like, I already paid for half of it since I've had it, because like, it's basically a ginormous construction site where I work. I run over screws and nails and shit all the time.
Oh my
So
God.
I was just like, you guys have no idea how much you're going to get taken on this, because each one of these tires is like $300-something.
Right?
Oh, damn. Yep.
So I've already paid for almost half of it, and it hasn't even been a year yet. So I'm just like, you guys are dumb, but whatever. For a regular person, I guess it's like it comes out in the wash, maybe. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, most people don't run through construction sites.
But I'm sitting here saying, like, there's constantly construction crews rolling in and out, electricians, plumbers, bricklayers, name it, carpenters.
Dude,
why is my wife? Go ahead.
Because most of these people put this shit on them damn lowboy trailers to run them down to the dump and shit, and that shit's bouncing and vibrating. Meanwhile, screws and nails and all kinds of shit just bouncing out in the middle of the road.
But how come it's always my wife's tires that are messing up and not mine? That's what I'm wondering.
Maybe she needs to change the route she's taking. Maybe she's taking like a highly trafficked area that's by people hauling shit like that. So maybe she needs to do a detour.
I'm wondering.
Right.
Or like, and this is what I think, because she's real oversensitive to standing water. And
she's hitting the shoulder.
And I think she's hitting the shoulder too much. And over time, the shoulder just accumulates crap,
Yep. That's what my wife
And I'm telling her, like, man, she's got an Outback. It's got a 10.5-inch clearance. I'm like, you can get wet in that thing. It's not a Mazda Miata, like, go ahead and get in the water. It's no big deal. We're not on the beach. It's not salt water. You're good. You're fine. Make it happen.
Even if it was salt water, you're fine.
Well, then you got to wash it off all underneath there and neutralize that. Otherwise, it just starts.
Tell that to the people that live out in Jersey and Pennsylvania.
That's it. That's why people always want the vehicles that have been stored over there in Arizona.
That's right.
It's like, oh man, you got it. What a
time, but
special. That's pretty cool. Where's
the
it from? New Jersey. Oh, that's okay.
What was that, Bushido?
No, I said it's not something that like immediately happens, but over the years it does kind of take a toll.
Yeah.
And like when they salt roads, for example, that really messes up vehicles.
Yep. I don't know how many times I have to wash my car in the wintertime out there.
But here, man, it's the Gulf, it gets a lot of that salty sea breeze on the coast. And I'm noticing that living inland more, that I'm kind of impervious to that, where that was kind of a deal
You're roboting.
Probably was living in Jersey, I imagine. You know what I mean?
Are you around a dump truck?
Yeah, I've been having a hard time. No, it's we've been having some shitty weather, so this thing's been going in and out.
Oh,
got you.
We've been getting pounded with rain the last couple of days.
Oh, okay. I thought you were beside another dump truck.
No, that's coming. That happens after this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He runs around some really they're really clandestine surveillance dump trucks, but every time he gets around them, they knock his signal in and out.
Surveillance dump trucks?
Yeah, you know, it's hidden in the bed. That way they look like they're real dump trucks, but they're patrolling the streets, just scanning. No, I don't know what I think it's probably like the CB something on the damn trucks. GPS that they use or something jacks with his signal every time he gets around them damn dump trucks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's something on it that emits a field, and I got it down to a science just from doing this. I realized that whenever I'm next to a dump truck, people start saying, "Man, you're going robot," and then if I hit the brakes and I let it get about 50 yards ahead of me, they go, "Oh, that's better." And then when I go to pass the dump truck, they can't hear me again. I'm like, It's these damn dump trucks, you know? But there's a place that has, 50 dump trucks, and they run, like dump truck loads of fill, and they're always going in and out of this place. So if I show up at the wrong time, there'll be 10 dump trucks on the road. So the second I pass one, I'm just stuck behind another one. Then I got to go, because it's only 2 lanes of traffic, and a coming and a going, you know? So you got to wait until there's a break in the traffic. You pass it, you go fast, boom, another dump truck. It's just like they're strategically placed so that dump truck on this road.
Right.
Morning, Yankee. Morning, Hoot Off. I didn't say anything. And morning, everybody.
It's crazy, man.
I bet. I know a place up here in Phoenix that does that. They've got dump trucks just running in and out constantly. And if you get stuck on that road, having to go down that road for some reason, yeah, you better watch yourself, because they don't care about little cars. They own that road.
Yeah, there's that too. But these guys are they're not so bad about that. But I hate when finally at the end, it turns back into a 2-lane road, you know, going the same direction. And then they all decide they want to pass each other. And that's the part that pisses me off. Because I know I should be going faster because there's 2 lanes, but I'm still stuck behind 2 dump trucks instead of 1. And I'm just like, you idiots, you know?
Right.
Like, and then, you know, these dump trucks have governors on them, so they can't go faster than like 50 miles an hour or something. And
so basically they're racing themselves at top governor speed.
Yeah, it's like there's one dump truck, and then on the left there's a dump truck with more black smoke coming out of the pipe. That's the only difference, you know? And they're going like, why can't I pass them? What's going on? And I'm like, don't they teach you this shit? You know, you got a governor on that thing.
Oh, they do that with the big trucks too. One has a little bit lighter load than another one, so he starts acting, thinking that, okay, no, I can pass him. So they just hold their shit to the floor, but then all of a sudden they reach this incline or a little dip, and they realize that they're balanced. Next thing you know, they just side by side, and it's like, oh, you freaking pricks. Right. Just fall in line and go with the flow, damn it. But nope, you got to get in the way.
Well,
I remember when
bike is nice then, because then you hit the shoulder and you just shoot past their ass really quick.
The original Humvees had governors on them too, believe it or not.
Shoot,
so you
my Dodge Durango's got a governor on it. I can only do 115 in my Dodge Durango.
That's 115 ain't so bad though, right?
It says 140.
I think anything that started getting the ECM started getting governed.
I'll tell you what, man. I used to have a Lincoln Mark 7, and I worked night shift. I was working at Sony in their computer department, and I had the road to myself. The other lane of 75, the expressway, was like full of cars, but I was like the only car on the road for sometimes 6 miles at a time, you know? And I'd start zoning out, listening to music, and I'd look down and I'd be going like 145, and I'm like, holy shit, you know, lay off of the gas. And man, sometimes I would pass cop cars. They would turn their lights on for a second, then just turn them off and go, you got away, whatever. I'm not even chasing that guy.
I'm not chasing 145.
Yeah. I was just like, damn, man, I don't know how many times that happened. And I was like, God, I gotta start paying attention. But it's just a long straight road, you know, and it's like the perfect storm for like going too fast. And that Mark 7, man, that 8-cylinder that was in it, I don't know a lot about motors, man, so I can't really get too into the details on it, but it was like, it was quick on the little end, and then it got this Herculean boost of energy on the big end too. Somehow it was both, and oh my God. It didn't feel like you were speeding. It felt like you were just taking a Sunday stroll, and then you look down and the needle's all the way to the right, and you're like, holy shit.
That's those old boat cars, though, man. Like, they give you that feeling like you're just coasting.
That's actually, Ryan said he drove a semi that would do 110, and I've done that over there on 20 going towards California, and you can hit them long straightaways. Open that bad boy up to about 110, 115, and it floats along. Man, you can sail on down that road.
Yeah,
well, the that I got, it goes, the dial goes to 120, and I know I've gone 100 in it, and it felt like I wasn't doing anything. So I really think it could probably do more than that if I really wanted it to, but 120 is all they show me.
Yeah, I topped out my Dodge Durango on Route 66.
You might have to change the chip out, open it up on the chip, because that's the thing with the ECMs. Once everything went digital, then it might be locked on firmware. So then your chip will open up parameters.
Yeah, my speedometer says 140, but it only does 115. 125 downhill.
Oh.
I miss Route 66, man. I drove that a couple times going back and forth from California, and when I would get tired, I'd switch over to the historic route. It just kept me awake longer, so I could get more driving time in, you know.
Right.
And man, it's like, I'll tell you, man, driving is not the same as it used to be. Like, going from way up north down to the bottom of Florida, it was Route 27. And man, this Route 27 was around for forever. But if you drove this Route 27 from the north down to the south, it'd take you a week today if you did it. I don't know how long it took back then. And because, you know, it's all side roads and like routes and reroutes and, you know, just basically improved farm roads for some of it. So you just never know what you're going to get. But 66 is kind of the same way. They got rid of a lot of it, but I don't know, man. There's something about that shit, man. I really like it.
Well, they reroute stuff and then funnel stuff more into mainline interstate shit. Traffic dies off. That's a spot riding out up and down the road. The highway used to go actually through the town, and they decided they would come up with this bypass, and that would help. Well, it didn't help. It actually killed the whole business in town. Now it became like Lawyer Row is what they joke about. Because like all the shops died off and they all moved out to big stores out on the highway.
Yeah, that was a lot of towns around Route 66 out here in Arizona. I mean, if you just take the original route, there are so many towns that are just struggling to survive anymore because of the interstates and everything. I just miss the fact that the roads used to go with the landscape instead of just through it.
Yeah. Oh, and
You know?
TJ says I missed my Delta 88. She could cruise at 120. Dude,
Yeah.
my mom had a Delta 88 Royale, and I remember that car was badass. I jacked
Yeah.
that car many a nights.
Well, those were in the stage where the cars still had the cool boxy look to them, but they were starting to get the flares in the right places, you know? If you know what I'm saying.
Right? I had an 85 Grand Prix, man. I had some Pro Track 60s put on the back of that thing. Air shocks put on the back of it. Didn't matter. Every bump I hit, it would scrape the sidewalls of my tires in the back. But it was a pretty badass little car.
I had air suspension go out, man, and you used to be able to do workarounds when air suspension went out. Like, when the air suspension went out on my Mark 7, it was a $2,000 fix. But instead, this dude went to the junkyard and got some Tempo springs from a Ford Tempo and put them in where the air suspension was. And man, it worked like a charm for about 2 more years. And then that started going bad. And then where he attached the actual, like, the car itself started failing, you know, and they were like, man, we can't fix this. But then somebody T-boned me and destroyed the car anyway. So
there you go.
It was a moot point, you know.
Morning, Kim. Kim says, good morning, everybody. I heard Grand Prix, best car I ever had was 1978 Grand Prix 401 V8, which I never gave it up.
That's a beautiful car right there.
That's
My 85 unfortunately had the 6, but the plus side with the 6 is if you ever were like cruising, it did a good 110 miles an hour. But if like you were like if you were cruising down the interstate like he was, and the cops come out, you duck down off the interstate, you pull off, and you can open up your hood, climb into your hood, and shut your hood on yourself. So if they even do find the car, they're out there looking for you because they think that you dumped the car, but you're just sitting in the engine compartment.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I had I probably shouldn't even tell this story, but we were young and at that age where we were just all starting to drive and whatnot, you know, and this friend of mine, his father gave him his old car, which was a Fiero. If you remember those little shitty cars.
God, Fieros are awesome.
Oh my God, yes. Those were
it was a black one. It looked kind of cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, but
those are some badass looking go-karts,
right?
But it was so small, and we were in the city. So what we were doing was we were going to the University of Cincinnati. We would drive by the frat parties and do drive-bys with Roman candles, and they would all get in their cars and look for us. And he would zoom down the road, turn the lights off, and parallel park like Mach 5. And we would put the seats down, just like you were saying, and they would go right past us. And then he would turn the lights on. We'd drive out, and we'd go do it again. And they were like, they couldn't figure out where we were, you know? Yeah, we were just terrorizing these guys. And if they would have caught us, man, I was probably 16 years old, probably $120. And these were like, you know, the starting line of the UC football team, you know, they would have just crushed my skull with their bare hands, you know? We were just laughing like we were like, these stupid jocks will never catch us. We thought we were the smartest people on earth, man.
Did they catch you?
No, they never caught us, actually.
Must have been pretty smart.
Must have been pretty smart. There's been plenty of times where I thought I had them beat, and I wasn't beat. Yeah, I didn't beat them.
I've had other plans fail. I've had other plans go south of the mark, believe me. But, like, that particular idea, it worked every time.
That's awesome.
Hey, can you hold down the fort for a couple minutes?
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
So who else is in here?
You got 1A, 2A up there.
Me, motherfucker,
okay.
I'm here.
He's driving, but he's here.
Yeah, I'm driving too. That's why I can't see what the hell I'm doing.
Off, I don't drive. Be crashing into everybody.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the chat or anything. Fuck that. I ain't trying to have my premium go up and have to get a new car. You know. But it's
how'd that scooter fare, by the way, man? Did that scooter, is it still okay after wrecking it?
That scooter was fucked up before I even jumped on it. So after I had wrecked, I ended up pulling off the front wheel because the rotor seemed to be bent, right? Because it was rubbing up against the brake. So I pulled off the front wheel. When I go to put back on the front wheel, I had realized that the whole front forks were like completely bent. So I flip it upside down to try and see if I can't, work it out. And then I found out that the frame was like completely broken half.
Oh, wow.
And it was already broken half. Like there's JB Weld all over the bottom of this thing.
Now, did they sell it to you as new?
No, they sold it to me used. But they didn't tell me that it was all busted up. They said, I wrote it, everything seemed to be okay, but I didn't give it a complete look over. You know what I'm saying? Like I was more in the awe of the fact that I was getting a scooter, like that for $600 and everything was working. You know what I'm saying? I didn't give it a complete look over. I just wrote it. Everything seemed to be okay. So I chucked it in my thing.
And man, to use JB Weld, like, that's kind of crazy. Like somebody did that and said, yeah, good as new. All right, let's sell it,
Yeah, which kind of pissed me off. But that's my own fault. Yeah, that's what I asked, but apparently I don't think this guy knows how to work on anything. But when I went over to this guy's house, he had one of those ZZ Top style cars, fully restored, like the big V8 engine with the big blower on it. This thing was loud, right? So I'm thinking, all right, this guy knows something. But when I was actually looking over this thing, he was using nuts and bolts that were smaller than the holes to put the thing back together. Like, I should have seriously looked at it. It was my fault that I didn't give it a complete look over. You know what I'm saying?
So what's the exposition? How did it pan out in the end?
Right now, it's just sitting there doing nothing, and I've got a fucked up shoulder, and I'm out $600.
Oh,
so
man.
It's either I find either I put the money into it and I change the forks and everything, but I don't think I can weld it because of the amount of JB Weld that this guy splattered all over the bottom of it. So what I was actually thinking about doing was creating a whole new frame. I was talking with Rescue about it earlier. I've got this like living room chair type thing that I want to stick
with the steel
on the
frames.
Yeah, with the steel frame, put the wheels up underneath, put the battery pack up underneath of it, and then have have handlebars and a wheel up in front to steer it, and I'll just drive that around town.
It's so funny that you said that because there was we got rid of a recliner couch, and it was old, It was still good, but the leather was all worn, and the sections that people sat, it was a different color than the rest of the couch, that kind of shit. But
right,
you get attached to stuff. I was like, man, this couch is still good. My wife is like, well, what are you gonna do with it? And I'm like, well, it's got a steel frame. The thing's like 400 pounds. Like, you can make a tank out of this thing. And she was like, you can't make a tank. And I'm like, the hell you can. Take all those steel rods and rearrange them, and you can make anything you want.
Right.
And she told me I was stupid, but here we are. We're talking about it, and I'm like, damn, I could do the same thing. Oh, no, I gave the couch to my neighbor. Never mind.
Well, this actually doesn't have a steel frame in it. This is actually like a wood frame couch, but it's got the nice long wood peg legs on it to where if I welded a frame, I could just set the chair right onto the frame, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. I could screw it right into the peg legs, right? And then, I just create the frame to where, because the wheels have the pegs on them already, to put the nuts on. You know what I'm saying? They're like a regular bike tire. Think of like a regular bike tire with a motor on it.
Like making a power couch? Is that what you're talking about?
Like making like a power like chair. It's not going to be able to be moved in the house, but I can take it outside, put a, make some like chopper forks for it, put out a wheel up front so I can steer it and cruise it around town.
You know, it would be cool, man, if you had it set up with some chopper forks, and then to where you had to spread your legs because there was a massive beer cooler between your knees. You know,
like,
so you were riding almost like a motorcycle. You know,
I could extend the frame and add a cooler. I could extend the frame a little bit and add a cooler.
That would be crazy. That would be really cool.
That would be epic, because then I wouldn't have to worry about going into stores. I mean, it's a pretty wide armchair. I had to bring it in on its side. That's why I said I'm not going to be able to just drive it in and out of the house. So it's going to be like one of those permanent outside chairs. But I'd be able to drive it around town and have some fun with it.
That would be hilarious.
30, 40 miles an hour on a flowery chair with a cooler up underneath my legs.
And be comfortable doing it.
Right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that would be it.
In fact, I could probably make it look like a 3-wheel chopper, but you would never see the 2 wheels because they'd technically be up underneath the chair in the back. So I can make it look like the 3-wheel chopper, and the cooler could be the center right between my legs. Instead of a gas tank, it's a cooler.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, you know?
Yeah.
That'd be nuts.
She came back to couch tanks.
So what size was the motor in it?
Well, the wheels are the motors.
The wheels are the motors, and the motors are 5,600 watt motors.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if
I'm wondering what that translates to.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that translates to either, because that's all the specs you get. Is that it's a 5,600 watt motor, but it's 2 of them. It's one in each wheel. Hold on 1 second.
I'll tell you one thing that I discovered with electric motors, which was we have an electric golf cart, and it's like an off-road version of a golf cart, pretty much. It's got like mudder tires on it and all lifted and all kinds of shit, right? But it doesn't have any torque, you know?
Right.
So if you stop and you're like 2 wheels are in the mud and 2 wheels are in the sand, those wheels in the sand are they're never going to spin enough to pull the other 2 wheels out. It's never going to happen. And I was kind of disappointed by that, because I was like, man, I wanted this to be like an all-terrain golf cart for exactly what you're talking about. Like, I want to drive around and drink beer and be able to stop wherever I want. But man, it's like you got to kind of pick and choose where you slow down even, you know? And it's not hard to get it out because the thing doesn't weigh much. So if you got 2 people, it's pretty easy. One guy just one guy pushes like hell and the other one steers and hits the gas.
Hey, Rescue,
but by yourself, it's kind of a problem, you know?
Yeah.
Do what?
Can you put up the link?
Yep. What's up?
I was gonna jump on with my phone so I can actually show you guys this scooter, so you can get a good idea of.
Oh, okay. If I put it in private chat, you can. Will that work?
No.
Oh no, because that's right. You need it. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just do it again.
Man, have you been getting assaulted by retards lately, or what?
Yes, he has.
No, not too bad. There was some apparently that were over on Michelle's and another one, and I was waiting to see if they were coming this way. So far, I hadn't seen the hey, what's up, Song of the South? What's up, brother? But I've been have been the past few times. I don't pin it anymore. I just kind of put it up there, or else I just send it out.
I noticed, and I've never ran a live stream before, so I kind of learn boneheadedly by just watching it happen as I go. But Jeremy turned his comments to people that have only been subscribed for 6 days or longer. And I think that would be a pretty easy way, because I've noticed that whenever somebody comes at me, it's like they hop off, they make an account right then, because the account's always a day old when somebody comes at me, you know? And
got you.
Man, that gets rid of like 90% of the problem right there, just doing that.
There you go. There you go. I didn't know if you wanted to turn your camera off, so I was waiting longer, and then it's like, all right, we're good.
No, this was I only had my camera off because I was hitting the bowl in there. And I try to respect your channel.
Cool. Well, thank you. Now, do I need to remove your other one, or are you just leaving it sit over there?
No, leave the other one there. I'm flipping around right now. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
I gotta tell you guys something funny that I just saw.
Okay, got you full screen.
So
I don't know
this
if you
truck
can see your
that I
phone
was
plug out. Can you see your phone?
Kind of. Oh yeah, okay, I see it.
So that's the motor is the wheel.
The motor is these. The motor is this right here. That's the motor. It's on the tire itself.
That's pretty cool. You know what's funny is that works almost just like a belt sander.
Right.
Dude, you don't even know. You can light this thing up, man. I was smoking the tire on this thing before I ripped the wheel off of it. In fact, if I wanted to, I could crank it on right now and still light it up, because there's a motor in that tire and there's a motor in that tire. But
Do it.
I mean, this thing is supposed to go off-road. That's the reason why I bought it, is so that way I could go off-road. I could go into like little places that I couldn't go with a vehicle and stuff like that.
Like a hobbit house.
Oh, that's one of the best ones I've seen. It's been a few years back, but somebody had one, and they had those big knobby tires, like from the old trail bike type setup, and they had that, and they had a nice big wide board on it. And I was like, now, dude, that's the shit to go up through trails with. You could just stand on that bad boy and just kind of,
Yeah, you could buy the knobby tires for these. These are the street tires, but you can buy the knobby tires for these, and you can go off-road with them. They're meant to go off-road. That's why I said, when I found out about all of this JB Weld, because it was covered up by black electrical tape. So when I found out about that, and if you notice, it's kind of at a kink.
So is that frame, is that tubing? Is that like a pipe tubing that's making a bend? Is that, trying to get an idea?
It's not making a bend. It's supposed to be straight.
Okay. But that's
supposed. I think so, but I'm not sure. And I've got to pull it apart. I haven't pulled it apart because my shoulder's been all screwed up and I haven't been able to lift it. This thing weighs at least about 100 pounds. I mean, it's not a light bike. It's not a cheap little scooter that you're going to see downtown where you hit the little QR code. That's not this type of scooter. So, I mean, it's pretty much like motorcycle grade.
Yeah. What I would try to do is get down there, and if that's a round type frame, then I would just cut out the bad section, get you some smaller section, make some insert nipples, and then replace that piece, and you would be structurally sound.
Oh. Yeah, that's why I said I have.
You'll maintain.
That's why I'm holding. Yeah, that's why I'm holding off on it, because I'm gonna wait until I can see what kind of options I can do with it. But if anything, like I said, I can always create a frame, and because the wheels have the little knobbies on each side, all I got to do is set these right in the frame, up underneath the seat, run all the electronics up to a set of handlebars, a new set of handlebars, and then I can just drive my little chair around.
Morning, Mayor.
And look, I have headlights to go with it because it comes with headlights and everything.
There you go.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'll work something out with it. I'm not gonna completely lose money. I mean, as you can tell, I work with a lot of old stuff, and I try to keep a lot of old stuff and reuse a lot of old stuff.
There you go.
I'm gonna switch over to the other side.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the only reason I bought a hover round. Whenever they told me I needed to find a chair, I picked the hover round because I had already seen and been following some lawnmowers that can be done remote control, and they were using the hover round type drive motors, and I was like, okay, well then, nothing else. I can always convert my shit over to a damn remote control lawnmower.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, that's cool. I mean, now at least you got. Have you looked up how much do the motors and the wheels go? Like when they're used, like what do they sell for?
They could, when they're used, they could go for anywhere between $100 to $500. It all depends on the condition of it, and how long it's been used, how many hours it's been used. But seriously, I think the guy only put in like 800 miles on these tires, which is like nothing. His other one that he had just gotten, which is a better version, he's already got 2,000 miles on. So, I mean, 800 miles on those wheels are nothing.
Gotcha.
So, like I said, I've already listed it for parts, but I pretty much just put it up there for $500. Take the whole fucking thing, you know, if that's what they wanted. But I haven't had any takers on it, so I think I'm just gonna tear it apart and use the technology. If not, try and fix it, at least the frame itself.
Well, you done got it now, so now you get leave nothing else. You got tinkering toys,
right? That's what I said. I was actually thinking about sticking it on one of my normal bicycle frames, but unfortunately, the forks aren't wide enough on a normal bicycle frame. So,
how wide does it have to be?
What do you mean?
How wide would the forks have to be to accommodate it?
They have to be at least 12 inches wide to accommodate the wheel and the rotor.
So there is no bicycle that would do that.
No, no, because the wheels.
I was going to say
the wheels are 10 inches wide, and then you have a 2-inch gap to put in a gap, a rotor, another gap, so that way you can put in the brake, and then you can screw it all together. So it's about a 12-inch gap. It's kind of messed up.
Man, but if you knew somebody that was really good with a brake press, though, if they could make that fork, you would be in business, man.
Well, that's why I got my neighbor. He's got the welder. He loves doing all types of odd jobs. We're working on a quad right now. All I gotta do is pretty much clear out the carburetor, take out the gas tank, empty the gas tank, clean it out, and hopefully that's it. Hopefully it'll get started. A little bit of brake work as far as like, you know, bleeding the brakes and whatnot. It's been sitting for a while, but other than that, this thing is pretty much clean and sound. I just got to finish cleaning out the carb and the gas tank. So I'll have that up and running.
I'm trying to get rid of my Taurus right now. It's just sitting there with a bunk transmission. And at first, I didn't think anybody would have any interest, but the year it is and the type of Taurus it is, and I got people from out of state wondering if they can come get parts. I'm trying to figure out. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think people would want anything.
That's because of that cash for clunkers.
Shit ain't coming in. Things getting a little bit
Dude.
Well, it's a 2002.
That cash for clunkers. That whole program screwed up the car market, man. That took an entire generation of old cars off the market. And people were dumb enough to fall for that shit, man. That was just...
they did it on purpose to make room for what they're planning on doing with vehicles, which is pretty much making them all electric,
Right.
and making it to a point where they're going to start making it a law that you have to have an electric car. So
The crazy part is,
they're phasing out the gasoline as much as possible.
dude, I heard Biden say as soon as 2030 he wants to do that. It's 2022 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you tell me how half the population, and I'm being real generous when I say half, but how half the population is going to afford an electric vehicle in 8 years with the economy going down the shitter. Like, I mean, he is just sending this thing off like a bottle rocket into the shit zone. I mean,
well, does anybody ever think about how many things around them are made from petroleum? Like 90% of every damn thing we use, everything's made out of petroleum.
The materials to make the damn electric cars are going to take fossil fuels to make.
There you go.
The amount
you can't get away from it.
The amount of fossil fuels needed, not only fossil fuels but material, because you got to think that gold, silver, nickel goes into that. There's a lot of material that goes into that,
which has to be dug out and mined, which is being used by equipment that's made by fossil fuels and ran by fossil fuels.
Right? Like, there's a lot of crap that goes into those, and those batteries really don't last long, and the cost of the battery might as well be you total the car and get a new car. You know, like, it's ridiculous.
And being absolutely on the for real, one foreign policy problem that we have with this is that we really don't have any local sources of lithium.
Right.
So we're forced to put our hat in our hand and we have to make a deal with somebody to get lithium. And we want to make lithium the only thing we use to power our vehicles. Like, that's just insanity. Because if we get in a problem with Joe Blow, the Eskimo, or whoever's got the lithium, you know, Afghanistan has a bunch, by the way. Surprise, surprise. But like, we have to go, hey man, sorry. And then when we want to start a war with somebody and they get mad at us, they can go, well, you need to stop fighting Pakistan or we won't sell you lithium. And then we're like, oh shit, never mind. Then we're controlled by one more lobbyist group, except it's going to be radical jihadist lobbyists instead of the pharmaceutical industry. Like, how many more people can control us? Like, we already have like 4 groups that can tell our president to fuck off in short order. We're going to make it 5, 10, 12, like pretty much anybody but us.
Oh yeah,
America last.
Cease to exist. Dude, lithium batteries, you can't even like reuse those or dispose of them. They literally just have to be like, they're like rods, nuclear rods. They just have to be stored.
And that green energy becomes toxic waste overnight. Go figure.
Well, how many kids had to mine that mine over in the foreign country to get you your lithium batteries so you can sit here in America, you know, feeling like, you know, you're an amazing person? You know, like, well, dude, how much area did you have to destroy for that one battery? A lot more than people think.
Who can afford a $100,000 car, electric car? And then it's just like Texas. I would like for somebody to lay that electrical grid out for me, where you're going to get us across the state of Texas alone, much less across the country.
Well, no, that's why they've been dropping prices on electric cars, and they've been working on it and they're dropping their price point. If you ever, I don't know if you guys go to the mall or whatever, but out here, when I go to the mall, there's a display for a car called Solo, and it's an electric car that can only fit one freaking person in it. You can register it as a motorcycle though, which you end up paying only motorcycle insurance on it, which is pretty cool. But it's all electric, no gas.
I got a question though for you. You people. I got a question for you, bro. What the hell is a mall?
What's a mall?
It's a place where people used to go to meet each other.
It's a place.
It used to be the social place.
Yeah,
right.
It was the prototype for the internet.
It was.
No, we got plenty of malls around here, bro. But I'm just, it's just like, what the hell is a mall?
Right.
But yeah,
I know it is a weird word. When I hear it now, I'm like, God, I remember that word. I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, I've not
where I
heard
used to
that
hang
word, that
out.
name said in years, you know?
way back in the day.
We had a mall like 2 towns over, right? That was like 30 minutes away. And that's where we hang out in high school. There was a mall and then they had a movie theater. And then the shootings started happening and just crazy stuff. They shut down the mall. It's like, okay, well now we're just going to go back to what we used to do. Just hanging out in people's yards, parking our trucks in people's yards and just causing disturbances. So it's all good.
Why don't you guys go find the place off in the middle of fucking nowhere, like a cave or something, and go chill there?
Because they shut that shit down too, bro.
Ah,
I'm already in the middle of nowhere. I don't need a cave. I got my house.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah,
Aren't you in like, but 1A, you're in like a super low populated county, right? Something like that.
That's the thing though, is we can go to people's, people got land, stuff like that, but then the police start, okay, well, it's okay you do it on private property, but we're going to have a damn roadblock on every exit, on every street, so every single person that leaves, you're going to get cracked down on. I mean, they did everything they could to like completely destroy any type of fun we could, have in this county.
But like,
how they make a movie about that, like Footloose or something?
I was gonna say he lives in the town where Footloose took place.
Right. And then we had, it's like, so what? What we started doing is just the way, because they like cracked down on that. What we started doing is just there's so many places you can go out here, but the problem is that every cop that grew up here knows those places because they used to party there too.
Right.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask. How many cops are there? And what is the population?
Okay, a max on the weekday, a max cops patrolling this whole county, and from one side of the county to the other, it's about 42 miles. So it's a decent sized county. 10 to 12 cops. But all those cops know what's going on at any given time for some reason. I mean, I'm talking about the old days because I'm 31. I haven't done that shit in a minute. So
you're in small town where you spit on the sidewalk. 5 minutes later, the cop will come up to you. So I heard you spit on the sidewalk.
Not that bad because we are a tourist town because we are the
spit on the sidewalk around here and one walks up behind you and he's probably going to spit on the sidewalk too and just ask you what's up. But we're in the country.
They don't care about
why
that.
Is it a tourist town?
What's up?
I said, why is it a tourist town? You started to say that. I was kind of curious.
Because we are the very first gold rush in the United States of America.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Not California. California was the second. We were the first.
Now, Alaska happened simultaneously with California, right?
Yukon, that was kind of like, because I mean, it kind of just worked its way up the coast,
Because I know there were people
before and after.
I know in the 1840s there were people going to Alaska, so it definitely overlapped with California for sure.
Just look up Google the first gold rush in America, in the United States, and it'll come up.
Alaska.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's good to know. What year did that happen where you're at?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that shit for probably about 10 years. Because the only thing around here, gold mining, is tourist traps where you go in and, paying for some gold.
Yeah.
I just haven't really, well, tell me when was the gold rush in, just look up Dahlonega, Georgia. I live right on the outskirts of the county.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up when I get home, man, when I'm not driving. I'm
They
into
fought
that kind of shit.
Indians over and all types of shit. There used to be this guy whose name was Too Tall. And when the Indians would come and try to fight them over the area to mine the gold, they would make anybody that came in to the area, their little, group, fight this guy. I'm about to look up the damn links for it.
It's kind of funny
interesting,
because
so.
there's actually contradicting stories. Because like the one for Georgia, it's like, America's first gold mines were not out west. The first gold strike was in the North Georgia mountains. If Matthew Stevenson had his way, Tony Bennett would be singing "I Left My Heart in Lumpkin County" back in 1849. But then you turn around and can find another one that goes, the first gold rush in the U.S. didn't occur in California, as many believe. The first significant gold discovery took place in Cabarrus County, North Carolina in 1799. So, I don't know.
You got to look at what you got to look at the whole word of gold rush. Like, was there really that
gold
amount of gold
discovery,
there, or did people just show up? You know what I mean?
Gold
like,
discovery and gold rush are two different occurrences also.
On this one here, it says America's first recorded gold rush started when a little boy who was fishing caught a gold nugget. Everything began in 1799 in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina.
well, damn, it's funny. Shit, how many times in the history of mankind has somebody threw out a damn line and pulled up a gold nugget?
Oh, well, here's you another one that says it was in Charlotte, South Carolina in 1799. See, I think that was just due to communication back then. And then, of course, now with the wordplay, we do everything's first. And there's always never. It cracks me up. But I will say, as far as your dates
well, you can also pay Google.
Your dates go from...
If you pay Google...
Well, your Klondike, your Gold Rush, California was before the Yukon. So the California was 1848 and the Yukon was 1896 to 1899.
All right, maybe where I live wasn't the first, all right? But we still were there before the yuppies, all the yuppies and the Westerners. Down here in the South, we had shit locked.
Hey, you still lived in a badass place, so that's all that matters.
yeah. It is what it is, but
that's it.
We were before y'all, so it's
there
all
was
that matters.
Gold there. There's gold in them.
So they say that the aliens came here originally. The aliens supposedly originally came here to mine gold. So that means that if you're from an area that has a lot of gold, the odds of you having alien DNA from your forefathers getting poked in the butt by aliens is pretty high.
That's why we have the most cows in those areas, right?
The cattle mutilations.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny? That in the 60s and 70s, that was just booming, and then it just stopped. What's up with that shit?
Sound like a bunch of hungry people were out there or something. It was just a bad time for those areas.
I think they were cloning, and they were using the blood and the lipids and stuff as genetic material to speed the growth process along.
Okay.
Okay.
But he's like, well, okay.
Hey, I can't confirm nor deny it. Okay.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the
I'm
part
just
where I try to
thinking.
tell somebody, if you don't know about something and somebody brings some information to you, if you don't know anything about that and done no research, then you shouldn't tell them they're a dumbass, because you have yet to research that information.
Well, I was just mulling it over one day, and I was like, now,
Hey.
if you grow...
One sec. So, good morning, buddy. My son is in chat, so...
Good morning, Rescue Junior.
Sorry, brother. I thought I was on point. I was about to.
That tripped me out. I looked down and saw Good Morning Old Man. I'm like, wait, Rescue Junior. And it's like, yeah.
Good morning, Rescue Junior. What's up, brother?
So that's my son.
It's classified.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's a trip.
Why?
Yeah.
Dude, this dump truck just tried to cut me off, and I was like, not today.
You mean your internet service or you and your vehicle?
Oh, probably both.
That's funny.
Like, the dude shot over, and I was like, okay, he wants to cross the first road because there was a little island in the middle, you know? I was like, all right, yeah, that's cool. And I started to turn, and the dude just cut right out in front of me. Like, I was going to stop. So I was like, well, now if somebody is on the oncoming traffic, they're going to hit you and not me. So I just jumped out in the lane, and the guy was all cussing and stuff. But I'm like, dude, I was here for like 30 seconds before you even got here. Like, oh, I don't know, man. That shit pisses me off. If you're in a vehicle that only goes like 10 miles an hour, you shouldn't be trying to cut people off, you know?
Well, are they bigger than yours? I mean, if you're bigger than yours, then it doesn't matter.
Bigger waste of time.
A bigger waste of time. The bigger vehicles always have the right of way. Don't you know that?
Well, that's what this guy thought.
He said, not in front of me.
See, there was a spurt of vehicles, and then there was a break, and then there was another cluster of vehicles. And he would have never made the first cluster, but I could. But he still felt like he was going to cut me off. And then that just would have made both of us miss the first opening, you know? So the guy was being an asshole, is what he was doing. Me, you know?
It's always me.
Always.
And by the time I get home, I've about had it with dump trucks, you know?
And it's funny
Why don't you start driving one?
My son actually drives one of the big ones.
Oh, dude, I drove a big, I worked at a concrete place. I was a little crew, I wouldn't call it a foreman, but, you know, like a little team leader at this precast place. And I'd have to fill all the, you know, all the mixers and stuff and make sure I had the mix right with the gravel and the sand and all that shit. And we had a big ass giant front end loader, but it turned in the middle. You know, it was one of those big kind that, you know, the pivot point was in the center of the front end loader, so it had a decent turn radius despite being massive, you know, had like those big 6 foot tall tires and stuff. Man, I loved driving that thing. It was so fast, and you could do little donuts and burnouts and shit in it. It was so cool.
No, that's what my son does now. He drives one of the big 18-liter dump truck, and he left the county. Finally bailed.
One of the guys I know, or used to know before my Facebook was canceled, but a guy, one of the Air Force dudes that I got to know on Bagram when I was doing a contract on that base, he was a gold miner in Alaska, but in the big strip mine. I think it was for gold. And he drove one of those ginormous dump trucks where they would pull all the earth out. They would sift through it, and then the shit that was left over, the stuff that they had already picked through or whatever, they would fill these massive dump trucks, and he would drive up, dump it, then he would drive down, and he said you had to go like a corkscrew around. So he was like, to drive down to where they would fill your truck up, it was like X amount of miles, and to get back up, it was the same deal. So he was like, you know, you can only do so many loads in a day because you were just driving down there and driving up the whole time. And I was like, and you make how much? The dude was making crazy money to do it. It was insane.
But depending on the job, you can. You, Scooter, you're tripping me out. But that one is better than the bug one, I gotta say. At least this one looks like the little green Martian dude.
What? I'm having some fun.
Oh yeah, that one looks good. It even narrows your head. Oh, there it goes.
There it goes. It backed. You can't cover the face. It works off the face.
Yeah, it gives you the brainiac look.
I'm surprised that didn't pop up, tell you the truth.
What, brainiac?
Uh-huh.
The chat's
Hey,
talking
what's
about
up,
you,
Nick?
bug out bullying people. Why are you such a bully, bro? Damn.
They said I bully people?
Why are you bullying everybody? Yeah, why are you bullying everybody?
Apparently, Milkmaid said, so basically, BB is bullying those poor dump trucks, and then Amy's like, Milk, are you noticing repetitive nature with BB's bullying? So, yeah.
That is not what I thought it was going to be.
Hey, morning, Eric. What's up, brother?
Well, maybe the dump truck drivers are just bad people and they're getting what they had coming to them. Did you ever think of that?
What is that?
Yeah, because it's very easy to bully someone when you're in a dump truck. You know,
It's
happened to me.
easy to bully the 18-wheelers when you're in a little 4-wheeler, too. So, there's always
No,
that.
it is. The problem is that I don't care about what the 18-wheeler's doing until they like get into my way, right? Like I watch them. Like that's one thing I try to tell somebody is, if you're driving down the road and you feel any type of like intuition, I probably shouldn't pass this 18-wheeler. I should probably just stay to the side. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
You decide to make that executive decision and not pay attention to the 18-wheeler, you're putting your life in your own hands. So,
Hey, there you go, bug out. My son said, I carry 26 tons of sand. I am the bully, LOL.
Oh man, that's the worst. Out here, you know, they put that tarp over the top and they're supposed to tie it down, but the guys here, they'll loop like 3 little notches on it, and it's just like you're getting sand blasted if the thing's in front of you. Oh god, it's the worst.
Kind of takes you back to Afghanistan, huh?
Well, in Afghanistan, I was driving somebody else's vehicle, and that changes the entire flavor of that.
Well, this is true. This is true.
We did have a couple 4Runners over there, now I think about it. I never knew a 4Runner was a good vehicle, man. I thought they were pieces of shit. And I was impressed with the ones that we had, because we had mechanics that were like, they were souping them up and making them all like, you know, cool guy versions pretty much. But I didn't know that they were good vehicles, and then I started paying attention to them, and I was like, holy fuck, these are kind of like, these are nice rides, you know? Pretty cool.
Toyotas were always durable, though, when you think about it. Even the old Toyota trucks, just the little old, I don't even know what the hell were those, a 1/4-ton trucks or whatever, those little, the
Hilux
Toyotas. Dude, those things were like, you could go and kind of beat the dog shit out of those trucks and they still would run. Hell, I've known of those Datsun trucks be run off in the river.
We had Hilux.
You better put some respect on Toyota's name. You know what I mean?
We had the Toyota Hiluxes. We never turned them off. They just ran 24/7. They got turned off to get maintenance and to have fuel put in them. That was the only time we ever turned them off. They just ran 24 hours a day. It was nuts.
They have a slant 6 in them.
4-bangers.
Right? That's a lot of fuel being used.
Sal said, bug out, you missed the sand in your bologna sandwich in Afghanistan. Oh, we lost Bug Out. Just he bailed. He had to remind you.
Bro, I love Toyota. Don't
No,
hate on me, but Toyotas are the best made trucks and cars on the face of the earth. I don't care what anybody says.
They must have taken down that filter. There was a filter of Brainiac. I can't find it now.
Oh. Okay, Eric, I'll send it to her here in just a little bit. So whenever I close the stream down, then I'll go over there and I'll send her your email. Or do you need her to get it before then? If you do, I'll go ahead and go do it right now.
But what I was saying earlier, rescue about my Taurus, the reason why people want it, not the actual car, because its transmission is screwed, but it's basically because they want the engine parts. It's a 3.0 dual overhead cam. That was like the best Taurus that they had made, of how strong they were, and people want the parts out of it. So, I mean, it's a praise. I mean, if like say you want the like blue book value or any value, that car is worth like $600. I can get that out of 2 parts in the engine. You know what I mean? Like, and then so after I part it out, then I can scrap it.
Nah. Tell them they want the whole car. They want the whole car. They want the whole car. Yeah, they want the whole car. Talk them into buying the whole car because they're going to need more parts.
No. If somebody comes to me and they go, I'll give you $2,000 right now for this car. You got it. Take it. I don't give a shit what you do with it. Take it.
Right.
But it's hard to find, those type of people that want that. So therefore, I mean,
people expect a running car for $2,000 anymore.
My son actually says, if I'm correct, Toyota is the only American-made truck left. Wouldn't surprise me.
To an extent, absolutely. It is basically the only. But those parts are made in Mexico, so take it, take it as it is. Sucks. This Taurus, before it, crapped the bed, has almost 300,000 miles on it. I've only had to do minor things to it. And that's because what I tell people is there's a lot of cars out there and trucks that will be great to you if you're great to it. You take care of it. You don't dog the hell out of it. But that's how I was raised, taking care of, vehicles. Until I got into my early 20s, and then I started dogging things out, and I realized real quick that it costs a lot of money.
Right. Everything costs a lot of money anymore.
Alrighty, Eric. Email sent. Milkmaid, that's Eric's email.
Milkmaid said, yeah, it's a Japanese company. Absolutely it is. Japanese make some great vehicles. So I got a Ford.
I miss my old tanks. I want the old tanks to come back.
The old tanks?
Yeah, the old tanks, like the Grand Prix and the old
Mocha.
Cadillacs where you'd get into a car accident, you end up with like a dent this big on your quarter panel, and all it takes is like a little pull from a little plunger to pull it out. I miss those cars.
Shoot, yeah. Dude, a Cutlass Supreme would be badass.
I miss the Cutlasses. Miss the Cutlasses.
I want like my dream car. I won't say dream car, but car I've always wanted. I want a Monte Carlo Super Sport.
Yep.
Everybody wants the Monte Carlo Super Sport.
I mean,
You gotta go.
bro.
You gotta go
Dang.
original. You gotta go with the Dodge Daytona with the huge fin in the back of it and the pointed nose and how long it was. Dude, those were some awesome cars. That would be a car I'd drive around.
I like box body style vehicles, even though they're not box body. They're similar. That's what I like.
No,
They were just, they were just beautiful. They everything they did with them was just perfect to an extent.
Hey,
but
Eric, I think you get a free pipe with that too, don't you?
Ooh, free pipe.
damn, bro. Why the hell am I working then? Why am I about to get a job? Like,
I don't know. You just need to talk to,
like, damn,
talk to
bro.
the potato on a stick and get your free pipe.
Right?
Damn.
No, I just was commenting on that because him and Milkman were talking, and he was like, I heard of some of the meth labs here are offering a higher on bonus and full insurance and benefits. And a free crack pipe.
And a free crack pipe. Brillo not included.
Yeah, right. You cannot clean with,
It's hard to even pick a dream car because I don't know. As far as if I had to pick the most long-running car that I've always wanted was going to be a cherry red 57 Chevy Nomad.
Well, that's, yeah. What about Grand Nationals, Rusty? You like Grand National?
Yeah. It's just like I like the Cutlasses. I like the Monte Carlos. Hell, I like Delta 88 Royales. But if I had to think of one that I kind of like ever since I can remember, a friend of mine, when I was a little kid at my dad's, when they first got separated and stuff, we used to go over what his dad had one. And dude, that was just like, it was one of those moments you would just stand out there in the front yard on like Saturday morning. You'd ride over just so because you'd know he's fixing to start it up and then roll it out of that garage so he can start wiping it down. And it always sounded so badass back then. It's not like you just drove down the road and saw those everywhere back then. So they was like, oh man, it always looked so cool. It was red and white. I could do without the white though. I would like a deep maroon, cherry red type.
I've always loved candy paint. Like a certain type of candy paint, because it has a different just aesthetic to it. It's like even if the car is halfway shitty, right? You still are drawn to it by the way it looks because of the paint job. Like the old, the old Impalas, just all the. I don't like new vehicles.
Nah.
But I love to have like a Hellcat or a Dodge Demon. Hell yeah, who wouldn't want something that fast? To look that badass. But
they all look alike, almost.
Exactly. Like when they come out with a new Mustang every year, it's like we want it to look the same, and then they always got to do some little additive to it and little change on the body that we're like, that don't look like a Mustang. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Song of the South says that his 51 Chevy pickup, 72-year-old and still going.
There we go.
Hell yeah. That's because I think the thing is back in those days, there were still, and I say discovery age because we're coming up with stuff and new ways to do stuff and then better ways to do it. And people took pride in that and always looked for better, more solid way of doing it, more dependable, more reliable, because that was a word to use. I mean, it meant something. That was back when you shook somebody's hand and it actually meant something because that was your bond. Well, the products that were made were solid back then. See, now They don't give a shit, dude. Now they want the cheapest possible way to make it. It's not a matter of pride of quality.
Right.
Now it's called cast that shit as cheap as you can. Oh, is that material that you casted with a little crap? Yeah, go ahead and use it. Whatever.
No, in today's manufacturing, it's all about how durable it can be for a short amount of time, so that way it can be replaced. Because why make something that somebody is going to hold on to for life? That you only get that customer once, right? Because the product works like really well. That's why everything went from products that you could keep for life. Hell, I've still got, presses and stuff from 1920 that still freaking work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you try and do that now, you ain't getting that now. It'll eventually end up breaking on you. You'll have to replace it. That's all what manufacturing is for now. How fast can we get them to break it and replace it? I mean, look at phones. You would figure that they would put like plastic screens on the phones so they don't shatter the screen, and you have to put a crap ton of money either replacing the phone or replacing the screen.
Yeah, but you can't get that sharp definition see out of that plastic. It's that glass and the sharpness of that glass. That's how you can get that HD quality.
Well, I'm not looking for HD on my phone.
Sorry,
no,
that's
not
what they're
me.
selling. They're selling the latest.
I want to be able to drop my phone and my screen not break. That's what I want.
And I gotta say, Yankee, you got it right. New cars are like Bic lighters, because it's like you can go get one and you might get a good one that lasts. You might get a crappy one that don't last for shit. And then my son actually brought up a good point. He said, remember when we put the gas can in the engine bay of the 72 Chevy and drove it home? Yeah, we used to have this 100-mile-an-hour garbage truck. Trash truck is what we called it. 100-mile-an-hour trash truck. It was a old 72 Chevy, had a 5-gallon gas can. Underneath the hood was the actual gas tank for that thing.
That's great.
Put it under the hood, fire it up, but it just straight pot and off it ran.
Nice.
23 tea bucket churned on the back of it. It said sweet tea. Oh, there you go, tea girl.
All right, Rescue. I have to jump off. The wife is awake. She's got school this morning. So
you got it, brother. Later, man. Thanks for
talking to
hanging out. You got it, man.
Definitely.
Be safe. Smile.
You
too. The reason somebody does.
I hear you. Have a wonderful day.
You got it, brother.
Definitely talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Later, you people.
Peace out. Favorite cars are from 63 to 71. Big land yachts. Yeah, them big old boats. Rescue, the DMV still charges me $50 taxes for high mileage of 1 million miles. Oh yeah, see that's some shit, dude. I think in Texas, I don't know, I'd have to double check, but I know that here with that particular vehicle, you could get an antique plate. Which might cut down, but
here in Georgia, you can have plates that go back like 40, 50 years. You just have to go and register them. So,
no, I mean, but can you register your vehicle as an antique vehicle? What's the age?
It's usually like, I want to say it's like 20.
I think here, here I think it's 50 or something. But
well, it depends on. Okay, what I'm talking about is from date of your registration. Honestly, I don't know. See, Tony Lee said King of Possum Cleary, not British. The V sign. Man, y'all gotta stop. Y'all over there 24/7 trying to everything we do. We just look at it as peace. I didn't know that switching around means something else. I'm sorry.
I know, right?
Like, damn.
Yeah, what was it? So if you do it backwards, it was. Damn, what was
like
that
saying
again?
F you, basically.
Yeah, so if you do it frontwards, then it's peace.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, I
Hey,
forgot.
dude,
Where was that if you flip it around, it means the other?
England.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Mermaid. Take care, ma'am. Have a great day. Oh, okay. Tony says, yeah, it means F off. Okay, and face on, we're good to go. Peace. I mean, it's America talking to UK, so, we've had this discussion once before,
Yep.
so we know how it goes, so I'm just saying. Actually, let's talk about it.
Yeah, like when I say peace to somebody, I ain't worried about how you take it in your country. I'm just showing y'all peace and saying peace and love.
So backward. Well, I guess that could, like you're flicking a booger at him or something. Bang.
Right.
I guess because that'd be also the backhand for the Italian thing. I think that was the whole under the chin flicking forward.
Well,
Sorry.
you know that England is the one that creates all the trends, and then I mean, look at the damn. I'll bring it up. The Beatles.
Tony?
Damn destroyed our country.
Tony, I love you, brother, but 1A, there's a reason why we left over there.
That's what I'm saying. Like they created all this shit and we left. We're like, we don't want these. I can't even say peace anymore. Like what? Okay, bye. We ain't under that flag. No, earlier I apologize, man, because I saw your son come in, and you know what I thought. You know what I mean? I was on high alert. You get what I'm saying, right? Like,
oh yeah.
How many times have we seen that type of thing? And I was like, that's what I said, mods, and I was about to do it, and I was like, oh, okay, hell yeah, false alarm.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely different. Have to adjust.
You live in okay. Tony Lee says he lives in Yorkshire. Do you know where Ipswich is? Ipswich.
No.
That's where some of my family are from, Tony. So. Yeah, my sister was born in Ipswich, so. Yep. About 8 hours later, she would have been born in Germany. So.
So by the nick of time.
Well, it's military. You know how that goes.
Yep. Hopping from one to the next.
I've been everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, bring that old song out. I've been everywhere. it's like I've been bouncing around everywhere. That's the only reason why I was born in Alaska. Born in Elmendorf. So. Yep.
Dang, been going 6 hours. Lookout said he might come back up, but I think he's got wife duties anyway.
He cut off a dump truck.
No, it's just he pulled in the driveway. The wife was waiting. Morning, Nikki.
I mean, I got some positive. Last 3 years, my blackberry bushes haven't shown up. I don't have any brambles anywhere. And this year, my blackberry bushes just decided to go, hey, we're here. And I'm like, good. I've been missing picking you. You know what I'm saying? I've been missing, you know. I'm so excited, man. They're blooming and they're about to produce, and so now I got about 60 to 70 days before they produce, and I'm excited because I love blackberries. It's one of my favorites. Been waiting years for this to happen, so we're here.
We're here. Yeah, I know, T-Girl. I'm sure that would have freaked everybody out. I went ahead and made him a mod in here. That would just keep, because it wouldn't surprise me if that name doesn't, now that it will get out. So I'm sure that it wouldn't surprise me if it gets used as a troll.
That's what I was, worried about, man.
Oh, it was definitely a trip, but I mean, I just, as soon as the way he addressed me, that I knew it was him. So it was,
Right. Well, but see, that's something personal, right?
Yeah, had the whole spelling right and everything. And I mean, granted, it could have been done, but that would have been, I'd had to give kudos to being able to figure out the details.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's what that.
Yeah, sometimes you get an ass whooping and you kind of got to give a person kudos for doing it. Well, that'd have been one of those, okay, I just got to give you kudos for getting in that far. Blackberries are awesome.
They are, man. I'm gonna either, depending on how much I have, I'm gonna make some jam, or hopefully make a cobbler or two. Like something good. Hopefully it works out.
Hell yeah. Man,
For someday,
you got vanilla ice cream?
Hell yeah. Homemade. Hey, I don't want none of that bullshit.
Then you need made you a blackberry cobbler. That'll go with that vanilla ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
That's the shit, isn't it?
It is. Absolutely. But it's just weird, man, because, I've been waiting, like I said, years. And they just pop up, and I'm like, okay. It's more work, but that type of work you enjoy doing. There's certain work, as a human being you enjoy doing. And one thing is when something produces that you've been waiting on, that is the best feeling ever. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. Waking up and seeing the sunrise and they're blooming. And, I know that I have something later on that's a comforting feeling that, I don't know, I can't find in almost anything else in my life.
Well, cooking is kind of I don't know. It's like music. To me, it's one of those healing things.
Right? Man, you tell me about it, brother. Man. So you put in that much work, and it produces that feeling of accomplishment, and I don't know. I can't find it anywhere else in my life. That's why I love nature, because it gives me that extra boost and that feeling and that energy that I'm missing. You know what I mean?
Right. Morning, Rice and Peace. Doing pretty good.
Me and Milkmaid are going to have a bird war one day on your stream, because my birds are louder and more prevalent than hers. One day we're gonna go bird for bird.
Bird for bird.
We are. Because I got whippoorwills. I got like 20 different species out here. We can go bird for bird.
Yeah, I don't know if I got too many out in the mornings nowadays, other than dang cats out there. Got so many cats, it keeps the birds pushed up farther into the trees.
See, here, man, they come out about an hour and a half, 2 hours before sunrise. As soon as they even see just the sun peeking up just a little bit, they're like, all right, we're out. We're happy. What's going on?
They're awake, ready to go.
Yeah.
Early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, and it's to me, it's very positive because it's like you wake up and hear nature around you, and they're telling you inadvertently,
Kind
get
of like
your ass
God.
up. Get your ass up.
Get busy.
Yeah. Man, damn, man.
I put a slinky over my bird pole to keep the squirrels from getting in my bird feeder. There you go.
That's the only thing, the only like takeaway I have this year is I haven't seen as many hummingbirds. So I put sugar water out there for them with red dye in it. Now I know that's horrible for them, but it attracts them. And yeah, the bird is a word. Bird.
Bird is the word. Morning, Miss Karen. And so how do you do this slinky on the pole to keep the squirrels from getting in the bird feeder? So you put the slinky, do you anchor it at the top and then it just spring loads going down? And that's why they can't climb up it? Or
What do you say, slinky? I'm thinking about slinky, you know what I mean?
That's kind of what I was going with too, because it says over the bird pole, so I was figuring it was a slinky slid over the pole. But then, do you anchor it at the top so it like expands down up and down the pole? Is that what makes it hard for them to climb up? That's what I was trying to get my head around. Yes, anchored at the top. Oh, okay.
So you're talking about an actual kid toy, a slinky, like we used to put down the stairs, you know, like.
Yeah, because what it'll do is you figure if it's on the pole, like if it was on the pole and you anchored it at the top up here, and it would be hanging, kind of bouncing, but as they tried to climb up, then they'd be pulling it down, and it would start every time they went to try to take a step, it would shoot up on them to close back up.
So to jam their little toes and smash them.
Well,
Okay,
it might give them a little "get the hell off of me" sensation in their toes.
What the hell is this? You know, like.
Ow! Ooh! Ow! Ow! Ooh! It's like little mouse traps.
Mm-hmm. I've been pinched by a slinky before as a kid.
Dude, there's some conniving little dudes too. I used to have someone, this house used to be up on pilings back in the day, had a little trash can, one of those. You remember the metal cans that you get the popcorn in at holiday time?
Absolutely. Yeah, hell yeah. I got like 20 of them that my grandma doesn't want to get rid of right now. So.
Dude, used to have one out on the porch, and it had pecans in it. And the squirrels would come over the power line down onto the handrail, come around, jump out, and you could lay there, and they would nudge, work as a team and nudge on that lid until they got it open. They would stuff their mouths. It was kind of cool to watch after I realized what they were doing.
Right.
Of course, that's back in the day before smartphones are in your hand and you can just record. Oh, she got the slinkies at the Dollar Tree. Oh. Spit it out. Hit that shit again. You know it. What is it? Nikki says, right, Eric? Mine do occasionally, along with frogs and lizards. Wait a minute, what the hell did I miss? What did Eric say about frogs and lizards? What? The birds chirp and sing every morning at sunrise. Then my cat kills them and drops them in front of my door.
Let's say, hey, Dollar Tree slinkies aren't the same as the shit that we got. You just have to order that shit off. Like, Back in the day, y'all could get them from the store. And then when I was growing up, you could only get them off of like paid programming.
Wow. Hey, what's this? So Hit Gal says, I have read that red dye is making hummingbirds sterile. That's why we're seeing less. Just use sugar, water, natural red dyes. I don't even use no dyes. I just use sugar. You just make up some sugar water and fill up.
I stopped using red dye about 3 years ago. And
we ain't never used no red dye. It's always sugar water.
Jesus
Karen,
Christ.
not sugar water. Yeah.
I said that the other day. I said Jesus Christ the other day, and someone looked at me, and I thought, they got offended. So I said, excuse my language. They're like, well, that wasn't offensive, but I didn't like what you said about the Lord. And I'm like, well, that is offensive. Like, I realized I shouldn't say that. You know what I mean? Like,
oh,
I say GD every once in a while, and I gotta catch myself and be like, why are you saying that?
Oh, well, some
You
people...
you got 10 million other words you could say in your vocabulary. Why would you say that?
Yeah, sometimes it's, habit, and it's what you get used to hearing. And
well, I don't hear it. It's just, we have a lot of filler words in our vocabulary, right? The way we talk, we have fillers. So, yeah, you know how it is.
Morning, Phoenix. And right, Eric, when I was a kid, Slinkies were made of 100% American steel. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And then right after that, what did T-Girl say? The Slinkies from the Dollar Tree are colorful and $1.25, and the ones I got at Walmart were almost $4. It's not American steel anymore.
No.
Our shit used to launch from the top stair down to the fifth stair before it. You know what I mean? Like, our shit used to launch, and then it would go down, and we didn't have to touch it, and it was beautiful. It was like watching your favorite running back on a football team run 70 yards for the game-winning touchdown. We don't have that no more. Those plastic Slinkies, come on. They ain't the same anymore. You remember Chia Pet's rescue?
Chia.
Bro, I had a Chia Pet. I watered it, gave it the growth food, that they came with the package.
What'd you have? Which animal?
I don't know. All I know is it's supposed to grow like it. I don't even remember, bro. This is the thing that this is one thing I love about my parents and my grandparents.
We had the pig.
They didn't give me all the toys that the new kids were getting. You know what I mean? They wanted me to experience what they grew up with. And I appreciate that on so many levels. And the Chia I had, I don't know, but it reminded me as an afro, as a human being, almost. To me, what I remember is almost like a human being. You know what I did? I had an aquarium that I had fishes in, and the goldfish I had died, right? Because I was 7 years old. I wasn't taking care of it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You didn't know.
So they were like, that they'd bought me, they gave me an early Christmas present. Because I was all bummed out about my goldfish, right? They gave me a Chia Pet. I don't know what the hell a Chia Pet is. I want something that's alive. You know what I mean? Like, I'm growing up in the country. I don't want no damn, like, something I gotta, like, put chemicals on. Like, I just didn't like it. So I didn't give it. I probably didn't give it enough care that it deserved. The Chia Pet. Yeah.
Oh man! Put a little water on it, and you grow, and you cut the little grass, alfalfa shit growing off of it, and keep it trimmed.
You want to know why my Chia Pet died? Because I went outside and caught a fucking garter snake that was almost a foot long. Took while my parents were at work. And my grandparents were at work, okay, because we were all living together at the time. And while they were at work, I took and cleaned out my damn tank that I had from a goldfish, right? Took that shit, took it outside, got the garter snake, put it in there with everything it needed, and let it live in there. Well, obviously, it's not going to survive in the damn tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I put it in. So
Cute.
one day when it was dead, they went out there and got rid of it and told me a hawk came down and took your snake. And I was like, bullshit. Ain't no hawk took my snake. And they're like, well, you have to feed it. And I'm like, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, I knew it needed to eat, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a young kid bullshit stories.
Hey, will you hold the fort down for 2 minutes?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Man, I was a kid that I liked the outdoors. The first house we moved in when I came down to Georgia was a big ass house, and there's a rock wall that was like probably, I don't know, like 300 feet long, had nothing but cactus on it. Since I played soccer, I was always kicking a ball around at a young age, right? Even though I was way advanced than other kids playing soccer at that age, I was always outside playing soccer. Like, I'd get home from school, do my homework, then I'd go outside and play soccer till it got, dark. Too dark, I couldn't see the ball. And I'd lose all these balls in the cactus, right? So I'd always be in there getting, cactus on me, and, fucking getting all these damn, I get stuck all up that, where my parents and my grandparents had to sit there and pluck them out. And I'm sitting there, everything, and then the next day, after I had like 200 of them bastards stuck in my skin, I had to go and retrieve a ball while they were at work out of the cactus. And the first thing I see is a rattlesnake. And there's a rattlesnake that's nestled along the roots, because the way these cactus grew, the roots were probably about 4 to 5 inches. On some of them, they weren't planted correctly. So, or soil erosion, because the way that the rain would come down and wash down, because it's in the mountains, it would completely destroy the root system and erode it, right? There's a rattlesnake there, and I go to get my ball, and I'm like, nah, screw that. I left. After that, I didn't even play soccer on the same side of the driveway. It was about 150 feet long. I just stayed on the opposite side, because we had just came from Alaska, and in Alaska there's snakes, but there's not like it is down here in the south. And that was a huge culture shock. People say that culture shock doesn't exist. It does.
Oh yeah, big time.
And it blew my mind as a child. I go from Alaska, where we have bigger bugs in a certain sense, to straight to the south, and that screwed me up. But the thing is because the way I was raised in Alaska was to love, nature and the animals around us and respect them for what they are. I carried on that same tradition and coming down to the south. It's just, I had to learn that the majority of the things that are aggressive and the way they're acting in this environment means that they're poisonous. There's not a lot of poisonous creatures in Alaska. So
No, you just got shit that just flat out eats you in Alaska.
yeah, poisonous is not it doesn't matter, because you're just you're sitting prey.
So you don't have poisonous, really, some poisonous snakes on land, and you got poisonous spiders.
In Alaska?
Yeah.
There's semi, you know what I mean? That you're not going to find anything that's like it's going to kill you on the spot type of deal.
No.
You know what I mean?
So nothing real venomous.
No, there's semi-poisonous spiders that, you know, carry venom, but it's not. The worst you're going to get is maybe some discomfort and and I don't know about now, you know, the way things have changed. There could be poisonous spiders that have migrated to Alaska, right? That maybe have to adapt to their climate, but through evolution have formed a way to protect themselves. I don't know when it comes to, since I've lived there, but when I was there, all I know is that the mosquitoes, spiders, and bugs are 10 times bigger there than here. And I'm not talking about like it. They're different. They're a different breed. They've adapted and evolved. They're not the same. Thinking we have mosquito problems down here in the south, go to Alaska. Shit ain't right. No, why the hell they ain't fixed that yet? And Granddaddy Longlegs, man.
Oh,
Holy
they're
shit. I love Granddaddy Longlegs, bro. But the thing there, they get so big that their fangs are like 1.5 inches long. You know what I mean? It's like they say they're the most poisonous spider in the world. Well, no, they're not the most poisonous.
they
First of
just
all,
can't bite you.
see, that's a that's a falsehood too, brother. Because I've been bitten by them.
Not a granddaddy's
Okay.
long legs.
Yes, I have, 100%.
Well, that's weird.
When I
Yeah,
was younger, I have. Bro, I used to let them. I used to listen because I used to think the same thing, right? Like, are they going to kill people? Absolutely not. Are they peaceful? Yeah, they're very peaceful. They're like something you shouldn't even pay no mind. You see him in your house, just pick the little dude up, and even if he's big, pick the big dude up and take him outside. Okay, get out here, bro. Get on a tree. Go ahead and make a nest. You know what I mean?
oh
Like,
shit, down here we got them by the hundreds under like the garage carports and stuff during the year.
I might
Oh,
make a video in the next couple days because I got so many nests on my trees in the woods that all I got to do is just take what I do is take a long grape, you know, plastic one, because I don't want to, you know, hurt them, and I'll just lightly drag it on the top of their nest on the tree, and there will be thousands of those little bastards to come out. It'll
oh well,
creep everybody out.
that'd be cool. Yeah, usually here you get little herds that get up underneath your carport and your eaves and along the edge of your eaves on the house and stuff.
They nest on trees, bro, but they can travel like half a mile to a mile.
Oh well. Maybe I wonder if it's 'cause
So
they don't care for the pine trees. Maybe because the pine trees are usually too
they
tall.
love oak and pine trees.
Because like I said, it's like they're all up in the corners of your carport, your shop, your house.
I'm
They
telling you,
love
man.
anything overhang. Matter of fact.
Every day I wake up when it starts getting spring, there's damn granddaddy long legs all over, and I'm like, I like y'all. Y'all are cool. But see, in Alaska, they get big, bro. I mean, they get so big that it's almost scary. You know what I mean? You're kind of resistant to really approach them. You know what I mean? Because
I think about the biggest ones I've seen down here is about the size. Well, like if you did the whole number 2 pencil eraser, that's their body.
That's it. Damn.
Yeah. And then now their legs stretch out for inches. I mean, they're liable to be 4 or 5 inches big around, but their body will only be.
I've seen diamond penny-sized bodies, bro.
Oh,
Straight up.
sure,
Like,
those
no
are
bullshit.
great long legs then.
They absolutely are, man.
Oh wow, yeah, I've never seen nothing that big.
And what I realized around my area is that they've been left alone for so long that they're evolving a little bit, but they also those big ones you're not going to see because they're the ones that are the king and queen, basically. You know what I mean? They run shit, so you're not going to see them. The only reason why I see those type of ones is because I'm fucking with their nest. Excuse my language, but you know, screwing with their nest, and I'm getting to see them all. Hopefully. Their mouths aren't that small, T-Girl. I promise you. You can look. Oh yeah, I've been bit by a brown recluse spider. I got a spot on my arm where I got bit by one, where it started deteriorating and rotting out the skin and my arm. So yeah. They're everywhere around here. Black widows too. Black widow's like a dark.
Oh, you know what? So the problem is that, like what I was talking about, they're actual daddy long legs, because they're not actual spiders. But what you're talking about that has venom,
no, they're not.
They're not actually daddy long legs. They're actual spiders, and it says they're only. It says the problem is that the term daddy long legs is usually colloquially referred to at least 3 different types of animal. Only one of which is a true spider, and that animal is known as a cellar spider in the family, and then I can't say that word. Like other spiders, it has 2 body segments, 8 eyes, and fangs, complete with venom ducts and venom glands. So that's the big difference. So there is a daddy long legs, and then there's
the thing you're looking at. But this is the thing, brother. Is that
this is, I don't know which etymology or of some college.
The thing is those aren't spiders though, and the reason why I know is because I know that the different markings and indications of what a granddaddy longleg is.
No, I'm saying that there's 3 species is what it is that get called daddy longlegs, but really only one of those is a spider, and that's the one that has the venom and that can bite. The other 2 can't bite. They're not actual spiders.
Well, every granddaddy longleg has more than 8 legs, right?
Right.
Because 8 legs would be an arachnid.
Right. 8 legs. It has 2 body segments, 8 eyes, and fangs. And then that's a spider. That's reading off the Riverside.
And what would they have? What would the granddaddy longlegs have? I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just curious. This is actually really curious to me. Like, you know, I'm enjoying talking about granddaddy longlegs.
There's used to the animal. Okay, so these are arachnids, or daddy longlegs, and then because then there are harvestmen, which are arachnids in the order Apeliones. Unlike spiders, these animals have a single body segment and only 2 eyes, and they don't have fangs or venom glands. Harvestmen have little grabby mouth parts. They look like pinchers, and they're mostly used for
harvestmen spiders. You're talking about?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not a spider. It's a harvestman. Is arachnid is the way they were listed.
Well, arachnid would be a spider then. I'm not saying what you're saying, brother. It's just I'm going off what you're saying. This is I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, and then there's apparently another one.
So maybe I need to get up on my spider knowledge. Because not all arachnids are spiders, and not all spiders are arachnids. You know what I mean?
Yes, too.
Yeah.
Hey, night, Rick. Take it easy, brother.
Night, brother.
Much love. And many prayers, brother. All right, let me see if I can.
Look, I study all the granddaddy longlegs that come out here by my house, and none of them are imposters. They don't look anything alike.
Bam, bam.
Yeah, Cindy, the king crab is a sea spider, basically. It really is.
So, I don't know if you can see that picture. This is what they call a cellar spider.
Well, yeah, I know what a cellar spider is. It's a barn spider.
Right.
Yeah,
What I'm
I
saying
don't,
is,
I
so
don't
this is
ever
what they're
look at that.
calling the daddy's long leg. So this is the one that they're calling the harvest one, which is what we have down here, or is this style, and we call them daddy long legs. And then there's they talk about something about where is it?
I know exactly the difference. Listen, those barn spiders, they just get in my house, and I've been bit by them a couple times before. They just itch.
Yeah, they're talking about actual crane flies, but they have long bodies and wings, which I think that's what these things supposedly are.
I'm just looking at it, and I'm trying to figure out, because I'm like, okay, that's a barn spider right there. That's not.
That's a cellar
that's what we
spider.
call. Okay, we call them barn spiders, just because anywhere that's it.
See, and this
just,
is the Riverside Department of whatever the hell that word is, College of Natural Art.
I've never seen a. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. That right there, this is called a cellar spider, right? I've never seen a cellar spider ever look like a granddaddy longleg. If I saw that, I'd know that's not a granddaddy longleg. That looks fucking ominous and dark, like evil. Like,
well, that's
you know what I mean? I know they're not those are actually not harmful at all. It's just I look at them and I'm like, see, there's no even comparison. The legs are similar with the dark marks. But
is that a granddaddy longleg to you?
To me, yes and no, but yeah, I would say that's a granddaddy longleg.
Because I mean that's
closer to a granddaddy longleg than the barn spider. Are you trying to? Okay, so what we're trying to say is the barn spider or the cellar spiders mated with the granddaddy longlegs and created the harvest. No, I'm just trying to figure it out because I see a similar.
Well, see, this is what I'm saying is that picture. That's what we got. That's what we have down here. We call those granddaddy longlegs, the harvest.
Yeah, I do too. I've seen
now
those
the other ones. We got different names. I mean, it's the cellar spider, but I think they actually call it something else around here. But
the only difference I've seen between that granddaddy longleg and a normal one, like a like original granddaddy longleg, is the markings on the legs. That's the only difference that I see. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like because we got ones around here. Like I said, I'll take videos with the nest. We got ones around here to like the size of, I don't even know, like almost like a small plate. They're huge.
Well, apparently the bite thing is false anyway.
That's a good question, Amy. I haven't. I hope he's doing all right. Shit. It's been a minute.
Bam, bam.
We just went on like a 15-minute debate about granddaddy longleg.
Little spider debate. What did I miss in chat? Somebody. Okay, got Ricardo. Granddaddy perp. And no Amy. I think somebody had said something. I think Eddie was going to take a break. I don't know if there was some kind of family issue or something. Can't remember.
Didn't I say that the other day that we were talking? You guys were talking about something, and I was like, let's just say that the Purple Kush strain is the. I remember saying something, and he's right. Granddaddy Perp is a good strain. It's the only thing with Granddaddy Perp I don't like is that something you need to do like at the end of your day, not at the start of your day, because it's an indica, so it's a couch lock. You know what I mean? It'll sit your ass down, put your dingling in dirt, for better words. So
I guess I didn't catch Vaughn coming in. I guess.
was he here?
Thought I saw somebody said something about hey Vaughn or something. I missed him coming anyway. Welcome everybody. We can chat.
Was he here earlier? Because sometimes I see people say people's names and I look, they're not there. It's not because I'm black. It's because, I don't know. You got to also think that people are watching something 30, 40 an hour earlier. You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, that's what I got to tell myself.
Coming on 7 hours. I'm thinking about maybe calling it. I don't know. Just get back. I need to get me some batteries, dude. I'm real close to messing with my car whenever I get my little truck thing running. Then in the mornings, come daylight time, I'll be going outside with my phone and streaming. And I'll be sitting there playing around with my truck while I talk.
Bro, I've been thinking about doing some stuff like that too, man. Like just going out and showing people where I live, like not anything where they know where I live, but just like wildlife.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a good idea, man. Because I don't know, it's it doesn't take much for us to do it because it's right here. You know what I mean? And it's personal, and I like creating a personal vibe with people where it's more personal, it's more relatable. Like me sitting in front of a screen in the same area all the time, that gets old after a while. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I can totally relate.
I would. You could, yeah. So, and
if I could get my little ramp thing, I'm gonna get some expanded metal for it, and then I can put my chair up on there. Then I gotta air up tires, but once I can get more mobile, I'm gonna see about going down and maybe fishing in the mornings. I'll just sit down there and do a little perch fishing or bass fishing while I bullshit with everybody.
Bro, I just renewed my fishing license, and
I don't need one where I'm at. It's all private shit. So
I got it. That's one thing. The police around here don't really mess with you too much. You know, if you just try to fly under the radar and not, be an asshole. And then what I mean by asshole is just like, driving fast, burning out, pilling out, just being stupid. When you know what I mean, like in real high density areas, they don't really care.
Yeah.
But
later. Have a great day, brother. Smile, or be the reason somebody smiles. And you're welcome.
I was thinking, we have a dam here, right? And we have a dam here.
Yep.
And it's called Lake. I can't even say the damn name, but it starts with a Z. It's like Zwin. So I don't really care, but
Zwindowski.
I was gonna go fishing there in the next 4 or 5 days. Like I've caught some smallmouth bass there. I've caught trout, perch, but I was thinking if I do a live stream, because I'm about to hook things up, because I don't know, I keep procrastinating on it because I really don't care, because I got more important things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to be like, an asshole and like your sound, pompous or whatever, however you could spin it. I've been procrastinating because I'm focusing on, other things, and What if
No,
what if
stay
people
there
did a
too.
live stream where everybody went fishing at the same time?
Oh yeah, we'll have like a little fish fest.
Yeah, like even if time doesn't add up, like doesn't mean you can't find spots or a place to fish. Do it anyway, even if you don't catch anything. Who gives a shit?
Just sit and put a little bobber in the water.
Yeah, and talk. You can sit there and talk quietly on the. You know what I mean?
That's it. Hey, I'm
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
I'm working on it. As soon as I get my little cart thing, I'll be mobile and agile. Well, maybe not so agile, but I'll be mobile.
Because I know there's so many people in this community that like to fish would want to do that. Because how many times have you ever seen that before? I haven't. You ever seen a StreamYard Fish Fest?
There
Everybody
you go.
fish?
Nope.
No, nobody has.
Fishing across the country, possibly across the world.
That'd be dope.
Yeah, it would. We might have to try to see. Okay, well, I guess I need to try to really motivate myself, figuring out a way to get my thing mobile now. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I drove down that thing with my wife the other day and realized that there's no way. I ain't fixing to take that chair down there. All I'm going to do is get it stuck.
Yeah, you have to end up calling the
Dude, with the weight between the motors and then the two batteries that are on there to power it all up. Oh, that thing
and then
weighs
extra
like 300 pounds.
260, 270 with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like,
some
you
weight.
ain't getting, it ain't pointing. It ain't
Call
pointing.
the damn wrecker.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I need to get some expanded metal, so I'll put it in that little carrier thing I got, because then I can just drive right up. It won't be no biggie.
But see, what I do is they stock. This is the thing I don't like. I don't like fishing in a place that's stocked. You know what I'm saying? Unless I just feel like that. Like, like I'm with a bunch of people. We're going to have a couple of beers or smoke a joint or something. You know what I mean? And fish. And we know we're going to catch something. And it's just fun, right? Like, I get it. I'm all down for that. But I like going to places like, man, I like finding spots. Like, I will find a spot. Like, I'll walk 2 or 3 miles down a bank, just look and go through, just anything I have to. And that's how you find the best fishing spots. And
Oh yeah. Well, I can't walk around no more, but that was useful. That was my thing back in the day. Before I had the kids and stuff, that's all I used to do, dude. There was nothing for me to pull over on the shoulder. The minute I felt a cool breeze as I was going down the road, it'd be like, wait a minute. And I'd turn around and go back, and it'd be like, yep, cool breeze. Turn around, park on the side of the road, and then figure out which way the wind's blowing, and I'd start walking up in the woods, find little cool ponds. I've seen some pretty badass fish that way.
you can find so much if you just look.
Hey, what's up, Grumpy?
But you can't do that nowadays, because nowadays you get arrested.
Well, that world's gone to shit.
Bro, when I was a kid, we'd walk 3-4 miles, 8-9 years old, barefooted, bro.
Up and down
barefoot.
In the snow.
No, we didn't do that. But it was there was Coon Creek, that we had, and there was Duck Creek that we had that on my grandparents' property because they own a farm, and they mesh with each other.
Hey, Bullfrog. One sec, sorry, one day. Hey, Bullfrog. I didn't know you was here. Appreciate you. Awesome. Well, you have a wonderful day, and be sure and smile, or be the reason somebody does. We'll come
Take
out
it
to
easy,
you.
Bullfrog. I appreciate it.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, because I guess
I was saying we'd walk down miles, like I said, barefooted at 8, 9, 10 years old, and we go up and down, man, find the old moonshine stills, and like, this is Middle Tennessee, and I'll tell you what, bro, that we'd fish. You know how we fished with a fishing line and a hook with some bait that we'd find, usually worms or like grub, or like anything that we could find in the dirt. And this is at that age. And we would use no pole, nothing. The most we would do is get a stick, a good stick. It's usually hickory or like a oak, something that was solid, and we'd just tie it on to the damn stick. Go fishing. We catch all type of shit. And I learned at a young age that you can find fish. You just gotta look for it. Like you go to the same fishing holes that everybody goes to. What do you expect? It's kind of common sense, ain't it?
Yep.
And if you get in a boat and you know what you're doing, you can go way down people's rivers and stuff on their property, and there ain't nothing they can do about it.
Oh yeah, you can explore.
You can do whatever. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can do whatever you want. That's what I like doing. I've had people pull guns at me, shoot at me, man. Like, yeah, dumb stuff, because they don't realize that if you don't own the mineral rights, or you don't own, and even in certain areas, you don't own the river, you don't own the waterway, so you're kind of screwed.
This is true. Yes. I think I was trying to figure out a song I wanted to play, I guess, to go out with. Wouldn't. In God we trust.
Got 10 minutes, so. Better play like Metallica 1, or no, I'm just kidding. Like something long. If y'all have ever heard of Lake Lanier, look up Lake Lanier. More people have died in that lake. I've been on that lake my whole life than any other lake in the United States of America. It's kind of really creepy.
Well, I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one that has something to do with the currents go, and that also the way the jet stream above happens.
Yeah, and it's because that they like didn't even clear anything under the whole area that they decided to build to make. It's the largest man-made lake in America, and may not be, maybe top 5. I don't know, but just from what I know, but it basically didn't. There was all types of people there. There was a slave homestead area, right? There were slaves at that time, they were seeking refuge, and then there were all the other white people, farmers, right? And they had this whole community that they were all together with, that they all helped each other. And then next thing you know, that the geoengineers of the United States, the government, decided to come in, and they did what they do. There's still bodies. Yeah. So yeah.
What do you mean, Karen? Miss Karen, look at that. She says, "You done already rescue?" It's like already. It's like it's only been 7 hours. Gosh, already. Yeah. I'm just picking. Yes, ma'am.
I could go another. When rescue wants to stop, I could go another 30 minutes. If y'all wanna talk, I'll read everybody's comment. I respond to every single person's comment to give you some. What you want?
Hey, Indy. By the way, Indy, I don't know if you saw earlier, but you'll see a Rescue Junior, and that's actually my son. So he was in the channel earlier, and I think I made him a mod in time. So he should be blue, so that way we know which one it is.
Yeah. Because you need to know, bro. That I know I brought it up already, but that threw me for a loop because you know what I mean. Like that's a popular. Maybe you should tell him. I don't know. Because I mean, it don't matter because you modded him now, but man, I've seen that so many times with, you know what I'm saying, like that BS. Yeah.
Oh well, I didn't mod him until after he brought up the 72 Chevy because I mean, yeah, that was pretty specific.
No, it's just weird, no, bro. You don't understand like how that weird that was for those. Like, I was like,
well, no, that's who was it? Somebody else said the same thing. That felt weird. I think it was T-Girl was like, man, that was weird.
like, not like I was happy. That's why. Oh no, that made me happy. But when I went down in chat and I was like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? Like, oh no, I didn't expect it. And that's positive stuff though.
Oh, and let's see. I think Mary said something we're spoiled. Used to going to it. I know, Mary, and that's. I just hear lately, man. I don't know. Fuel reserve just didn't go as long as I like it to. Oh, well, this is true. See, you just had to go there, didn't you, T-Girl? Man. I thought I had one picked out, but then you went there, and it's... All right. Yeah, because they can't beat that one.
Said, man, you can go 30 minutes or longer.
Well, what I can do is leave you guys in the hands of our King Opossum here, and but as I go out, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll play the song, and then when it's over, I'll be gone, and you'll be in the hands of 1A. So I just want to tell everybody much love. Appreciate y'all for being here, hanging out with me, crashing, waking up, starting your day. Be sure and smile, or be the reason somebody else does. Okay? We just got to bring that part back.
I did it right. I did it right.
That's it. We did it right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Wait. What? It's an optical illusion. Bam, 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 bam. Alrighty, I'm gonna get me some chicken noodle soup. So let's see what we're gonna do. Let's see, because you got access to the brand part over there, don't you, too?
The what?
The over on the right hand side, the brand section where you can do the music back on. The background or here, I'll turn it back on whenever it gets done.
I don't think I know. I don't have the authority to do all that. Well, no, you want me to like end it when song's over?
Well, no, I'll start it back up because I'll start this song, and then when it's over, I'll exit the screen, and I'll start the music back, and it'll be all yours, sir.
All right, brother. No, I was just,
All right, everybody. Much love. Y'all have a great day. Kick back. 1A is going to take you on for another 30 minutes or so and chit chat with everybody. I'm going for some chicken noodle soup. Going to play this song on the way out. Y'all have an awesome day. And remember, much love.
hey,
Billy Ray was a preacher's son, and when his daddy would visit, he'd come along. When they gathered around and started talking, that's when Billy would take me walking. Out through the backyard we go walking. Then he looked into my eyes. Lord knows to my surprise, the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Yes, he was. Being good isn't always easy, no matter how hard I try. When he started sweet talking to me, he come and tell me everything is alright. He kiss and tell me everything is alright. Can I get away again tonight? The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Lord knows he was. Yes, he was. How will I remember the look was in his eyes, stealing kisses from me on the slide, taking time to make time, telling me that he's all mine, learning from each other's knowing, looking to see how much we've grown, and the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Oh, yes, he was. The only one who could ever reach me. He was the sweet talking son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me. I can sing the son of a preacher. The only one who could ever move me sweet like the son of a preacher man. The only one who could ever move me like the son of a preacher man. The only one who could ever reach me.
right, mate. What's up, Jim? How y'all doing today? It is a good song, man. Absolutely. It heard that song growing up when I was young from my grandparents, then passed it on down. And heard that song. I don't know, probably more. It's probably like the top 50 song that I've heard in my life. Hey, you go. How you doing? It's good to see you, Andy. I'm doing good. My blackberry bushes have finally decided to spring up, and they're looking good. woke up in a good mood this morning. So I will send you out with love. Trying to. I mean, I guess I could play a song on my TV. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I could, because I can't show any video. So but I also don't want to get a copyright claim, so I don't want to do that. But I do. Right, Echo? Absolutely, Sharon. It is. Any day that you're alive is a good day. We see it all too often, you know. So people are just creatures of circumstance. So you want to hear? I wish I could play some music. I mean, so how's everybody in chat doing today? We got 41 people in chat, but we got about 5 or 6 people commenting. How y'all doing? It's 10:07 here. The birds have been chirping for 4 or 5 hours, so sun's out. Everything's lovely. It's a good day to be positive. So, it's one thing I'll ask for the chat. But one thing positive that you have today. What's one positive thing that's happened to you today that you could share? You don't have to be, super technical and, personal, but today I woke up and, I don't know. I woke up with a positive attitude and had the feeling that nothing is going to get in my way. So, share some positive amongst each other. Absolutely, Tigro. Yeah. I never thought Johnny Depp was normal, ever. I always thought that Johnny Depp was, like you said, a strange, interesting person. But yeah, that's just a distraction from what's really going on. So. Heck out, that's a, hey, there you go. Cindy Linger. Hey, Cindy. I look at that whole Johnny Depp trial as basically nobody really cared from the get-go. So why do you care now? It's obviously a distraction. Nobody really cares about it. I never understood this strange attraction to other people's criminal trials or civil suits or anything in that matter. Doesn't really change my life. Doesn't really have any hold over me, so why would I really care? You give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Gotta attend to something real quick. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. No, it doesn't bother me, T-Girl. It really don't. To be honest with you, I just wanted to carry it on for people that, wanted to hang out. There was a lot of people in the chat. A lot of good people around here, and want to carry on the conversation. I mean, yeah, Karen. Yeah, she's a whole nother subject. I mean, everything was obvious, but you know, people in the court system, people, investigators, you know, that's what you got to understand is that sometimes somebody is 100% guilty of the crime that they're being accused of because other people dropped the ball and certain people in the justice system do not do their job correctly, and that leads to them being let off. They have a good enough lawyer, they can find any, you know, mistake that's made. That person is going to get off every single time. It's all about money. It if you have money in it, and they can, you know, use that to prove the prosecutor and the district attorney wrong, then yeah, you can get away with a lot of things. Money talks in this country, it always has, and it's not positive. I mean, you did the crime, you did the crime. You know, no money should get you out of any trouble, no matter what you did. But it's kind of how the justice system has worked for a long time. Well, Anna, I mean, I kind of just touched on that, but money, power, who you're related to, your family, kind of goes hand in hand, no matter how you look at it. You know what I mean? It kind of goes hand in hand. It works like that in local municipalities and, you know, local police departments, and it goes all the way up to the highest seats of power. Yeah. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, hold on. Absolutely, Tigro. It's all been a distraction. I mean, why is that decided to come to court at this, you know, this time when so many things are going on in this world? I mean, it's kind of obvious, you know, that they don't really. I mean, I was worried all this wanting for justice is going to turn me to a bloodthirsty zombie in Warcraft. Gonna be a mage. Kieran said, yes, I agree. Johnny Depp is definitely a distraction. Casey was giving Casey was giving something to her later because she didn't have any money. Sex instead of money, but that trial was messed up. Yeah, look, that was like an arranged Hollywood marriage, right? That was like two very prominent, popular people. She was more like relevant, but he's more of like a legendary status type of dude. It was an arranged bullshit. That's what I call it. Arranged bullshit. How about that? They were only with each other because of each other's statuses and the status that each other hold. So therefore, the only like thing about it is that who they were when it comes to Hollywood terms. I mean, India hopes she's feeling better. She said, my daughter woke up, positive thing. She's feeling better after a rough night. Absolutely. I hope she's doing okay. Kind of like with Stormy Daniels on Karen. It is the Depp trial is a complete distraction. I mean, Indy said, think about how much of this we're all seeing and how little of Maxwell trial. It's disgusting. Yeah. Ghislaine Maxwell trial is what we should be focused on. And it's kind of weird how they're laughing and everything's a joke in a trial that's so important to them, but yet this trial that is very important should be our main focus right now. Well, I won't say that, but a primary focus is being swept to the side to the point where we don't even know what's going on. Why is that? Why don't we know what's going on with the Maxwell trial? Why? Shouldn't that be like back in the day when I was growing up? It was Court TV. Everything was on excuse my language. Everything was on Court TV. But shouldn't that be the main trial that we're watching? Shouldn't there be every independent journalist in main news, mainstream news agency is trying to flood in and see what's going on? Yeah, that's right. The reason why they're not is because it's all connected. They're all connected one way or the other. Right? That's how it works. Read some comments. Karen said the lawyer wasn't famous until he got to be her lawyer. Her karma is coming though. Yeah. Absolutely. No, they haven't. But what I'm trying to say is, if we're playing by mainstream standards, right? And the biggest news story to get you the most clout as a journalist or reporter or a producer or whatever title you hold in a company, wouldn't Maxwell's trial be the most talked about thing possible in history? Impossible to the point where everybody should know about it. It should. But why aren't we? I mean, it's, I'm just kind of torn about why did this become an issue in 2022, well, 2021 basically, when I've known about the Black Book since like 2011. I knew about the Black Book in 2011. Why are we now talking about it? Because if you think about it, a lot of people knew about these things way back then, before they started censoring us and taking away every avenue we had to find information that we needed to know. We all knew this stuff 10 years ago, and it's just now coming to a head. It's just now being brought to the forefront. So that's the whole point, Mayor. Too many people that are, it's kind of like the JFK thing, or like with the, the thing we had to put in our arm. Not me, but a lot of people, right? It's kind of like that. Information is not going to be out there till the people involved die, and that's how they operate. It's like the JFK files. They were telling us for how many years, you're going to get the information. We're gonna, tell you what happened. Okay, well, they did, but they didn't. They're never going to admit, total guilt or any type of inclination that they're guilty in any way, shape, or form. Never going to get the truth. We know what's up. We know what's going on. She girl, probably. And do you think, isn't it funny that, I don't trust Elon Musk, I'll put it out there, I don't trust him. But him buying Twitter, that if he uses it in a positive way, then yeah, he could change a lot of things. But, I hate using that word, but you got to think, why is what he did with her coming out now? That lets me know that they knew he was going to buy Twitter. That lets me know that they knew what his next move was, and they prepared for it. We'll see what's happening, in the next, say, I don't know, month to 3 months. what we need to do is kind of, I take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Like, Elon Musk officially is the richest man on earth, right? He talks about AI, he talks about Neuralink, he talks about all these things that we've, as the majority, in my opinion, don't want. So why in the hell are we going to take this with open arms? It's like he bought Twitter. Okay, well, if he doesn't reinstate every single person that was banned on Twitter, if he doesn't like take that route, we know he's full of crap. You know what I mean? We know he's not legitimate. He's not legit. So yeah. You know, I kind of feel like we're just, I don't know, we're getting thrown through the ringer and we're just grasping onto things instead of focusing on, you know, what's ahead of us and our family and people around us. You know what I mean? I feel like that's more important. Because none of these billionaires or millionaires, none of them are going to change our life directly, personally, where we feel the impact that our family is living better and we're not worried about certain things anymore. None of them are going to ever do that for us. You should never give any more than just like, you give them the string, right? You give them the string. They give you your trust. They're going to pull that string as far as they can until it snaps. And when that string snaps, what are you going to do? You're going to keep helping them and go, and because they've helped you out in this way or that way, you're going to keep allowing them to fix that string and keep running with it? No. You're going to cut that shit off. You can apply that analogy to a lot of things in life. So I look at these billionaires and these people, these conglomerates, these monopolies, the people that control basically the influence of society and culture. You can't trust them. So don't even take it with a grain of salt. Just kind of look at it like none of them are going to help you in any type of way. So focus on what's going on around you. And maybe you can actually make a change. You know, you can make a difference. I don't know, y'all don't want me to start talking about how music and video games and things like that influence kids, because most people didn't want to hear that. So I'm not even gonna get on that topic because it's the biggest problem with the youth. some easy way outs to. It started with the past generations. What happened was music used to be a way of like camaraderie, loyalty, and unity. You know what I mean? Like bring people together. And then it became a way to escape and get away from all your problems in your personal life. And I personally feel like music was created, it's almost like tribalistic, to bring people together. But it quickly became an escape. It quickly became a way out. Everybody has a bad day and listens to music they like, because we don't want to deal with our own problems. And they realized that. They saw that. They capitalized on it. They made money off of it. And they're still doing it. And they've changed our youth. Because the one thing I noticed is that the last, say, 15 years of our country's history in the United States has been targeting the youth. That's some, Germany type things. You know what I mean? They did it. They're doing it through music and through whatever they show on TV. My generation was Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. That really messed my generation up. So. And then music. A lot of kids my age, we knew about the internet. And we used it, LimeWire, BearShare, Napster. Probably think of other ones, but we didn't know what we were getting into. But being that young and that intelligent, we really used it to our disadvantage, because we didn't know what we had at our fingertips at that age. And I mean, I was, young enough to remember that we had dial-up, and I remember the first day that we had DSL, we had a direct service on, that blew my mind. That was like the start. I no longer had to sit 30 to 45 minutes to download a song or a music video. Like, and to me, that's a guilty pleasure. I don't care what anybody says, because it don't make our country any better, does it? Having more high-speed internet, 5G or 4G. It don't help us any. But, yep. The things that I feed into as a human being are the same things that are destroying this country. 100%. We're all complicit. You know what I mean? We're all complicit. We're all, and that's what I struggle with, is it's hard not to tell people, hey, you're giving out good information and trying to change things, in this country, but we're all feeding into the internet. What if 20 million of us in this country alone just said, we're not going to get on the internet? We can still text or call, talk to our family, but we're not going to get on the internet. Cancel our Wi-Fi. 20 million people. What would happen? Do we really need internet to make this country better? Do we really need it? I mean, if you think about it, do we really need it? There's other options to, communicate with people we know. All right, Cindy. See, there you go. There you go, Cindy. She said we had a party line, 5 other families, and only had to dial 5 numbers for a local call. Children never use a phone. There you go. Why the hell do we need internet? We don't. Things were a lot better before we had the internet. I mean, kind of common sense to me. Anna said, Anna Murray Kimball, 58. I remember my parents in the news talking about subliminal messaging, right? In the music and advertising stores, radio, TV, magazines, and billboards as a kid. It's not a new thing for sure. No, it's not, Anna. It's not by any means. And that's one thing that I'm bothered with is you can look at, I hate to say this, but you can take any of your favorite songs, no matter is that a child, a teenager, an adult, break those songs down, and they all had subliminal messaging in them. They did. Because you got to think, like 95 plus percent, 95 plus percent of artists didn't write their own music. They were owned by a record label. So everything they were putting out was based off of what they told them to do. Not what they wanted to do, but what their record label daddy told them to do. That's just how it worked. All right, y'all. I gotta go pick up some supplies. I gotta get some wood chips. Or not wood chips, but conspiracies with pot. Now I gotta go pick up some things later in the next probably hour or two. So yeah, Got to get the garden looking right. Got to add a few new additions to the garden. You know, I got a lot of things to do, so I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Chat, Indy, Patrick, T-Girl, Huckleberry, showing up late. What's up, brother? Anna, Karen, Cindy, Mayor. You know, everybody that was talking to me the last probably about 45 minutes. So I love y'all. Y'all have a good day. I'll catch you some other time. Peace, y'all. My bad.